find success on Ancient, on kind of Anubis in the past. Honestly, I feel like when you look at these vetoes, I think because both teams are on such hot form, with nearly all maps in their pool kind of above a 60% win rate for NIP, for Fnatic, 50. This is going to be a game of who can really dig deep, which individuals can step up to the plate.
Oh yeah, 100%. This does feel like a series where it's anyone, like you said, can win any of these 3 maps here. So we've got so many different possible outcomes that could come our way, but this investment from Nip isn't going to quite pan out. The only damage dealt was from that scout of Snappy, but has been found there at the end. So a 3-0 start for Fnatic as the real investments come out now. Wrinkle, Orp, nice and early to try to rival Jambos. And I think this Orpin duel in this game, look, we've highlighted the Orpin duel in quite a few matchups, but the Orpers, it always feels like when we mention it, it's always the Riflers to steal the spotlight. In this game, I just naturally think it can't. I mean, the Wrinkle and Jambo, just the nature of these 2 players, they are going to get on the server. They are going to get warmed up. They are going to come alive. It's just who they are. And individually, both playing at such a high level right now. This is going to be a really tough battle between both these guys. But Jambo early, wanting to look for a pick. Peeks on out towards top middle, and Snappy might give him the chance, but the flashbang comes over, and Ujo's just pushing through the smoke. That's an easy find for BlameF. And there's that open battle. Jambo has the angle on Wrinkle, and will find and gives Fnatic his 2-man advantage on this first full bite round for NIP. Jambo again, 2nd kill.
Yeah, excellent stuff here. Look, Jambo, we mentioned that Fear was obviously brought in from Passion UA, and I think Fear might have noticed for this Fnatic roster, well, the AWPing isn't what I'm used to. A lot of the time, my AWP has been my top performer, and can I just have him back? So would have phoned up Passion UA. Look, I'm sorry that I've left, but we're taking another one with you. An excellent round from Jambo once again.
And this is what we're saying. Look, this is a game where I think, regardless of how good the Riflers are, regardless of how hot their form is, it feels like it has to be a map for the AWPers. Look, the only map that might be a bit of difficulty to get the AWPers in is a map like Inferno. Jambo 4-kill quad in total. But even then, look, both these guys are playing at such a high level. I really doubt Inferno's going to sort of limit them in terms of how much impact they are going to find. But great to see Jambo this heavily on the score sheet this early. He's had a great start to this game. Arizos will be able to find a couple with this AWP at the end, but can't best Jambo. 101, we've had four rounds.
Yeah, ridiculous. 2.25 KR. Bit of an aggressive stance here from Nip towards long, but Fear, great find. Can double down. The swinging individually is not the play you want to make, and Fnatic net themselves a man advantage with a 1 HP Aristos. So BlameF's going to look to take some space. Aristos falling to the HE grenade of Jambo, and now BlameF looking to continue and creep on closer. Surely NIP overlooked this, but BlameF might not even have the opportunity to find some frags. Grims has disengaged, and BlameF still in the back lines here. Snappy found. Fnatic net 5. What a start here from Fnatic. We understand that this is one of their worst maps on paper, but still a 50% win rate. Just goes to show truly how well this last couple months has been for Fnatic. But this is a dangerous looking start. We've kind of teed up this game to be one of excitement and such a close matchup, and the idea that there really is no kind of guaranteed outcome. But the big difference is Fnatic now 5-0 up. Very little resistance has been shown from Nip so far, and that's why you can look at the finances on players like BlameF, like Crims, like Matty's, looking really strong. And honestly, you feel for Crims. He's 0-0. I don't even know if he's spotted anyone yet.
Oh, I think the experience and sort of just the mental of Crims, he will not care. He'll be happy to finish a game 0-0 as long as his team's able to get over the line. And yeah, this is a hot-looking Fnatic. Look, we've only had one full buy-and play from NIP so far. Disappointed on this one that we don't have Wrinkle on the AWP, just actually sitting on like a little of all weapons. But it is a scary looking Jambo. I mean, you saw in the last round, he even got taken down, but he wants to take these fights. He wants to be involved in every single duel. And when he's hitting the shots the way he is today, this morning, you need to be careful of him.
Yeah, most definitely.
Obviously, weapons in play again, though, for NIP, falling short on their first full investment. It would obviously be a bit difficult in terms of scoreline if they do lose their next full investment, this one right here, because very quickly we could see a 7-0 start if they're not careful, or at least a 6 at a bare minimum. But Util's coming over towards along on both sides, just being traded back and forth right now. There's not a huge amount of space or control that NIP do have elsewhere in the map, and that's why we are starting to see this aggression through lower tunnels from Jambo. He just cleared out all the tunnels, backing away toward B now, and saying, okay, bomb sites and tunnels are clear.
Yeah, look, the fact they do that on his own with an AWP is pretty ridiculous. The level of confidence that Jambo's got currently is sky high, and look, you can understand he's 11-2. I don't know why he would be playing with any discipline. Fear, though, once again towards Kai. Netted a double from this position and a lot of damage, but the molly has been heard. Wrinkle will find. Ujerks doubles down to find Crims, and finally Crims has spotted his first player, but it has been a death that's been seen in Shush and Ujerks. Great combination in CT, and it leaves Matties in the 1 versus 4, but found by Shush. Nip finally put pen to paper here on their map selection on the T side.
Good round from them.
Round. Yeah,
I'm not sure about the setup necessarily from Fnatic. They had a really good read that it was going to be this A hit. They knew that NIP didn't have a lot of control elsewhere on the map. And that's why they ended up having 4 players towards the A bomb site with Jambo in middle. But not a lot of success was actually found. As soon as that Molotov comes down from Fear and he gets pushed forward, you see Crimson Lights be on the site, just get spotted, taken down. So it feels like already, despite there being 4 players, kind of 2 of them got found before any sort of real hit actually came through. That became a bit difficult there for Fnatic to try to contest with, but they have fully invested in this one. Money was actually a little bit tight at times, and they've gone for the double AWP, in fact. You can see not a lot of utility on the side of the CTs, but they've got the weaponry in leaps and bounds. They've got to make use of this double AWP.
Yeah, and look, because they've taken control towards long and Blame F is just playing from car with the AWP, they can kind of opt for this triple B setup. Jambo finds the first. Bit of stagnation out of tunnels here. Oh, Jambo disgusting. Surely not another Jambo. Already found 3 kills in this round and the damage onto Wrinkle as well. Obviously, NIP, they should realize that there is going to be this rotation now, but great positioning here from Fear. He's got a free kill. Nothing that Wrinkle can do. He does jump spot for it, but in fact, it kind of just gives the information away, and Aristos is in a 1 versus 4. A ridiculous start here, though, from Fnatic and from Jambo. 15-4.
And this is what I was thinking. Look, we've got this double open play. Well, probably not going to anymore as Matty's actually gone for the rifle. I was going to say, we've got this double open play. I don't know why there's the need. Jambo's already got his sort of value as 2 AWPers in 1. It feels like, I mean, absolutely brilliant B-hold there. In the flames, just takes the timing. And yeah, Blame F sadly has to sacrifice that secondary AWP. So we never actually get to see Fnatic really utilize it perfectly. But as long as you've got 1 AWP in play, it feels like Fnatic will always have a good chance of the round. 15-4 is just outrageous. We've got 7 rounds of play.
Yeah, if he continues with this trend, this will definitely be the highlight performance from Jambo of his career. Not only is he performing so well individually, Charlie, this is a semi-final. This is not some kind of online, random game that, is a Swiss stage 0-0. It doesn't really matter. This is kind of it. And as I've already said and kind of coined, I'm looking at this as a kind of quote-unquote grand final in its own right, on the basis that I think whoever wins this probably should win the whole event.
I don't know if there's guarantees like that. I
definitely not.
Coming in with a bit of vengeance.
You love that team, don't you?
I'm a big fan of the TNL, yeah. I think they deserve the respect that they've got. But look, the same thing for BC Game. Look, this is a team full of experienced players on the other side of the bracket. Sure, results haven't gone their way recently, but this is still a team that has been not long ago at some tier 1 events. So look, there's always intrigue with these semi-finals, but we've got some of the event's top performing players in the server here. Blame F right now, 2nd highest in the event stats. 1.45 rating we're seeing from him.
Oh, he's been nuts. He's been absolutely incredible. But that's just Blame F in a nutshell, right? We know how good he can be. Like I said, Jambo might be on track for a career level high. Honestly, I don't think he's ever beating his best game. 3.22 rating. Obviously, it was on Dust 2. We know how prolific he can be on this map, but Nice util from Blamer.
Great. But the issue is, Crims does get taken down. Oh, Blamer gets a double!
Yeah, ridiculous there. The HE grenade. Jambo finds, of course he does.
I don't even think he spots the final player there. Just so aware of the position he's gonna play from. Yeah, util was really good initially from Crims, just a delay. And you got Blamer coming in as well. Throwing that util. Crims a little early on the peak. Considering the flashbangs coming through, but great double from Blamer. Finds one with the HE grenade, one with the bullets. And keeps that round close and just gives a bit of space and time for Jambo to rotate in and show us what he can do. But NIP looking to go towards B these last couple of rounds, not quite working out. The hold's been great from Jambo initially, and then Blame F with the rotation, really key stuff from him. But NIP instantly forced back to weaker weapons, and this could be where Fnatic start to run away with things here. I'm sort of holding my tongue despite the initial scoreline, because we know Dust 2, we can have plenty of comebacks on it. We can still have time for NIP to have a good finish to this first half. But we are slowly getting to that point where you want to see a few more rounds from NIP come through before Fnatic do sort of waltz away, which is slightly too many. Finally, a missed shot from Jambo. Make that 2.
The problem is, Fair going to find Shush here towards long. He's actually used a lot of bullets, so might be a bit slower to rotate in. The Deagle now looking to connect, and Jambo falling. Snappy as well, finding Blame F. It's all on Fear, as Crims a little bit out of this round as he's holding from CT. But a great response from Nip. I know it's just this kind of half buy, but it's the missed shots from Jambo. It's the kind of no impact from Matties and Blame F. But look, it was about to happen. It was going to happen at some point. You can't just expect Jambo to get a triple kill in every round.
I mean, that's honestly the biggest issue is that you saw how desperately Fnatic wanted to help Jambo there. So everyone started looking towards that short position he was getting sort of found from. But in doing so, it just left Blame F in a similar spot to his teammate, where the players on the bomb side can start to swing you. They can start to look downwards, and these angles are really difficult, considering they're all sort of headshot angles when you're coming from CT. And you've got players towards Cat, players on the bomb side. All fighting at the same time, and you can see it looks a bit messy here, and that's the biggest issue. Maybe Fnatic just need to slow it down completely, but the issue is Jambo's still on the bomb side, and you want to help him. You don't want to give up that AWP in the hands of NIP and allow them to wield that in a post plan. But it is still an NIP round. Finally, able to find their second and wrinkle on this AWP as well, and money's fully been pressured from Fnatic. Questions for what they're going to do. It's NIP calling the tactical pause, but I'm sure Fnatic don't mind having a bit of time here to discuss exactly what they want to do as well.
So, 7 rounds have been found for Fnatic. Already it's an impressive half. They've lost 2 isolated, but the finances are broken. So, it's just going to be a half buy here. There is these 2 hero rifles, but just a testament to how Nip have actually kept some of these rounds a little bit closer than I think Fnatic would have hoped.
Jerks opening kill onto Fear. That was one of the saved rifles. Is there with a trade? Pushing through this smoke is a risk, and I think Ujox has just clocked it. Yeah, this is too dangerous. Techline's been dropped to Matties, but he just wants to go through the smoke with this USP. Will get found. And now the flashbang comes through. Blame F on this rifle. He's the highest performing player at this event for a reason. 3k from him overall. Jambo and Crims wielding weapons. There's armor behind both of these. Crims with the aggressive play, and it's all on Wrinkle. What a response this was from Fnatic. Blame F masterclass towards long. And look, some of the spotlight's been stolen away from him, but due to Jambo's start to this game, he's been overshadowed at times, but great spray transfer from him. Finds a triple overall in Crims. Finally gets a bit of impact that he's been waiting for. First kills, and they come as a double.
Yeah, honestly, I feel bad for Blame F. I feel like for quite some time, he's always been the kind of the lifeline and the lifeblood of every team he's been in. And now there's not only Matties to contend with, but Jambo's been brought into the roster. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure Blame F's happy that he's got to... Yeah, no, I reckon he's quite happy that, you know, he doesn't have to do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, just some of that pressure taken off him, isn't it? Just gives him maybe a bit more freedom to be able to Go for some of the cheeky plays we know BlameF likes to go for.
I think when you look at kind of BlameF's career, not to say that he's never had good teammates alongside him. He's been on some incredible teams. But it seems like in most of the teams that he has been on, and most of kind of the scenarios he's been in, it seems like there's been a kind of a resounding problem for the teams he's been in. And it's if BlameF isn't fragging, they lose. And even if he is fragging, they can still lose.
He does love to join teams that have been going through some tough times. But look, this finally feels like Fnatic are turning things around. Great round here from everyone. Everyone chiming in. BlameF gets his second of the round, and Matties rotates into support. This is looking pretty damn dominant from Fnatic here. I mean, look, scoreline always showed it was a pretty one-sided initial start, but it's the fact that they've continued it. We see plenty of teams go on an initial streak, and as soon as sort of a round's on the board for their opponents, it starts to feel like that momentum that they had initially starts to dissipate. Not for Fnatic here, though. Look, early morning CS is absolutely proven vital for them here. It's a 9-2 scoreline on NIP's map pick. And this is the worrying thing, isn't it? Is we did highlight that it feels like both of these teams can win any of these 3 maps. The issue is if Fnatic do win map number 1, that is instantly where that pressure comes on Nib. Okay, we're already 1 map down. We've got to beat Fnatic on Inferno, a map that they've looked really strong on.
Nice find from Wrinkle. Yeah. I feel like he hasn't really had the same opportunities and chances with the big green of what we've seen from Jambo. Already, look. 9-2 at worst is a 9-3 for Fnatic. It's still an incredible half. And we're going to be saying for NIP that not only do they need to win this one, but the game's kind of contingent on them winning the pistol as well.
Like the play from Snappy, but Fear just starting to read it. Jambo finds his second. Jambo finds the third. And now this 2-man advantage has become an even scoreline for both of these teams. They've got to make it work.
Positioning here for Crims is excellent. Wrinkle is holding though, and Crims, missed shot from Wrinkle, and that is devastating. Wrinkle gets a double in this round, and now it's just relied upon. So much utility here for Fnatic. Crims is spotted, and now Jambo can creep on closer. And Crims, look in the clutch, he's had some big moments in these 2v2s. He's been the kind of the difference maker. 10-2 scoreline.
What a
ridiculous game. I think Crims is a little bit annoyed that Jambo's getting the defuse. I think he realised, oh my god, I might be able to get an MVP.
But look, this is what Crims provides. It sort of feels like any Fnatic team he's been on for these last few years. He is just that stable piece of this roster. He is that player that has this clutch potential. He's always been a bit more supportive in terms of his roles, and he's always been more than happy on multiple Fnatic teams to take more of a backseat and let other players thrive. But also just the experience that he provides to some of these players. It's going to be so vital around sort of players like BlameF, who, despite having so much experience himself, doesn't hold a candle to what Crims has. And it does feel like these 2 guys are sort of the players to nurture some of the younger players in this roster. It's a really good blend. And I think for the first time, similar with NIP, it feels like we're finally on the right track for both these rosters. But Fnatic certainly are on the right track here. 10-2. We could be speedrunning our way through dust.
Obviously, the difficulty now for NIP is not only have they lost their map selection, but it's the idea that we've kind of already teed up this series to be one of which maps shouldn't really matter. It's based on individuals. It's based on kind of what the, what they can be doing kind of when it comes to opening kills, when it comes to kind of in the clutch. And you look at the top performers that we usually see from NIP, Shush 6 and 12, Wrinkle 5 and 10. Arizdos and Ujerks haven't had the calmest of times either. So I feel like if NIP just had one player kind of lighting up the server, this would be a much closer game. But the bomb's gone down towards B. No utility apart from Snappy smoke. When I say utility, I mean more as in like flashes and mollies to kind of keep them contained. But this is the problem with no flashes. This is the problem with weak utility going for the retake.
Obviously, there was no defense in general, isn't it? It's really tough that even with a disadvantage, you know it's going to be a close round. It's going to be tense at moments, but the setup's really strong. Players are baiting one another in. Everyone's chiming in there.
I think the difficulty with that retake is because it's very one-dimensional, and not only is it one-dimensional because they're all coming from the CT side and no one's from tunnels, but also it's because 3 players just swing out window. I would have much loved to see kind of 1 player look to jump out window, 2 swing from doors, and then the last person goes from window. But it just looked like they just walked their way through, and in doing so, cost them the round. Nip obviously going for the force here. They're trailing by 9, realizing that Fnatic are just 2 away from winning. You don't really want to be giving Fnatic 10 map points here. So they've gone for the force. Obviously, a loss in this is going to be an investment in the next, obviously. But Fnatic, a great showing, a great performance. Jambo's taking this space towards long. Snappy, 3, 2, 1, and he's been spotted.
Oh,
Jambo,
hello.
a little quick
Makes a
switch.
bit of a meal out of it, but does eventually take down Snappy.
Matty's on the Mac 10.
It's a lot of info though. Look, he goes down,
really.
but he finds Shush and gets. Okay, there's probably at least 2 more players. I think, I'm pretty sure I've heard
Gotta
2.
say.
Definitely spotted Wrinkle, and yeah, that's the thing. NIP. What chance do they have here? Jambo in a bit of a duel here towards short. The smoke coming down. Jambo does get chipped up, and we'll
Really
say
making a
okay,
meal
that's
of
enough
these
time for
guys.
me here. I mean, look, he's not on his specialist weapon. 1 bullet won't do the trick anymore. 12-2, Fred. We went live about 25 minutes ago. Maybe not even that.
Yeah, honestly, I think for Fnatic, this level of performance is very hard to replicate. It's very hard for teams to replicate in the way that Fnatic looks as though they're going to win this game very dominantly. Maybe a 13-2, maybe a 13-3, 4, whatever. Single digits from Nip. And I think the problem is you look to a map like Inferno, which honestly, from my point of view, I feel like Inferno is always a very close game. You look at Inferno, you look at from both these teams' perspectives. Okay, yes, they've looked really dominant over the last couple months. They've been really good when it comes to map victories. But you're looking at some of those victories and some of those losses. It's very tough to see this kind of 13-2 scoreline. The only times you do see it is when one team have barely played the map kind of thing. So the fact that Fnatic are looking so strong here and Nip have no confidence to take away from Dust, I'd be very worried for Nip. Honestly, I was kind of teeing up this game to be a kind of a 3-map thriller, maybe some overtime excitement, some big clutches and stuff like that. No, Fnatic have just absolutely dominated. And I didn't expect this, not in the slightest. I think both these teams, they are on par. They are kind of similar ability. I don't think the individuals on one side kind of overshadow the others, but Fnatic have quite clearly proven me wrong.
Well, at least in Dust do that, that's for sure. Set up here from the CTs, 3 players close towards short.
Remif just gets out of there. Wrinkle going to be clearing. Wrinkle spots the shoulder, missed scout shot. This is not great for the T's, but Jambo eventually connects. Low HP now for Ujax and Aristos, so this scout certainly can work well. And this is where for Ujax, he gets taken down, and now he just has to patiently wait to see if his team can recover this. Confrontation will occur in middle for Nip as all 3 players reside here. Honestly, for Nip, I wouldn't mind the idea of looking to retake this space kind of as a unit. Just leave the bomb sites open. Because it seems like this round's going to be done on frags. The bomb, an afterthought. Crims, slowly creeping through. Snappy, searching as well. Snappy gets the timing. Information is here for Matties. And Snappy, great round from Snappy there. Aristos can retrieve that rifle as well. So look, Nip, an important round. Obviously, every round holds so much weight for them as it gives them another chance to kind of creep 1 step closer to Fnatic. And I guess to salvage the embarrassment that could have been this game. Look, I think if it ended 13-2, I think if it ends anything below 13-6, that's where we're saying, well, look, this has been very one-sided. Especially with the fact that the majority of Nip's rounds could come from this, final bit. What is that from Jambo? You see it sometimes with an AWP, a scout.
I mean, look, no need to even flick. This is how much this guy's played. Just the understanding of exactly where they're going to be when they cross these doors. Doesn't even need to move his crosshair. Gets posted up before they even swing. And just rips Shush out the server. And for one of the high-performing players on NIP, it's going to be difficult for Shush to not be able to play this round out.
He's just got to sit here and kind of hope that his team have got enough. Slight gap with the smoke.
Oh, wow.
Jambo gets his second through the wooden wall in middle. 5-on-2. Well done, Fnatic. They deny Nip any chance of kind of coming back and feeling confident. Portuguese duo in the clutch, but it's now all on Aristos. 1 versus 5. He's got full util. He's been spotted. Flash swung on by 3. Honestly, just nade yourself. There's nothing you can do in this scenario, but Fear will find celebration scene from the Fnatic roster, and quite rightly, an incredible performance from Fnatic. 13-3 on their opponent's map pick, no less.
And this is now Fnatic 1 map away from that grand final spot in really one of these marquee matchups that I think we've had here in the playoff bracket, and just they came with a level of heat that NIP could not handle. 25-7 on Jambo. You still had a great game from players like Blame F and Matties, but like there's one man that we really need to talk about. Jambo, absolute masterclass. Look, you were saying things are looking a little bit more dicey for NIP. This is where for NIP, this break, you're looking towards players like Snappy. You're looking towards the coach exist. These guys need to be able to reset the sort of mentality of NIP. They need to come back and show us what they can do on Inferno. Because Inferno still has that chance for NIP to be able to make the comeback and bring us on to train. The issue is you got absolutely blown out. It's reasonably early in the morning. Players clearly aren't as warmed up as we want them to be. They need to be able to sort of get these guys reset to be able to have a chance on Inferno. Otherwise, we could just see Fnatic blow them out of the water here because that was a really dominant showing from them. And when everyone's stepping up, sure, Inferno's not going to be as easy to utilize the ult from Jambo, but you've still got players like Blame F, you've still got Matties, you've still got Jambo who will have impact, no doubt. We need to see NIP really prove to us why they deserve this grand final spot.
Yeah, obviously, if you remove Ujerks from the scoreboard, the 4 other players on NIP combined had 26 kills. Jambo had 25. So just really to give an account of how dominant that game was, for not only for Jambo, but for Fnatic. Obviously, it was a good game from Blame F. He had some big rounds. Crims, actually, you think of those 2-2 versus 2s that Crims gets the double kill from. It just seemed like everything fell into place. It was that round I remember kind of so fondly for Jambo, where he's stuck towards back. There's a molly at his feet. He's able to still find 3 and the damage onto Wrinkle. It's just moments like that, moments of magic. We see it in the last where he gets 2 kills through kind of mid doors. It's just ridiculous. It seems like everything Jambo touches turns to gold. And obviously, the golden trophy at the end of this event is something that Fnatic are going to be looking at with kind of open arms, ready to claim it. Because if they can perform like that for the rest of today, honestly, I don't think there's a team that could take them down here. But look, Inferno, as we mentioned, is going to be an important map for NIP if they want to contain and remain in the series. But I think we all know Fnatic are looking really, really hot. And look,
something that they've got to be able to bounce back from. Otherwise, like, that's going to be them falling very short of the grand finals when it really matters most. But there's definitely the chance. Like I said, I think this is where Exist and Snappy are worth their weight in gold. These two have more experience than near enough anyone in the CS scene, you know?
Yeah,
We need to see that they're able to sort of get players like Wrinkle, get players like Shush ready in the server, because Inferno is going to be underway. You're a map down. Fnatic absolutely humiliated you on Dust 2. Show us what you can do here.
Yeah. Obviously, this isn't the most kind of polished product for NIP. You look at some of the losses they faced. 13-8 loss to Astrum, 13-5 loss to Ecstatic, loss to Aurora as well in Estania. And obviously, the most recent time that these two teams have faced off against one another on this map, NIP were in fact victorious. So potentially NIP could do it again against Fnatic. Nice find from Matty. Takes down Snappy. Oh, this is not looking perfect for NIP. Shush and Arrows, those do combine to bring it down to a 2 versus 3, but Fnatic have got all this space to work with towards B. They are, in fact, going to go towards apartments. Does give a chance, as we are seeing Ujux push through this smoke, but another smoke to land on this position. Flashbang coming over. Just on the edge of the smoke court is Ujux, and Arrows, those in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, he's made his position known here. They know exactly where he's going to reside. The smoke is slowly going to start to fade, but he's only going to have about 25 seconds after it's gone. I'm not sure if there's a defuse kit down anywhere. I just don't think Fnatic are giving this up, instantly kicking things off on Inferno. How they ended on Dust.
Yeah, look, Fnatic, they've played this map 9 times in the last couple months. The only team they have lost to is NIP. So sure they're going to want to right the wrongs of that, I guess.
Yeah, that's an interesting stat. Maybe we can see Nip do it again. Maybe there is the chance of it. I mean, not going to be easy, that's for sure. Arizos will be able to keep this armor alive.
Is not to say that Fnatic couldn't beat Nip here on Inferno. They did it kind of days before.
Look, I think it just shows how close these two teams are. Probably where both rosters are at right now. But map number 1, if this is your first time watching over these teams play in a long time, you probably think this is the old Fnatic. In the way that they played, absolutely bullying it. But that's the thing. This is a close affair. Most times that we do tend to see it. It's just map number 1 felt like a bit of an outlier in terms of what we normally see. Fnatic clearly did their homework.
IP, they're going for this force once again. Nade chipping away at Blame. Solo B defense here from Ujux, which, look, it's a bit of a risk, but even more nade damage onto Blame F. And just speedily look to take this. You're going to see double HE grenades here towards CT. If 2 were sent, Ujux would be very low. There is a second one. I would have much preferred them both, 2 players boosted up and sent at the same time, because the second that first nade comes through, Ujux is just going to evacuate towards CT, or evacuate from CT. Quad A setup though. Matty's kind of tasked with showing some contact here in mid. We'll see a rotation here from Snappy. Utility now non-existent for Nip. Gonna have to be done with the 2 pistols, 3 MP9s. 3 players lacking in head armor for NIP, so these MAC-10s work out nicely. Jambo, wanting to silently drop there, but not seen. Utility sent over now. There's still this smoke down, but it will fade shortly. Smoke here towards Coffins, 1 in CT. This is where a risk might need to be made from Nip. No util, no defuse kit, limited chances. They might lose the first player in Ujux, found here by Crims. Slams through the smoke from Aristos, will connect onto Fear, and now Snappy could go searching. Smoke's faded, Snappy finds the planter. 11 seconds on the clock now, and Fnatic seem frantic. And Jambo needs to secure this kill. The bomb's still yet to go down. 4 seconds on the clock. Jambo needs to deny. We will see that bomb punched in, but Shush has a chance. Jambo's low, and Crims close to the action here, so a very good chance for the 5-7 to connect. Crims has backed away now. Shush, this round becomes really tough. There is an AK that he could retrieve. Crims just tucked away. Crims has been found though. Jambo aware that we won't see Shush on the bomb. He's not tapped it yet. Shush is so confident. Kind of confirmed that he's still thinking he's towards Nubox. Now we'll realise.
Well,
yeah,
it's so rough.
Yeah, It's a tough one. Nice round from Jambo. Maybe not the best of sprays there with the Galil, but look, Nip give it a good go, and obviously it's Snappy to give them that opportunity when he kind of swings through the fading smoke to take down the bomb plant. And with just 11 seconds on the clock, you see how frantic it gets.
And that's the thing, it just buys a bit of time for NIP to be able to play with it. It delays this bomb for a couple of seconds, and Shush with a really nice attempt to try to win that, finds Crims cleanly. You've got the low HP Jambo, but just a bit of misinformation. Spots Jambo towards Nubox, doesn't realize he instantly crossed into the ruins position, so assumes that he still resides there, but that's the issue, isn't it? Forced by back, NIP, unrelenting with this.
It's because they know the finances of Fnatic aren't perfect, and if they win this one, obviously they can reset said finances. Missed Molly there, though. Ujerks, oh, bit of a risk here. He's peeking towards top banana on his lonesome, and obviously as that sole defender, it's clear that Nip have a goal in that they want to bolster up the A defenses. Oh, this could be so tough. Ujerks down to 19 points of health, so Snappy will operate as that quick rotate. There is a kit on Snappy as well, so at least they've got that to work with. Utility going to be sent out here now. AMF. Is that first orange? Yeah. Ujerks looks fully blinded, but it looks like he's going through. Oh, Ujerks gets two. No trade scene yet. The MP9 will find from Aristos as well, and the frantic nature. What a round for Nip. We question the investment, whether it was worthy, but it works out, and as we mentioned, the finances for Fnatic very poor. It's the fact that this trade takes so long to come through, and instantly with that nade of the smoke, Aristos getting the triple.
Yeah, the two signings from Saw, an ace between just the both of them, they're really important stuff. But look, I think Fnatic took a little too long. They made a lot of pressure towards B and not so much elsewhere on the map. So NIP, they rotated a lot of bodies towards that B bomb site to strengthen up that hold, and in doing so, you probably could have even seen a kill if they just end up staying behind that smoke, just spamming away, because there were so many plays. But instead, Ujerks is low, they send him in, he gets a double, and Arizos is just there for the follow-up. No bomb plant being allowed, so this force buy from Fnatic, it's a little dicey, but finally NIP looked like they got a chance to bring this game close. Mapnum won, no opportunities for it, it felt. Here, though, different question.
Yeah, pistols alongside the Galil of Blame F, and look, if there's a player you want on a hero rifle, it definitely is Blame F. He's got that it factor about him. Really can dig deep in moments like this. Matty's slowly clearing here towards top middle. No contact made from Nip, so Fear now going searching towards top banana, but there's still plenty of utility here from Nip towards B. I don't know whether it would have been dropped by one of the CTs or they've just been quite reserved in their approach. Aristos looking as though he's going to want to take some control here from Long, and Wrinkle tucked under porch. Nice find from Wrinkle, but Matty's with the trade, and now Aristos with work to do, but Shush has rotated in, so into the meat grinder they go, but Blame F, that rifle is connecting. Snappy, or Shush, sorry, oh, it's been spotted on the corner. Blame F, he can chip away at him. Fear now holding for a flank. And Snappy going loud, but the low HP. Oh, both with knives out. Snappy just going to drop the utility. Now there's 19 seconds on the clock. The molly might force him out, but Fear can't go towards B. There's not enough time. Flashed off the angle. And now Blame F just going to have to look to save. Fnatic brought to a close in this round. NIP secure their second, and with it being the eco from Fnatic, NIP can take the lead. This is more like it. This is what we expected. A bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, I think we need to see a bit more from Blame F to actually force the B player to rotate sooner, because Fear low HP, it looks like you're just kind of playing from the bomb part, hoping you can get that down, and then Blame F can kind of take down some rotations as they leave A. The issue is there's no real need for anyone to leave that B bomb site.
I've got to say, I don't really know why Fear's running with a knife out. You understand for Snappy, because he's so sure that it's going to be this A play that he just wants to get there quicker. But a Tech 9, running with a Tech 9 and running with a knife out, the difference in speed is so minimal that if he had that Tech 9 in play, he'd probably find Snappy, and that's where we're looking at that open B bomb site. Flame F can operate as a lurk, and yes, it's a risk, but it definitely could have been a round found. The rifle's dealing very nicely here towards Banana, though. Comfortably finding. Expected for there to be a bit of limitation. Ooh, nice find from Fit. bomb site's open. The plant could come through. Flashbang seen fully blinded at Ara's dose, and Fear can look to plant. They respect it. A lot of utility here on Wrinkle. Realizing with the util sent here from Banana, should be a fairly understanding as to where they're coming from. Nice damage onto Shush. Orb can just get posted up, and Wrinkle will find. Simple shot there. Nip take the lead as expected. A little bit of damage, and the bomb plant is going to be really helpful for a player like Blame F. Means he can now get out of the lil. Maybe drop over a Mac 10.
The first time in this whole series, though, we've seen NIP take the lead. Just shows how one-sided map number 1 was. No AWP on Jambo, so not having that specialist weapon that he caused so many issues for NIP. Not with that just yet. I mean, look, you've got to think CT side's certainly going to see both Orpers have a much better time of things, but I feel like the form that Jambo and Wrinkle are on, they definitely cause a lot of issues, even when they are on this T side. But Wrinkle does have that AWP. Playing towards B, but gets chipped away at slightly through the smoke there from Matthews.
Aristos is having a really important start here, 7-2. Maybe not the same persuasive form as what we saw from a player like Jambo, as he was on 15 kills after 7 rounds, but...
Technically still time?
Yeah, it certainly can happen, but we need to get 9 kills in these 2 rounds. A lot of damage, nice find from Shush in fact, so man advantage back their way. Matties be looking to lurk through apartments. Shush can find another. Matties. It's all on fair, 1 versus 4. Arasdos can find him. Nice double in that round from Arasdos. 4 now found here from Nip. And the crazy thing is...
disjointed here from Fnatic.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see the 1 kill come through from the players from Shush and Pit. And as soon as that comes through, it feels like Fnatic just wait, and then it kind of feels like they go 1 by 1 into their death. And I think at least you probably would have got okay trades if you all tried to push through the smoke, tried to push through where you were, maybe get a bomb plant at least, and try to give yourself a bit of a chance. But yeah, the difficulty is they just wait too long. You've got players getting picked apart and they go down. Hello, Matthews.
Disconnect? It's got to be a disconnect, surely.
And I don't think Shush is just going to stand there AFK like that.
I don't know, unless if it was a thing of he was waiting to flash his teammates in, looking at the radar to see if they're in the right position. There's not been any typing in the chat.
I mean,
around this could
interesting
be.
way to get a first kill.
Yeah, definitely. Look, something to note, Fnatic, they've got nearly a 75% win rate on their T side. So already, if they want to kind of net that scoreline. Actually, they can't net it. They've lost 4 rounds. It would have needed to be 9-3, which just goes to show kind of how dominant their T sides have been in the past. But NIP are in a good position here if they want to try and take the half. Wrinkle chipped away at. Nice find from Crim. Snappy falling. We see it from Ujax here. He's kind of torn between 2 minds of whether to rotate or not. But Ujax can have plenty of opportunities here. Matty should have just jumped across, in fact. I don't really know why there was a lot of umming and ahhing of what to do. Fnatic, though, in the 2 versus 1. Jambo has been caught off guard, and it's Fear on low HP in the clutch. Arasdos, the top performer here of the whole server. And Fear, because of Arasdos' position, he knows he's towards this right-hand side. Oh, it seemed like Arasdos might have had the drop. Fear had the drop there, but Arasdos will find 5th round going the way of NIP. Giving Ujax, though, just those isolated fights. A little bit of a rough one. But 5-2 now. Excellent from NIP. Especially when you take into account that NIP not only lost the pistol, but then lost the force.
It's been a good response here from Nip. But definitely a good chance in that one. Just a weak weapon, just a half buyout for Fnatic, and still they almost were able to make it work. They had a 2v1 at that one point. Big damage to the HE grenades early. Matthews could just straight up go down.
Oh,
Matthews,
what?
He's not the only one. Blamelef will fall as well. Jambo crept up and has been spotted. This is the full buy, and Fnatic, after 25 seconds, already their whole team has been blitzed. It's all on fear. 1 versus 5, not a point of damage is out. It's great utility from NIP. They throw deliberately deep grenades, knowing that players are going to look to wait out these HE grenades, but instead, look, they come straight to them.
Fear has somewhat slipped the net as Wrinkle went to pick up an AK and progress. Just having a slight look in boiler every moment, and oh, Fear, okay, well, he's crept past his next opponent. Aristos now holding in middle. Fear's going to be questioning, well, I've pushed through second mid, I've made my way onto the A bomb site. Where the heck are these guys? Oh, information gathered, Fear. I just had to take that shot. The fact he can get the bomb down here could be quite impressive. Shush might be able to deny, just not in time, and now Fear 1v5. At least the bomb plan comes through, I guess, but 6-2 now. Just waiting to make sure that that AWP can be saved from Ujax.
I mean, like, a bomb plant is a nice bit of sort of bonus money, but the issue is, for NIP, it's 5 survivors for them, that they're going to be sitting really healthily in the financial department. So unless Fnatic can start mounting a bit of a streak of their own, this is going to be a difficult amount of money that's on Nip to try to break. Look, you got players like Ujax, over 7k, Arizos even more, everyone else sort of at least on 5.
Yeah, they'll be able to reinvest in the next 2 rounds regardless, which is quite a scary prospect, quite a scary thing to think about. Obviously, it's conditioned on kind of kills and stuff like that, but you'd expect that Fnatic aren't going to win these next 2 rounds with 5 survivors.
Well, Fnatic do find a solution to this, though. When the weapons have been in play for NIP, they've just been outclassed. The utility users have been really good from Nip.
Yeah, Fnatic have seen
no AWP for Jambo.
Yeah. It's a tough one, but look, that's what the T side of Inferno's like. Aggression here towards second mid. Grims will be able to get 1. Shush gets the trade, but information here. Fnatic are going to look to take this space towards Banana with the knowledge that, look, well, they took space in second mid. Quite unlikely they would have looked to push both Banana and second mid. Great find from Matty through the smoke to find Snappy, and now it's all a game for Ujax of survivability. Nice reposition from Ujax here, just tucked behind second oranges.
They've got to know where he is, though.
Yeah, they fully blinded is everyone.
Through, but still, the kill can be found. Wrinkle through the smoke, taking down Blamelef. 2 versus 2. Matty's and Jambo up against the 2 top performers of NIP.
Great
Position's good from
Matty's.
Wrinkle. Is he going to be ready for it? Apparently not. Missed shot. But again, through the smoke. Jambo's in a nice position. This.
Yeah. Just doesn't have a kit. Oh, no, he does. Oh, no, surely not. Surely not. How is the round gone the way? I don't know why Jambo just doesn't get his knife out in the smoke and start swiping. That is so tough. Fnatic, it seems like they've finally found their way, their route to get their 3rd. And what a mistake. It all comes from the fact that so many kills are found through smokes.
I mean, exactly. Every time Fnatic want a man advantage, NIP just somehow get a kill back through the smoke. Not even needing to see their opponents to find them. And it just kept things really competitive in that round. But with a bomb plant with full loss bonus, Fnatic can invest again. But obviously, it is just going to continue to stop Jambo from having this AWP in play. 7-round streak now from Nip. As this is the bounce back that we said they needed to show us. I think it also just proves what this series can provide. Look, Fnatic, they've got a great map #1. That means nothing. Doesn't confirm anything, just gives them 1 map advantage in this series. It's all about who's the first to find 2 maps. As things stand, we are looking at potentially Train coming up in the not too distant future.
Yeah, look, if we do get to Train, and that is seemingly where things are going to be heading, Train is going to be so exciting. Because I feel like Inferno, yes, it's less of a map for AWPers. Get Train. Historically, one of the most exciting maps for the Big Green. Yes, there has been changes, but I don't think it negates the susceptibility and success of the AWP.
Fake towards B, bomb to departments.
Nice flash, though. Just repositioned. Trade scene from Crims. Towards short here is Wrinkle. It's such an awkward angle to find himself in, but let's see what impact can be seen. Spotted. Now getting crunched in on. Jambo down to 1 point of health. He'd love to retrieve that AWP. 8 seconds on the clock. Jambo's been found. 3 versus 3 now. AWP retrieve from Fear. Flashbang sent in. Such an awkward fight between Ujax and Crims. Yeah, late flank from Snappy as he's progressing through second mid now. But Fear, it's a great angle. He kind of needs to peek. He needs to help out Crims. And there it is. We'll find Ujax does get the dink. Snappy so late here. Taking so much time. And in doing so... Oh, BlameF has crept away. Snappy realizing the chance of this round non-existent. Snappy will get the double, and here's the steps of the third. Crims could just quite comfortably go down to the bomb here. Dead to Rise, there's nothing he can do. And with the finances so good from Nip, Snappy doesn't mind if he goes down to the bomb. Look, it's a round that goes the way of Fnatic, but the fact that they lose 5 players, all players go down, finances are going to be a bit awkward for them.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Snappy, knowing that the round's lost, but I can at least cause my opponents a lot of struggles here, and that's exactly what he's done. It's still AKs in play, but every player's just sitting on a round 2 piece of util. So Fear's taking the hit, bringing out the Mac 10. BlameF does have a full belt, but we are missing a couple of valuable pieces.
The most valuable piece that's missing here for Fnatic is the impact that BlameF usually brings. 2 and 8 really struggling here.
Yeah, no one's having an unbelievable game. But that is sort of what does happen when you lose 7 rounds in a row with only the pistol and that second round going your way. Until finally we've seen that streak be broken from NIP. But we can still see things finish with a respectable half if Fnatic can probably at least find 4. I think find 5, that would be great. That would be a huge turnaround, considering NIP feel like they are the team who deserve to be in a pretty significant lead here.
Yeah, you look back to that last series between these 2 teams on Inferno when Nip were successful. It was actually their T side that was so impressive. They won that kind of half 8-4. So I think we do have to say, okay, yes, Fnatic can bring it back and maybe find themselves 5 or 4 rounds, but we know that Nip's T side is very, very good as well. So not quite the same scenario as what we saw on Dust. It's not as one-sided, but showing similar instances about how a fair bit is going to have to go Fnatic's way if the idea of a 2-0 is possible, and it certainly is possible. Look, they're only trailing by 4 rounds. NIP still need another 6 from this point to close out the map.
Opening kill though onto Crims. Oh, Matty gets a freebie there. Wrinkle just not ready for that position. Jambo finds 1.
He's completely alone though.
Across the map.
He's completely alone and he pushes before the smokes are down. There's just no value to that. And it's BlameF and Fear in a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, just assuming that there's only 1 player towards B, not ready for that player in CT. Fear gets taken down while trying to make that bomb go down, and it's all on BlameF. I'm having so much clutch potential, but not being given any chance in this one as Snappy finds through the smoke. Final round of the half, and we could be actually teeing up for a similar scoreline to what map number 1 was at this point.
Yeah, obviously for the flip side though, Nip. I'm happy that we are seeing kind of Nip step up, because for a team that's shown so much promise, so much ability within the last kind of 2-3 months, really have come into form, really stepped up. And as we said, kind of in the in the pre-show, it seems like this is finally the first roster in quite some time that NiP have produced where there is a lot of chatter, there is a lot of kind of positive connotations, and I think we're finally getting to a conversation where we're thinking, okay, is this the team to bring that NiP back on the map? Wrinkle with a nice find. Arazdos will only get the one, but Wrinkle again. Wrinkle's been really key here. You look at the kills he's acquired. I know he's only got 8 of them, but you can pinpoint how every single one of those kills is netted around here for NiP. And Jambo in a 1v4 has found the first, obviously, onto 2 Jerks. Smoke down, though, thrown from Snappy. There is this 1v1 on the B-bomb site, and honestly, if Jambo pushes through this smoke, this could be disgusting, but Jambo is playing a bit more disciplined, and just looking at the angle that Snappy's taken, certainly not one you'd be checking so soon.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult clear here from Jambo.
Snappy's had a really good game individually, 10 and 6. Oh, not the cleanest of shots from Snappy, but he softened him up, and Snappy will find 9-3 half now. NiP looking to make their way to Train. And honestly, we spoke about how these maps fairly even. This final map of Train is the most even when it comes to sample size, practically the same win rate, a difference of 2%. A lot of excitement if we do push to Train. And right now, both Fnatic and NiP, they're on track to probably have the quickest 3-map series we've ever seen, as we're getting to the kind of latter portion and closing stages of Inferno, with the fact we're still only an hour in.
Oh, there could still be so much more CS, couldn't there, though?
Oh, Train could have 9 overtimes, and I wouldn't put it past these teams.
I mean, the question is going to be in the here and now, though, is can Fnatic make any sort of resurgence on the second half, or are we going to have a blowout on map number 1 and map number 2? Early peak down from the CTs, but no kill acquired. Ujerk's just going to be backing away after getting this intel, and it's a 4-man B hold. Is the right call from NIP to make their way up towards A, being defended by Matty's alone here in apartments.
Yeah, Matty's under so much pressure. The flash is so good, and Shush is ready and waiting there. A great call, a great execute from NiP. There's 2 flashes in play. The CTs are going to feel like they need to win this round as well. So even though there isn't a kit, even though there isn't the advantage, Fnatic going to shy away from this round. But with Shush finding, again, extremity player. The remaining 3 now realizing, well, chance of this round is slipping away. Snappy found by Blame F, though. Obviously still the opportunity, but time ticking. And the way that they're playing, the way that Fear is currently in coffins, I think we all know that this is just going to be the save from Fnatic. Crims searching for a couple kills, all contingent on the fact that he wants to force, but the lack of bullets connecting is going to deny him the opportunity of upgrading to easy head armor and getting the FAMAS out. That was kind of the goal for Crims. You get that 1 kill, you can get yourself the easy upgrade for head armor, and you can bring out a rifle. Now it's a question of whether he wants MP9 and utility or the rifle, and he's opted for the former. So I don't know whether Arazdos did have the highest impact. I know he planted the bomb, but I'd probably give it to Shush. No damage.
I mean, look, this is the tricky part of the map now for Fnatic. They're going to find themselves in a similar spot to what NIP were in map number 1, where you kind of need to go for another force buy. You don't have a choice whether you want to or not. Scoreline's really proving difficult for you, and you just need to start to find some success on this map. Otherwise, yeah, we're instantly going to be running it on the Train before it feels like we've even really got to sink our teeth into Dust or Inferno.
Yeah, most definitely. Fear under pressure, the lone defender towards B. Both these teams have kind of operated with a solo B defender in a vast portion of these rounds. Ammo spamming through in the hopes to connect a lucky deke shot to give them an advantage, to give them an opportunity and an option for this retake. But the lack of the kill with the amount of utility from NiP, they kind of set their sights towards B very early on. So They're going to have so much utility here. They've still got 2 smokes to just send towards CT to deny. Obviously, it is just this save from the remaining 5 Fnatic players, but I'm sure Shush is going to want to take some weaponry away, but the jumping MP9 of Crims finding.
And it's 11 on the board. Obviously, Fnatic would have no choice but to either eco in the next or force till the end. So just keeping these weapons alive. Make their life a little easier, but still, there is a question mark around this, because Fear and Jambo, Matty as well, they could bring it up for mass if they wanted. Or do you just play this as that same sort of investment that you had in the last?
I think you play
and
it
just
the
try to
same.
get weapons in the last possible round. I mean,
Yeah,
it's rough either way. It's not exactly going to be a convincing round, regardless. As already NIP are on 11, primed for 12.
Yeah, look, the idea of this round, or the last round was Fnatic, is look, we can do it with these weapons. But now they have the opportunity to kind of hedge their bets. If they lose, they still can get a buyout. But Matty's fully blinded, so is Shush. The MP9 of Crims, besting Shush once again. Seen this fight before in the last round. Trying to escape his Crims, and he can evacuate apartments. So 4 versus 4 here. Snappy looking to stay towards A. He's got his teammate in Arrows, those progressing through apartments, and you can see a bit of a backstab, a bit of a flank, but oh, what is this fight? Looks like something out of a DM server, but Arrows those will get a second. Just the left-right spamming, it just...
I mean, if you see that in a DM server, I think you know you need to play a bit more DM, as you're not particularly warmed up, but it is Fear alone on this bomb site again, and look, it's not the greatest of highlight reels from Arizos in this one, but he does still find a double and does still give a really good chance for NIP to find this one, and it's all on Crims. 1 kill found from him already, 3 more to find, and will get taken down by Snappy, who continues to have this positive-looking game. Well,
yeah, it's been a great performance. Yeah. Yeah, look, we are just going to see a rinse repeat of Dust 2, just a reskin map and a reskin Victor. Jambo, from what feels like the first round, he's had an AWP. Let's see if he can have that lights out performance from what we saw from Dust 2.
And this is what I was desperately hoping we would get to see. This is what I think we both said. I think this is what a lot of people at home would be saying when they look at this bracket. That this is one of the biggest marquee matchups of the playoff bracket. This is Fnatic versus NIP. There's a lot of history between these 2 teams. These teams right now are in a very similar spot. Both teams have a good structure. Both teams have a lot of individuals. And look, after seeing map number 1, I think we're slightly worried that Fnatic could just waltz their way into a 2-0 and instantly grab that grand final spot. But NIP absolutely blown Fnatic out of the water here on Inferno. And it's going to set ourselves up for a brilliant finish of Train. And who knows where that one can go. Hopefully it's going to be a competitive one between both teams. But Snappy, with some speed, wants to make his way up towards Banana. 4 defenders here for Fnatic. Fear with a double, helped by his teammates. It is just going to be jump spotting. The spams could connect, and they will do so, but Wrinkle gets dinged down in the process. For Fnatic, it feels like they've done enough to at least find 4. Not quite give NIP that exact same scoreline, but still with as many opportunities as NIP will have, one of them have to connect. Another smoke down, just forcing Shush back for now. Not giving him any sight lines towards that B bomb side. But Fnatic, with 4 players towards B in quite a few of these rounds, it's clear they want to shut down NIP towards his position. But equally, you can see NIP just make a fast call like they did on the pistol, where make a bit of presence towards B and then quickly make their way towards A, where Matty's is sort of solo caught out. Just to save though, on these final 2 Ts, Fnatic have confirmed 4. NIP, they've got weapons to fight back with another day. Look, they've got enough money. Aristos and Snappy can both invest. weapon can be dropped over to Ujerks. I wouldn't mind Wrinkle bringing out an AWP. Look, Jambo's got one. We haven't really had to get much AWP fights.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind someone maybe dropping an AWP to Wrinkle.
I think actually the fact that now NIP can identify that the AWP is in play, do you not think they might just play with a bit more speed? Do you not think they might just go for a bit of a V-rush, deny the AWP having that impact? Because they only know what an impact Jambo can have on this AWP. And yes, okay, you've got 8 chances to close out this game, and I think we all know that NIP should and will take Inferno, but Wrinkle thinks against it. He wants to bring out the AWP himself. Nice utility damage here from Fnatic, chipping away at Ujerks and Wrinkle.
And I'll be slowing things down towards Banana in this one. Just going to be patiently waiting out this utility that Fnatic throw their way before they reclaim this position. But it's another extra man towards this bomb site. Another extra body, and Jambo's AWP is the player posted up on the angle with BlameF and nearby. Quick shot from Wrinkle. Jambo goes down. Flashbang's great. Fear's position is being given up, and BlameF has to rotate in and support, and they do. The double hold between these two is good enough to shut down the round basically in itself.
Yeah, excellent stuff here. Of course, though, BlameF, you mentioned how he's had a bit of a tough time on Inferno. Maybe just simply like a round like that can give him a little bit more confidence, but can win this one. Planting open though, so Grims can find him through the smoke.
I mean, it has to be said, look at this initial find though. Wrinkle connects that shot. Fear, they've got the information of this position, but honestly in doing so, it feels like they're so hyper-focused on Fear's position that it just allows BlameF to rotate in and just find all the kills that no one's looking towards his position. Feel like maybe after we saw that initial kill, I don't actually know where Wrinkle was playing from, but maybe that's just where you get him posted up towards Coffins and allow the rest of your team to clear that up. Because that was a great chance for NIP, but still not able to quite do it in that one. So just going to be a partial buy. I say a partial buy. Wrinkle and Arizos have fully invested. Nothing all too partial about this.
No, definitely not. Just to let you know, Charlie, there has been 136 series in the history of Counter-Strike between these two organizations.
Wow.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot of games. I'm sure a lot have gone back and forth.
Honestly, I think it's probably the... I can't think of any other kind of, not rivalry, but any other org to have played against one another that many times.
Well, D will hear from Ujerks is able to find one. The Glock of Arizos is actually able to find the second, and the trading's good on this bomb site. It's a 2 versus 2. There's some weapons that can be retrieved here. Ujerks still just on this Deagle. Snappy makes his way into mini pit. Does have armor behind this AK as well, but a lot of this round is going to reside on Snappy. Ujerks trying to catch off any late flanks and lurks. Could actually find BlameF here.
Yeah, Ujerks is in such a good position. Oh, timing! Seems as though he could have peeked a moment later and it would have been far better, but he still finds the frag. Snappy with work to do. Fear, caught off guard, missed shots from Snappy, but there it is. Finally, NIP will close out the second map of the series. 13-5. A really impressive performance here from NIP. The ability to bounce back after such a disappointing map 1, it being their map selection as well. And now we head to train with kind of an open-ended finish. Expectations difficult to kind of talk about, as I feel like both teams, they've shown great success and they've also shown a real lack in threat. But I've got to say, excellent from NIP. They now move to train with a bit of confidence, a bit of wind beneath the sails. Thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, look, I mean, it wasn't exactly the same performance that we saw from Fnatic on map number one. It felt like on this occasion for NIP, it felt like everyone was pretty similar in terms of the fragging department. Everyone had sort of as many moments as one another. Snappy felt like, for me, probably the MVP of Nip on Inferno there. So many big holds, so many big moments towards B, and he really felt like he shut down anything initially that Fnatic was trying to do towards that site. A lot of multi kills from him, and as a player that's normally not up there in the fragging department and can't often sort of be a bit underwhelming in terms of kills, it felt like a really big showing from Snappy there. But look, we need to see that from Nip. And it does feel like on paper, this is where we could be not only just tying things up, but teeing things up to have a really close affair on Train. As in terms of win rate, in terms of sample size, both these teams are as sort of as close as you can get in terms of different vetoes. I think Train's going to be a really thrilling one to finish. Both teams trading out one another's map selection. Now moving on to the third and final. This is still for that grand final spot. The pressure is on now. Look, Fnatic, they won map number 1 13-3 on their opponent's map pick and could only give 5 rounds on theirs. So Train, it feels like it's going to be that banger that we've been waiting for here between these two teams. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, obviously, I feel like everyone at home looking forward to it as well. The only 5 or the only 10 people who aren't are probably the players in the server, because the nerves are going to be quite high here as grand final spot is on the line.
number 1. Map number 2, it felt like a real team performance from NIP, everyone having their moments. Fnatic very slow to really show us anything that they can do. But I think now that we're moving on to trade, where you can probably have a lot more impact with that AWP, I'm looking back towards players like Jambo. And then obviously just from map 2 of Inferno, we had a really tough game for BlameF as well, in particular, just 5 kills from him. But Fred, Train, we are going to be jumping into a grand final spot up for grabs between NIP and Fnatic still, all to play for.
See, I was going to wait until I saw the siding for my prediction. I'm saying Nip take it. Just on the basis that I think Jambo's going to have a slow start, maybe not have the AWP out as much as they'd hoped for, and that's where we could see some difficulty. So I'm going Nip. Obviously, as well, I get the joy of being on the other side for your prediction, so we can have a good old confrontation during the game. Obviously, though, I feel like both of us have said when it comes to sample size, when it comes to win rate, both of these teams on paper very similar. We've said that kind of throughout both map 1 and map 2. And look, I think it's going to be an exciting final battleground. Hopefully we don't see too one-sided of an affair. I'd love to see this go down to the wire, maybe in overtime, something like that. But here we have it. No contact's been made until now. Wrinkle towards Ivy can get one. Doubles down, and with Arizos finding Crims, puts this round to rest as it's just BlameF and Fair. P250 in hand. Block will... P250 gets the dink, in fact, but Wrinkle secures his 3rd of the round. BlameF spotted now in main. The Julies messing about, and BlameF trying to bait some shots out in the hopes to find a swinging Wrinkle, but not seen.
Yeah, too disciplined. Snappy and Wrinkle aren't even questioning moving. Still, shots are coming through. Snappy's just toying with BlameF here, as he is in such a difficult 1 versus 4. Finally, we'll go down to those dual Berettas as NIP win that pistol round.
Look, it's a good start for NIP, and Wrinkle getting that double kill towards Ivy. Look, it's not the easiest of fights for the Glocks, as Wrinkle can kind of set the tempo, and it's not as though you can close the gap quickly. So a nice pistol round from Wrinkle, certainly the start that he'd be hoping for. And for a map that is so AWP-centric and can have so much ability, we haven't really seen Wrinkle's AWP providing that much. Right now, he's looking as the lowest kills in the whole server heading into this final map of the series.
Yeah, and obviously, you highlighted NIP based on siding. A map like Train, it does really feel like a knife round has a lot of impact as to where this final map can go. Because look, if we see Fnatic similarly have a bit of a tough time on their T side, like they did on Inferno, I mean, they're tough both sides if we're being honest, but if they do have an equally sort of difficult T side there, which is kind of only natural for a map like Train that you're not going to have the greatest of showing, yeah, maybe Nip could start to have a just slightly too dominant a first half on here, but it is just that second round eco. Fnatic do want to play with these weapons. Took a long time for Jambo to wield the AWP on Inferno. I want to see it out early on Train.
Obviously, in the last fixture between these two teams on Train, Fnatic were victorious. And in fact, Fnatic, they had a pretty poor CT side. It was the T side, in fact, they got 7. And they lost a pistol in that half. So I feel like NIP, they're certainly going to want to kind of work upon what happened there. I think when you look at some of the recent results from Fnatic, there are some dominant losses there. They lost 13-1 to 9, 13-2 to Passion UA. Whereas it seems for NIP, they've got more dominant victories and a lot of close losses. 13-8 being their most dominant loss to Spirit, which I feel like is somewhat fair. But the remaining games are kind of 13-11, 13-10 overtime losses. So, but it's a game of Counter-Strike. That is all it is. When you kind of strip apart the intricacies, it's one map to decide which team makes it to the grand finals. And with the first weaponry investment, things are looking up for Fnatic. Shush. All look to maneuver. Jambo is holding for this though, and Jambo, an overlooked angle from Shush, but a lot of damage dealt, and now Wrinkle maneuvering here towards Pop. Jambo. He's gone loud, he's giving this information to Wrinkle, so a simple kill will be found. AK to be retrieved, Molly as well to be picked up, but there's no real need for Wrinkle to go for this. Matties has gained that information as well. Chance of victory in this round so slim. So Fnatic posed their first round on the board. No super strong streak from the CTs.
Yeah, not yet anyway, at least. No. As it feels like a standard Train hit. Very much reminiscent of the old Train, just fast out towards A. rifle swinging, getting amongst the action, and blaming for the opening kill. And despite a decent bit of damage being dealt to certain players, as soon as Snappy goes down to the flames, he finds this trade here on the Blame F, but the molly takes him out of this round. And that's where things do become really difficult for NFP, a disadvantage, and players just caught out at the back of the bomb sites. Early round on the board for Fnatic, still the investment can come through from Nip. And yeah, that's the thing. It does feel like both teams, I think Fnatic in particular, find themselves a little inconsistent on train. It does feel only natural, though. I think it's still a newer map in the pool, isn't it? There's still a meta to be fully defined. There's a lot of teams who still don't have any interest in playing this map, and even there's some teams who do, they don't play it a lot. They kind of do look to it to be their sort of second van. So it's great to see both these teams are playing it. NIP, like you said, they have had very good train results recently. Unsurprisingly, both teams have had a lot of their success on the CT side, most of it, in fact. But for NIP, they do still have a very competent T side as well. And look, you highlighted the 13-8 loss to Spirit being the most dominant. They also played against Spirit at Astana beforehand, but they brought that to overtime. Like, these are some good results for NIP. Tier 1 events and taking down some real big heavy hitters on this map.
Exactly. And in that game, Shiro and Donk absolutely went nuclear as expected from that Spirit team. So I think we do have to say, NIP, they've shown that they can fare against kind of the best of the best on this map. We talk about those stats and kind of how, I guess, sometimes they can sway the opinion.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, we can also look at it in the fact that, in terms of recent form, Fnatic were undefeated against NIP on this map. They played a couple of times against them, and sure, they've been close every time, but Fnatic have just outlasted them. Jambo finds his kill, not ready for the play on the hill, but the trade's instantly there, so a two-man advantage for Fnatic as they push their way out onto the A bomb site. And again, gonna have to be another save from Wrinkles just by his side this time. But the executes are clean, they're sharp, they're quick.
And the individuals are looking a lot better as well. It's not as though we're seeing kind of missed sprays or poor decision. It's just swing, instant headshot. Kind of what we've come to know and love from the riflers of Fnatic. When you see kind of Blame F, Matties, you know, when they are on that hot form, you really can see why this Fnatic team has looked so good in the last couple of months, why they have been able to kind of win these events and look to push nearly every team they face right to the brink of victory.
And this is always the interesting thing about Train that you don't necessarily get with certain other maps, like a map like Inferno, like a map like Dust. It does really feel like you kind of can put together where the game's heading after the first half. Yeah. If we go on to see Fnatic sort of find 6 or more, at that point you do have to say, yeah, Fnatic have a great chance to win this game. They're the ones favoured now. And it always does feel like that is always a possibility on a map like this, where you can see if the T side have a good start, it feels like that they've probably done enough, and as long as they've got a decent enough CT side, they could probably walk away with it. But with those saved weapons, we can still see an investment for NIP, but the money's slowly draining. We've got MP9s in play now, a bit of shortage of utility.
With these MP9s, Snappy closing the gap regarding distance. Finding Crims, upgrades to the AK, but man advantage seen from NIP. Reluctant to give Fnatic the lead here. So Snappy goes searching. Bubble B set up with Snappy deep in Pop Dog. Do you like the double B on Train? I feel like some teams are really kind of adopting it now. Do you think it's the right call to make?
I feel there's a time and place for it, 100%. Yeah. I think there's some really good setups you can have towards B between two players. But like I said, I think it is a time and a place. I don't think it's something that should be utilized every round. But when you've got a bit of an instinct call or you've got a bit of belief that they're going to be hitting towards their site, yeah, by all means. But Matty's out here towards A, has heard the steps of Uja because he's just got to back away towards Red now. It's just this MP9 playing close. Flashbang comes over.
Great from Matties, the double. Yeah,
ooh,
disgusting.
Faster by Ivy, though, is Wrinkle as he finds the leader in Fear. So a 3 versus 3 with Matties softened up as well.
He's got the bomb. Molly, though, towards Hell. Great find from Jambo. Trade scene now from Arazdos, and we've still got that flank from Wrinkle. He's maneuvering to Pop Dog, which honestly I don't mind. Obviously, the intention is that he was spotted towards Ivy, and they're assuming that he's going to come from A main. The problem is BlameF is playing an angle where he's kind of holding A main. Arazdos has given up his position that he's still here in Z. Steps heard now, needing to deal with Matties. Great find from Arazdos. There is the kit on Arazdos here, but BlameF, he's in a good position. The bomb is planted for him. Full stick of the bomb. BlameF, he needs to peek at some point soon, but he will find. And now, limited time for Wrinkle. Can find BlameF, but no chance to defuse the bomb. So Fnatic will take the lead here on the T side.
I actually think it was a really good play from Wrinkle to flank all the way around the top. But like you said, BlameF's positioning just feels like it doesn't allow Wrinkle to actually get any of the success from making that long wrap around. Just tucked from that pop position. He's posted towards main still and can just tuck behind the Olaf box, waiting for that stick at the bomb. And with Wrinkle not being close enough to get the instant trade, BlameF does enough. Fnatic taking the lead, and we're seeing another investment from Nip. I'm not sure about this one. They've constantly gone for these investments around this saved AK. I mean, look, Wrinkle still hasn't died yet, but the issue is, it's just the CT play is still pretty lackluster. But look, I mean, they understand that Fnatic's money is low, but in doing so, let's say Fnatic get a clean sweep here. We are going to need to see NIP take a hit on weaponry, and that's where Fnatic can start to really extend their lead and start to maybe maneuver themselves in a position where they are looking at that pretty one-sided T side. Won't matter if NIP can win it, though.
Certainly won't.
BlameF found early by Ujerks, but it was all a ruse as Ivy's the real position that is being tested. Very fast hit off Fnatic, and Snappy is going to get caught out by Matties. Look at this deep control that the team has. Ridiculous. All 4 players.
There's not really much that NIP can account for because there is a bit of worry. Shush has taken a fair bit of space here, though.
Fear that's going to be watching for this. He is the player with the bomb.
Can find, though. I like the idea from Shush. They've got to try and find an avenue back in, so a flank from A main to Ivy certainly is the way to do it. Arazdos playing a nice angle. Snappy, though. What do you do for Snappy when it comes to the calling on this CT side? Because every time they've looked to take space, every time they've looked to try and get a player in the backlines, it's gone against them. And I know that we kind of amplify the calling is going to be on this T side, but I think Nip need to be a bit more proactive now. Obviously, they won the pistol, but since Fnatic have had the weapons in play, they have been the better side.
I mean, I've got no idea how Snappy can call a round like that. I mean, that is one of the strangest rounds I've seen on trade in a long time. Yeah. Like, we see BlameF push out towards main, get found early. NIP are ready for a bit of a fast push if we do have the util behind it. But next thing we know, after BlameF goes out, Ivy and Oldbomb are all under the control of Fnatic. They have all this deep space. It's almost like the CT's retaking the A bomb site. The position is just so strange that they still didn't know that what are all the players here? Is it just 2? Is it just 1? There's a lot of question marks, but Wrinkle again is able to save this AK.
He's yet to die.
Yeah, exactly.
6 rounds of play, they've lost 4 of them. He's 7-0.
This one, though, here for Nip, the fact that they do lose that, and they only are able to find 1 kill, it feels like this is where they have to take the hit and go for the half-buy. Because they know that the money isn't actually as bad as it could have been. It's not necessarily going to be this instant reset that NIP were hoping for. So you can see, finally, they're not going for the full investment. But this does give the opportunity now for Fnatic to find 5.
Not only to find 5, but they can build up a bit of a bank here.
Definitely going to be challenging to do so. NIP have always had weapons in play of some sort. So you still expect damage can be dealt. I love that we've got CZ on Ujerks. Not all too often you get to see a weapon like this anymore. Everyone favouring the 5-7 over my beloved CZ. Oh, it's being held for. The boost was coming through for the peak, but Fear has just backed away. Question is, where is Crim's going to be of this aggression? That's the experience coming through. Just gets taken down. Man advantage found from Crims. And he's just playing discipline towards the Brown Halls.
Shush not having the best of starts here, 0-4. Wrinkle, though, finding impact with the rifle. He gets the kill with the AK and instantly maneuvers towards B. I love this call. It's all kind of contingent with, okay, well, the saved AK is towards A. Let's just hurry things along towards B, and Wrinkle catches out massively. That's the bomb going down. We will see Blame F fine, but look how much damage has been dealt to him. The CZ there. Ujax, yes, he doesn't get the kill, but he does 97% of the work. Matty's now pushing through. Wrinkle. 1 versus 2. Certainly the option and the opportunity to win a round like this.
Both players have been tagged up a little bit. In particular, Blame F. Matty, if he goes down, which he won't, he passes that test, takes down Wrinkle, and finally gives Wrinkle his first death. Nice attempt from Wrinkle there. Good reposition, finds the first kill for NIP in that round after being disadvantaged, rotates it off the B, gets that bomb down as well, but he just wants to be more in the action. And I think that's something that Wrinkle has been a little bit out of, despite sort of having the most kills for NIP. It's a lot of kills sort of saving while trying to back away, while the round's already lost, but tries to get more in the action there, but Fnatic just about managed to come out on top of that engagement. AWP now on Wrinkle, 1 for Jambo as well, as Fnatic already 5 rounds on the T side. You'll see it's a pretty decent T side. It's sort of pretty average, you know? You're not looking at it as anything uncommon, but that being said, we've got plenty of rounds left of this first half. Fnatic can continue this streak.
Yeah, look, already Fnatic, they're going to be happy with how this half's gone, especially with not only the nature of Train in the past, but also the nature of Train currently is still very CT-sided. Look, I feel like a lot of maps have maneuvered from, I guess, a very heavy CT siding to a bit more of a neutral ground since the move to CS2. I still feel like Train, it's going to be a while until we see anything like that. Just based on the fact, as you said, we're still learning the kind of the meta of how Train's meant to play. Just though towards upper. Wrinkle finally with the AWP in hand. And this is where we could see a real difference in Nip's defenses. Wrinkle just holding towards Ivy. Matty's needs to be cautious. Jambo's got the AWP as well. Did Jambo just get the tag onto Arazdos there from upper?
Damage was there, what?
Yeah. And that
he did, yeah.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's ridiculous. How? Like, how? I remember the old ones back in A main, right? Spamming into Z.
Yeah, there was a number of wallbangs. I mean, yeah, you've certainly seen me go for that one quite a few times. I actually found a decent bit of success, but there's a lot of wallbangs on Train that they can come through. They're a rarity, but they are great to see. So old 1.6 type wallbangs, but yeah. Ujerk's finding that one, and this is looking really dominant here from NIP. Finally, look, they've got full weapons in play, and it looks like they're going to absolutely walk away with a dominant round. But Crim's in a 1 versus 5. Does bring it to a 1v3, but look, NIP, it's not a round where they've got SMGs. It's not a round where players are lacking in utility. And they do come on top. Don't get me wrong, a lot of gunfights that just come their way, and they are able to take them and win them, but it is still a successful round. And that's the most important thing.
Yeah. Finance Fnatic a little bit awkward. You got players like Crims and Jambo will be able to get the AK out. Matty's maybe a Galil. This is an opportunity now for Nip to not only reset the finances, but they could level up the scoreboard with the result, or level up the game, sorry, with the result of this round. And that's why Fnatic are going for a bit of a tactical pause. They realize, well, our money will be broken in the next. This is a bit of a 2 for the price of 1 type round. And the fact Fnatic are leading on the unfavored side, I think they realize, well, okay, we give Nip the chance to go back 5-5. There's a world in which we don't win this half from a 5-2 scoreline. And in doing so, it gives Nip not only a great way back into the game, but also the possibility to take the lead, to head into that second half with a lot more confidence. A pistol round could dictate the kind of the game. So I think for Fnatic, they've understood the kind of the weight and responsibility here of what round number 9 entails.
Quick up the brown halls. And see Shush just get forced back with a couple of nades as well. Has to drop the Molotov. Knows that there could be some serious speed behind this, but we'll just back away and concede this upper position to the T's for now. I do like with the new Train, to be fair, it does feel like the CTs fight for upper a lot more than they used to.
Well, it's just because the connectivity to Pop Dog now, you can just go for the peaks. It's not as though you drop in and someone's holding you and you're dead to rights and you have to throw that kind of awkward flashbang. You can silently get in the back lines, which obviously he's quite effective on that CT side. But Aristos finds Jambo, man advantage seen now for Nip, and Snappy gonna go searching. Could lose his life, but in fact it's Blame F to fall. Snappy bests him.
That's a great angle from Ujerks.
Yeah. We spot the shoulder.
Grim should have heard the drop off,
Yeah.
but I think he's questioning has he jumped back up here. Certainly got the awareness for it, but it's a two-man disadvantage for Fnatic with money going to be broken after this one. Should be all square if NIP can just do the bare minimum, but
Ujerks is able to back away.
He gets the information, doesn't he? And this is where Fnatic are kind of forced towards this B hit. It's that double setup that you were talking about.
A utility to line Shush, and that's where you can just get an easy frag. Ujerks can rotate down, and Fear in a 1v5. One plant would be nice, but Snappy surely to deny that. Ooh, bomb does get planted, but I don't think it'll have much knock-on effect. 4 survivors for Nip, so finances for them can start to look a bit nicer. And as I said, a bit of a 2 for the price of 1 type round for Nip. So 5-5, the expected outcome of round number 10. I'm so happy we're not seeing such a kind of a one-sided kind of 9-3 type scoreline. It breeds for a much more exciting finish here.
Yeah, got these final 3 rounds in play. This one is going to be a NIP round unless we see real big mistakes being made. But those final 2 rounds are still very much up in the air as well. They do come. I think if it's a 7-5 for NIP, look, yeah, there's still so much opportunity, so many chances for both teams to be able to see what they can do. Wrinkle just with the AWP at range. Finds the pressure. Flashbang is great, but he's able to back away through the smoke.
I like this from Crims. He's taking a bit of a timing. If Blame F can find Wrinkle, oh, excellent stuff. The bullet looked as though it went through Blame F's eyes. How has that not been a kill? Crims has taken all this space, and he's kind of questioning, look, where are these guys?
And they can just slow things down now. They've got some deep positions, make NIP feel uncomfortable.
That's why they're backed away into Z. They really don't feel comfortable with this A defense. Shush looking to take some space here, though, from Ivy. Spotted Blame F. Still Jambo. Elevated angle here. Jambo's P250 not connecting. Unfortunate for Jambo. Eventually will find Aristos. Ujerks has put himself into a decent position here. Ammunition a problem, but Snappy ready and Pop Dog to find him. So 5-5.
No saved door for Wrinkle here, actually. So he had to be dropped one over. Ujerks ended up just having a pistol. I don't know if he dropped his weapon to try to pick it up and just the time ended beforehand. You can see that investment has made money a little weak on a number of players for Nip. So there is a world where Fnatic can win this. NIP, they won't have a great fight in the final round of the half. But all speculation for now. As the Molotov towards Pop isn't going to deter Wrinkle in front of the flames, in between 2 mollies, in fact. And with this AWP, he wants to get aggressive, wants to get stuck in.
Again, though, look, you can see the difference between the 2 AWPers. Wrinkle's 11 and 2, Jambo's 5 and 9, and obviously conditioned with the fact that finances hasn't really been allowing for to Jambo to get the AWP out. But with the rifle, he finds Snappy. Aristos tucked away, but Jambo again, great crosshair placement. Lovely openers here, and it's a 5 versus 3. Obviously, money for Nip isn't perfect. Wrinkle found by Crims, and Fnatic seemingly to secure a 6th.
It's a really subtle thing there from Crims. He just fakes the steps away through the brown halls, makes his way back, gets posted up towards Pop, and Wrinkle thinking, okay, I can just back away here. Don't need to be so confined in Pop anymore, and just Crims takes him down. I did say money's in a bit of an awkward spot. Shush and Snappy are fine financially. If this C comes through, there won't be any issues in the last. And it does look like Fnatic might allow this save to be that factor. Obviously, they're not going to realise that sort of the slight mistake from Ujerks not saving the AWP, or even saving a weapon, in fact, did cause that reinvestment. So I think they just want to keep their own money in a solid enough spot. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of a hunt, to be fair, but I just don't think they're going to make it towards CT in time. But 6 is the minimum for Fnatic as they move on to the second half. And this is, I mean, look, this is the closest contested game we've had between these two teams. Both map 1 and 2 were super dominant from both sides, winning their opponents' map pick surprisingly as well.
Yeah, Fnatic now, though, with 6 secured on the T side, this is where we start to say and make a conversation of, look, yes, the game is close, but with it being CT-sided and with the preference for Fnatic being so CT-sided, nearly a 9% difference between their win rates on their CT and T, it leaves a, I guess, a positive spin for Fnatic in this half. Obviously, they had a hefty lead. It was, what, 5-2? NIP bring themselves back into it, but Fnatic deny the half being won from Neb.
Yeah, and I think regardless of if it ends 6-6, 7-5, Fnatic are going to be more than content with what they've achieved in this first half.
Yeah, definitely.
Giving themselves a good platform to build things off of on their CT side. Wrinkle posted up here towards uppers, so any sort of overstep, Wrinkle will connect, and there it is. Crims goes to the crouch peak, ready for Wrinkle's angle, but not quick enough to find him. Jambo's quick enough for a trade, though, and it's this one player towards B, and Jambo will get this trade. So 3 versus 3, as Jambo's position is deep, holding for these rotations.
Yeah, a bit late on this molly. CTs can make their way out. Spray from Jambo looks good. He softens up Aristos. Flashbang here for Fear. Jambo's got another one.
We've got a fight between between Blame F and Snappy towards upper. Snappy's not an AWP, so this is going to be really awkward for him to find the kill. Misses the AWP shot, and Blame F will connect, so it's a man advantage now for Fnatic.
And look at Fear's position. He's taken so much control and spots one of the CTs. I don't think he realised that Aristos was there. He spotted him. He was on his screen, but he might have just assumed, well, that's my teammate. We're the CTs, right? But look, a nice finish there for Fnatic. I guess you can say a positive spin for Nip. At least they find that kind of section of 3 rounds. Without it, it could be really scary. But the fact Fnatic win the half, if they win the pistol, this is where we begin to start saying, okay, Nip, this is where it gets a little bit scary. We're saying this game slowly getting to the latter stages, and with them now being on the T side, we aren't going to have as much impact from we saw from a player like Wrinkle. And don't get me wrong, look, Wrinkle 12 and 4 is a very impressive performance, but I think we know a fair few of those kills came from saves and stuff like that. He had a lot of impact, and he certainly restricted the finances for Fnatic, but I feel like this is where now Jambo is warmed into the game. The rifle's finally connecting. He's going to be having the AWP a little bit more often. And for Fnatic, they certainly are in the preferred spot. Jambo, nice find onto Ujerks. Opening kill going the way of Fnatic, and Jambo trying to gather some information here. He's got a teammate by his side, and oh, Matties and Jambo fall. Great double from Snappy. Wrinkle finds Fear. Man advantage now for Nip, but important kills from Crims and Blame F to put Shush in the 1 versus 2. Trying to isolate these fights. He does have this 1v1 onto Blame F, but forgets his angle. Assumes he's gone to back green. Body's shooting by Blame F. Okay. Mention how these organizations have faced against one another over 100 times.
Was it like 130 something?
Yeah, 136.
Pretty crazy amount of time. So yeah, no
That's
surprise,
not maps.
There's a bit of rivalry there.
That's series.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy how much these two have played against one another. Not specifically these rosters as much, although they certainly have quite a few times.
Yeah, and obviously, there was a time where Blame F was on Heroic. So you can assume there's been many moments where these kind of Danish players would have been either playing alongside one another, and also a vast majority of the time against one another.
I mean, look, this is the thing. NIP on paper, you look at them and say, this is going to be a tough spot. I mean, it is going to be a tough spot that it looks like they're going to lose this force by. But they are actually one of the few teams that are very good on their T-side of trade. They've got to really dig deep and show us how good that T-side is now, though. Otherwise, it does feel like Fnatic are slowly edging closer and closer to that grand final spot. Both teams are so desperate for 1 HP on Wrinkle. Snappy and Aristos have both been chipped away at as well. And 2 players here towards B. Blame F forced back from the Flames, so it's all on Crims, playing a more passive position. They're happy to concede the bomb as long as they win the round.
Great from Jambo. Jambo can get a second in the round as well, and 9 now found by Fnatic.
And with that being the full investment, it's just going to have to be the eco. We've got a couple of upgraded pistols. We can see weapons like this turn around. But it does feel like we're about to see double digits hit from Fnatic on this CT side. 3 rounds away from a grand final spot if they can win this, whether they'll be facing off, obviously, either against BC Game or TNL there, playing up the ramp. I mean, that's going to be a great semi-final to watch as well. I'd love if this sort of fairy tale story for BC Game can continue. A team that's had a really rough form.
We're also hoping for TNL, right?
Oh, look, I'm just sitting back and enjoying. There's a storyline with whatever department you sort of look at it in whatever way. And it's all on Wrinkle again.
So what we have this time, he's in a 1 versus 4. He smoked off. The bomb's down. There's no real chance. Do we want to go and do we have a little bit of a chat about that other series, or?
Yeah,
I reckon.
Brief moment.
Yeah. Obviously, you're a TNL enjoyer. I'm still somewhat skeptical. I feel like maybe BC Game could be the team that takes them down, especially because they found big.
I mean,
honestly,
the result was, as name value goes, it was big. Yeah, it was a very important roster there for, very important victory there for BC Game to be able to get that. And this is a team that, I mean, honestly, I was surprised that they took down Partan, surprised they took down Big. If they can take down TNL, I mean, look, it feels like throw stats, throw everything out the window. This grand final could be one that really is just played off of confidence in BC Game right now. It feels like they are showing that. But back into the action here of Fnatic versus Nib. So much util damage.
Yeah. Matties. Here in pot, Blame F. Great nade. Blame F finds 1 Crim's here, and look at the crunch. Blame F, Crims, and Matties get 1 kill apiece. And it's all because the second Blame F gets a kill, they overlook Crims. The second Crims gets a kill, Matties pushes up pot.
I mean, look, they're the plays that you practice in your scrims, in the practice server, and you say, this is how it's meant to go. But obviously, when you're in a natural official, things never go to plan. I mean, that couldn't have gone any better for Fnatic. 3-man advantage. You got Matties chipped away early through the flames, but it doesn't matter to him. He pushes through the molly, gets into that deep pop position. I think they assume the Molotov's going to keep him at bay, and no, the setup towards those 3 players in upper. And I said these CTs nowadays on the new train, it feels like they want to fight towards this upper position significantly more. They do it here, find the success from it. Great round from Fnatic. And it is the dynamic duo of Ujerks and Arrowsdose. I mean, these two have done miracles for this team before, but this is a miracle that feels too impossible. A 1 versus 5 for Arrowsdose. A bomb plant would be really strong, but I think Blameleff's going to deny, and he is. Fnatic with 11.
What'd you do here if you nipped? You force? Galil's fast A? Because 7 rounds down on the T side without being allowed to make a mistake is a tall task. And that's why Nip won this extra 30 seconds to talk things through quite rightly, quite understandably. And it is going to be the force. Yeah. Oh, ridiculous,
this
right?
This is an even scoreline. Yeah, this is the most competitive game that we've had between these two teams. Even if it ends 13-5, it still will be the most competitive. But Fnatic have just hit another level towards the end of the T side, finding those final 2 rounds. Winning the pistol, the force buy, and the first full investment of this second half as well. Fnatic, yeah, they want this grand final spot. They don't want anyone else to take it from them, and NIP certainly are not going to be the team to do so unless they can win this round and start something.
Yeah, it looked as though the buy for Nip, they were kind of hedging their bets with a couple Hero Galils and then the rest with Tech 9s, which I wouldn't mind that type of investment, but they are going for broke here, going for it all, realizing that if they give 12 to Fnatic with a half buy or an eco, that's where things get really scary. But this is it. Nip, all on the line, all to play for. Contact here towards Brown Halls. Or up a B and no kill C. Silent on Nip as they slink their way through Pop Dog. Blame F. Love the idea of that type of spam. Okay, well, Nip, they make their way out of Pop Dog, and then they seem like a deer in headlights. No one holding for Blame F, no one accounting for Matties. It's just so simple here for Fnatic, and barely any damage taken. Was that a full buy, or was it a knives out round? It didn't feel like Nip put any resistance there.
Yeah, it just felt a bit easy. It felt like maybe information on a certain player's position, and everyone's so hyper-focused on that, and it just allowed Fnatic to mop up. What a round from Blame F as it started off trying to go for some pop spam, but realizing, oh wait, they're already out. And then just like you said, finds the first kill, just overlooked. Second player towards Pop Wall, just not ready for Blame F to actually swing, and it's all or nothing now.
Ooh,
I suppose at
lovely.
least the saving grace for Nip is the buys can't get any worse. They didn't get a bomb plant in the last to get their investment out. Still don't have a bomb plant here, but it is all the lils.
Lovely way to find the opener. Just 2 sets of nades through the kind of the Kraken A main to land. Crims here. Crims can get one. Ooh, trade though seen from Shush. Man advantage still the way of NIP.
Fear and Matties to defend A while Blame F reclaimed Crims' position. Shush can take some space out towards B, but he is aware that Blame F could peek at any moment. Just as Shush backs away, Blame F starts to have a further look in. Could get this information that upper is clear, but in fact still just being a little more passive in his approach for now. But with less than 1 minute on the clock, NIP, they are going to be heading towards A.
Yeah, Fear stays disciplined and trained on this angle. He gets a free kill onto Arazos. It is still this double B setup. But look, Fear never gets checked here. Surely not. Yeah, freebie there. The final 3 making their way out towards A. Fear has been spotted and found, though. Should be a fairly early indicator that it was going to be this A play. You don't really have someone late Ivy if it's not going to be a playthrough A. Matty's now with work to do. Oh, Matty's finds Ujax, and Shush is progressing as well. Shush found here too, and it's all for Matty's. Wrinkle now the 1 versus 2, and Matty's will find all 3. Blame F was a flank, but he's not even needed. Game, set, match, grand final, Fnatic, NIP. It was 5-5. We were saying how we were thankful that this game was heating up and getting close, and that it wasn't going to be a repeat. But look, same scoreline as what we saw in Inferno, 13-5, but this time the way of Fnatic. The success from Jambo on map 1, it doesn't go unnoticed. There is still that success. I was so worried that Jambo was just going to destroy on map 1 and still Fnatic lose, but an excellent performance. What a game, what a performance. And now all they have to do is just wait for the outcome of that BC game TNL match to find out who they're facing in the grand finals. But Fnatic, what a performance.
Oh, look, we know Fnatic are going to be watching that second semi-final, figuring out exactly who they're going to be facing off against. But what a showing from Fnatic. This is sort of one of the best displays I've actually seen from them in a decent amount of time. Against a roster like Nip as well, who no slouch. They definitely came into this game with sort of as equal a chance as Fnatic to be able to take it. But look, we've highlighted the recent form for Fnatic. This is going to be another really big result for them in recent history. Look, we saw them win sort of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Saw them get in the finals of Glitched Masters. Now in the finals of the Proving Ground Season 1. Fnatic, they are showing no signs of slowing down. And I think this team's really started to sort of hit that second wind in on train. Look, it became competitive, but as soon as it felt like they won that first half, I think they knew where this game was headed. And I think they showed that they knew. Everyone was stepping up. Matty's towards the end of play that we haven't really sung his praises all too much this game, just because there's been so many different players stepping up. Jambo on map number 1, Blame F with a lot of big moments. But this is as much of a team performance as Fnatic are ever going to get. This is how it goes. This is what their game plan's all about. I think the calling from Fear was really spot on. I think you had a lot of clutch moments from players like Crims, and then you got the sort of 3 fraggers who had as much impact as we were expecting them to have. Fnatic deservedly that first grand final spot. As NIP fell a bit short today. We didn't get to exactly see the nip that I think we've seen in recent history. I think it was a bit of a bad day at the office that was sort of amplified by how well Fnatic were playing. Not just individually, but the game plan was spot on. They knew exactly what they wanted to do and executed perfectly.
Yeah, and obviously we've mentioned how Fnatic on train usually only just pip nip. It's always these 13-11s. It's always these really, really close games. Not today. Pretty dominant from Fnatic, and I think it kind of seals their kind of decision that train is a map that they might now look to pick a little bit more often. It was an exceptional performance from them. Obviously, though, with Fnatic being our first grand finalist, we do have another series up and coming. We can bring up kind of the bracket, have a little bit of a chat of maybe the hypotheticals of what we can expect. I've kind of already coined this series and the victory for Fnatic holding so much weight because obviously taking down NIP, they come into this event as the highest ranked team. So we're expecting to kind of see whoever takes them down in the semifinals or if they can take it. Whereas BC Game, not been on the best of form. TNL, okay, yes, they are looking really good and making waves, but this is still TNL. This is still a team that aren't going to have the same level of experience and honestly the same level of firepower. Don't get me wrong, they have been really impressive, but the way that Fnatic played today, the way that players like Jambo, like BlameF, like obviously Matties, I feel like Fnatic are just that one step above. But look, I'm
I mean, that's
so
the argument,
excited.
isn't it, though?
Yeah.
You have TNL, this really young team, sort of hot form. I think everyone that's here, probably apart from BC Game, was also really hot form coming into this semi-final. And I think you've got Fnatic waiting for the grand final. Potentially, if TNL are the ones to make it there, you've got the young guns are very inexperienced. A lot of these teams being their first sort of roster here, and it's just at the start of this year coming up against some of the veterans of Fnatic. I think there's so many different arguments, so many different storylines that can be built up, and these we've still got one semi-final, before we can decide that second grand final spot. It's really heating up here in the Proving Grounds.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, that second semi-final will be kicking off at midday CST. So in about 45 minutes time, look, guys, you've got some time. Maybe make yourself some food, grab yourself a good drink, because obviously we've got a lot more Counter-Strike to be seen. We've still got the opportunity for 6 maps. We've still got the semi-final, and then obviously that grand final spot. It won't be me and Charlie on the mic. You'll be joined by the wonderful duo of M&J and Wild Deity. So make sure you guys do show them some love for those games. I'm going to be watching along as well because I am so
day, of course, of the Proving Grounds. If you've already been tuning in, you know a game has already gone by. But now we're about to find the final finalist and see where that final match is going to go. It's going to be Waldadian, MNG, the rest of. Of course, the names are a bit of a gaslight. I'm not MNJ, he's not Waldadi, but it should be flipped around. But you get the. Are you cosplaying?
I wasn't trying to. But to be fair, I was the first one to put a shirt on. Yeah, it's been an interesting ride here, hasn't it? Obviously, that Nip Fnatic game earlier on today really delivered in a similar theme to some of the other playoffs games that we've had, where it's gone to 3 maps, but it's kind of superficially close because all 3 maps are very one-sided. So I think Fnatic definitely the worthy first spot in the grand finals. For the other side of the bracket, of course, we've got BC Game, TNL to try and work out who's going to be joining them. And in our grand final, we'll be crowning our champion a little bit later on. And yeah, this, to be honest, for the left-hand side of the bracket, I can't help but feel that this whole bracket is a little bit left heavy, right? When you look at some of the teams that we had in the quarterfinals and the semifinals on that left-hand side, there's some real hard hitters that I think absolutely any one of those 4 could have been in that grand final spot. On the other side of things, I do feel like there's a couple of sort of weaker links that, yeah, maybe made this route a tiny bit easier. For TNL, for example, making light work of BetClick yesterday. For BC Game, remember we saw that crazy upset against Big. They clawed it back on the 3rd map. I don't think anyone was really expecting that result. And, well, we got it, and now they're here.
Yeah, and I think looking at the other side of the bracket, right, in the matchup between NIP Fnatic, it could have been anyone's game, but I was slightly leaning towards NIP. What were your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, I think we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? I said to you, you know, who do you favor a little bit more out of NIP and Fnatic? And I think we both agreed that on a consistency level, NIP are just that little bit better, right? When Fnatic have got Blamer for Matties playing out of their mind, then they can be a better team, absolutely. But in terms of sort of all 5 and that consistency level, I think we both sort of did favor NIP in that matchup a little bit. So unfortunate for them, they weren't able to make it through. But yeah, we're still going to have a banger grand finals later.
Absolutely. Regardless of who makes it through, BC Game or TNL, this is going to be really, really hotly contested. I think the fact that TNL had no issues going through Apogee, going through 9, and the fact that BC Game showed us such a high ceiling when they were able to come back against Big, not on their own map pick, but on Big's best map, and then in the decider after they were down like 8-3 or something. Although there were quite a few mistakes from Big, don't get me wrong, BC Game did an incredible job, so I can't wait to see who's actually going to be making it through to take the throne of Fnatic, who's already waiting for them at the end of the road.
Well, we'll take a look at these rosters, sort of talk you through some of the harder hitters of the tournament so far. There's the TNL boys up first. Yeah, Can, Davi, Fleerax, Onyx, and Nife. Can has been absolutely nuts. He was fantastic yesterday in their quarterfinals matchup against BetClick. He just, you know, was putting up some amazing numbers, a 1.54 rating. He went 47 to 27 across the best of 3 series and was by far and away that superstar. Now, whilst it's amazing to have a player that's outputting that kind of damage on your team, there is also then that added pressure that he has to perform today. And if he doesn't, and he has one of those quiet days, then, you know, their run, their chance at the tournament sort of goes alongside it. But if he does step up, he can absolutely make or break their day. And for a team like TNL, who are still climbing in the rankings, and actually they're in a very, very interesting and quite unique position where they're right on the cusp of getting some really big invites, yeah? When we compare like the VRS rankings between them and BC Game, for example, TNL are 31st in the world, right? They are literally on the cusp of big tier 1 invites. And a win, like 2 wins today, winning the tournament would absolutely propel them up a few places. And then they will be getting some tier 1 invites over the next couple of months. And that is exciting stuff.
Yeah, and we look at the other side for BC Game. This is also a big. like it has quite the significance here, right? Because BC Game, they know that they haven't been performing at the level that should be expected of this team. Now, obviously, a little while ago, BC Game were thrust into the deep end of the pool when they had to fight up against teams like FaZe, Mouse, Heroic Bait, and it's obviously hard to consistently get good results on them when you haven't really fleshed out fully as a team. But now's their time. This is when they need to prove that when they are thrown into a caliber, they are able to furnish very, very consistent wins. Otherwise, I feel like their status as a threat to the tier just becomes very diminished.
Well, they looked impressive and they showed us some real resilience yesterday against Big to win that third map. But I'm going to be honest, I watched their game. Excuse me. Jeez, my throat is killing me today. Watched their game last night, actually. It was in the Galaxy Battle playoffs, and they played up against X-Saber, right? Now, if you're not familiar with those guys, they're quite a new, like, Ukrainian roster. They're like a middle-bottom advanced team, yeah? This should have been a huge David and Goliath. BC Game should have absolutely smashed them, and they didn't. It was way too close. It went to a third map. BC Game picked Dust 2 in that series, and it was miserable. There were so many mistakes. They looked unbelievably disjointed and lost, and they kind of got smashed on it. So I've gone from feeling very confident about BC Game after a strong win against Big yesterday to now starting to worry a little bit, because even though they won that series last night, they did not look comfortable at all against the team that they were supposed to be levels ahead of. So hopefully they've woken up today and they're going to give us something a little bit better. And, you know, they're locked in again for as deep a run as they can take here in the Proving Grounds. There's the V2 on your screen, though. Train pick by TNL. BC Game jumping into Mirage and Anubis as that decider. TNL picking into Train is a little bit of a scary one. We saw that come up in the series yesterday against BetClick. If you remember correctly, that series yesterday, BetClick picked Nuke. TNL absolutely dominated them 13-2. Then when we went into TNL's map picker Train, they just went completely missing. We were dead set on a 2-0. It didn't end up being the case, and they lost it 13-3. So if BC Game have been doing their homework and TNL haven't sort of learned from some of the mistakes they made yesterday, we could see some problems here in map one.
The interesting thing, though, is the fact that BC Game have had similar issues on Train. We saw them against Big yesterday. That was actually supposed to be one of the maps where they would have found some decent comfort, right? We were already talking about how Train, that was one map where they could surprise Big so that they wouldn't have to beat Goliath on his own map pick. But they completely fell apart. They had 4 rounds to show for it. And I feel like TNL are probably approaching this from the perspective that not only has it generally been a good map for TNL and that they can probably bounce back on it despite a bad loss, but also that BC Game have shown consistently that they will struggle on it, right? BC Game don't have much of a sample. The times that they have played it, they've not had good performances. So TNL not only want to lean into one of their better maps, but they also want to press on perhaps an exposed area for BC Game. And if you look at the rest of the video, there's not really much that BC Game can scurry off to. Like, they end up picking into Mirage, which again is like really, really good for TNL. In fact, it's one of their best maps. The only real good ban that BC Game could have done was Ancient. They did that because that's like almost closing in on 100% win rate for TNL. But other than that, like most of the time, like as far as the sample sizes are concerned, BC Game will have to play maps that they have largely been uncomfortable on. They don't get to play their bread and butter of Inferno. They don't get to play Ancient. It's definitely rough playing a team like TNL with as wide of a map pool.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's kind of wild that we're going into a semi-finals, and the first map is a map that came up in both best of threes yesterday, and both teams got absolutely smashed on it, right? 13-4 and 13-3. Almost feels like a little bit of a clash of trash as we go into this first map, but it is the TNL pick, and as you say, they've had good results on it previously, so even though that sort of bad game yesterday may plague them a little bit, you can sort of lean on it a little bit more as, yeah, we expect better things out of them. But yeah, I don't know. I was wildly unimpressed with their train yesterday against Apogee. They haven't had a lot of time to sort of watch that back and fix any of those issues that were occurring. I hope that they have, but you know, it's not an easy one. in terms of individuals, right? We were talking about, of course, Ken on TNL. For BC Game, in terms of the stats, right? Weirdly, at the moment, Cypher's their highest rated player, but he certainly hasn't been the one that's been stepping up in the tournament so far. Kakanito has been pretty crazy. Yesterday against Big, he had an exceptional performance. I think he was honestly the main reason that they were able to sort of edge ahead in that third map and actually win the series as a whole. So I think there's going to be some pressure and some expectation on him today to deliver as well, because if he doesn't step up, they're going to be doing this on hard mode.
Yeah, for TNL, I think the individuals really do matter. But I am happy to report that yesterday we did end up, like, contrary to what the general theme has been for TNL, we did end up seeing their performances be distributed kind of fairly across the team. Like, we saw some really good stuff come out of Dawi. There were moments where Flareax was really good. I've had a couple of moments. So, like, the attention wasn't always on Cairn. Now, on the other side, I feel like. It's really important that you did bring up the stars, because yesterday most of the show was being carried by Kakanito's performance. So yeah, you're right. Individuals are going to matter. And unfortunately, is it like one of BC Games pieces that always turns up? Like, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's something they can rely on.
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of the thing. There are those slight inconsistencies in terms of his performances. Now, it's difficult to go off some of those previous matches because, as we established before, a lot of them are against some very, very high caliber opponents. And actually, Kakanito went very missing yesterday, last night, in that best of three that I was talking about against X Saber. He had a good map one, and then he had a bit of a stinker in map 2 and 3. So yeah, it's tough, but I'm going to focus on his performances in this tournament so far specifically. And it has to be said, he was very good in the series against Partizan. He had a slow map 1 and then a fantastic map 2 and 3. And he did exactly the same in the match against Big, actually. He had a really slow map on Train, and then he was exceptional on Mirage and Inferno. He actually went 26 and 14 in that Inferno game. So yeah, just absolutely popping off. So if we're focusing on sort of his little bubble, which is the proving grounds right now, then there is expectation for him to perform. But yeah, outside of that, there have definitely been some slower performances from him. And as I say, just as recently as last night, a difficult showing from him against a team that he should be running circles around. Frankly, that was a game, and the reason that I highlight it, and it sounds like I'm being a little bit toxic here, but they were really supposed to win that game, especially after the first map. That was just supposed to be like a comfortable 2-0, and it looked anything but that. And you could see on the cams as well. I don't know if it was if it was fatigue or just the fact that it was getting a bit late and whatnot. But Nork was looking pissed. Like every time it goes to the cams, they were losing on Dust 2. He had his head in his hands. He was just like the morale was all-time low for BC Game as we like went into that third map. You kept seeing it on the cameras. And yeah, they need to make sure that they sort of keep that confidence, that positive mental attitude going into today. Because if we sort of see, like, again, on the cams, you see Nork head in his hands, and sort of sitting back and looking like deflated. It's just not what you want out of your AWPer. He needs to be delivering today, he needs to be hitting shots. And if he doesn't, they're going to have issues.
Yeah, and while we're on the subject of individuals not having great performances recently, right? Cypher up against Big yesterday just didn't have a game that is at all indicative of Cypher actually playing the game, right? Like it's like there's one version of Cypher that we've all grown to love, and the brand around him now has, where he's just hitting crazy shots, he's hitting massive flanks, he's always able to find some really nice timings on players. But then there's this version, which is unfortunately getting outfragged by everybody else. And uh, I just feel like for a player of the caliber of Cypher, that should never be happening. Like, I genuinely touted Cypher as one of those players that when you're going up against teams like X Saber, like, you would just be hard smurfing all over them, right? It should not be a problem at all. But yesterday against Big, looked completely deflated. And, you said that about Nog, but I could also say that about Cypher.
Yeah, I guess so. It was kind of weird, Cypher's performance yesterday against Big, actually, because he had an all right map 1. I don't think any of them really had like a particularly good map 1. Mirage, he was pretty good. He went 18 and 10. He was very good, actually. And then on Inferno, he just went completely missing. And honestly, he was very lucky that Kakanito went big there in that map because he went 6 and 21. So if there wasn't somebody on the other end of the scoreboard sort of balancing out those numbers a little bit, I think he may have actually been the bottleneck that caused them the loss there because he just went completely missing. He was absent on Inferno. And again, talking about win conditions today, that can't afford to happen. They've got potentially 6 maps ahead of them. They've got 2 best of 3s to play today if they can overcome this first hurdle. And yeah, you can't be getting fatigued as you go into the 3rd map of a series and just going completely missing. That's actually the most important map of a series, right? That's the one where you've got to kind of pull out all the stops and yeah, have that afterburner energy, I think, sort of kick in a little bit. And it has felt like, certainly yesterday, that was not the case for certain individuals. So, seems like we're ready to get into the action. Sorry for the slightly extended segment, folks. There were some issues with the players getting into the server. But we are good to go. With our second semi-final of the day, we're going to be crowning our next grand finalist. Joining Fnatic a little bit later on this evening. BC Game on their CT side, TNL on the attack. Onic is the man with the util. And they're ready to get things rolling here as they lean towards the Brown Halls.
We are mere hours away from figuring out who will be going against Fnatic in the grand finals. We are inches away from seeing some chaos here on B. Kakanito wanting to push in with the dualies. It's a whiff of the action. There it is. First head on the chopping block from Knife. And Kakanito will be able to get away uncontested. Which means that now TNL will be forced to route their efforts elsewhere. Slow things down. Try and figure out where you can go. But that initial aggression completely pummeled. Oh wow, what a shot from Prime Taps.
This is a nice sort of statement to make early, isn't it? We mean business. We're not going to give you these early opportunities.
Oh.
An aggressive into A main. Cypher smashes 2 heads. And you can see on the cam, just before we switched over to Prime Taps, that little roar. Getting it going. Winding it back to an epic lad. Get the screams. Get the vocal cords loud. It's the semi-finals. You've got to rally up the troops. And yeah, a fantastic start from BC Game. On their opponent's map picker train, getting the pistol round, getting the ball rolling as early as possible is absolutely key. And an interesting force buy here from TNL, who had no success in the pistol.
Man, you know, it's interesting that you brought up the energy because although I fully agree that you're going to have to rile yourself up, you're going to have to bring that energy to the table if you want to make it to finals. But you also need to be a bit conservative. You cannot let yourself gas out before the finals. Oh, Knife instantly punished by Knock. Ready to unleash lead into their bodies, and it is a 3K. Prime Taps propel BC Game to a 2nd round.
Light work of that. Another single casualty. And they're breezing through as they go into round number 3. 2 deaths so far. And, well, I'm not expecting that to change, to be honest. So we go up against what is effectively a full eco. 4 Desert Eagles now. As TNL save their pennies for the next. Quick little technical pause before we go any further. But yeah, good opportunity here for BC Game to rack up a little bit more money. Build up the bank account. Put themselves firmly ahead as early as possible. Yeah, definitely looks like they're out of the gates hot here.
Yeah, not sure why we're seeing a technical pause, but also a bit of a chance for BC Game to cool down. I can hear ticks in the chat, so that's good news. Should be underway with the action in just a moment.
Yeah, that's normally the rule of thumb. Ticks in the chat when there's no timeout is bad. Ticks in
You know what I do?
Timeout, it's good.
So like let me give the audience a little peek behind the curtain. So every time I've ever played on a match that was broadcasted, because I've done like I've had a tiny competitive stint, I start typing in the chat when there's a technical pause, just so that there would be ticks in the chat and that so the broadcasters would think it's about to be unpaused, but it won't be.
criminal. It's cruel.
That's just a benefit. Like you can be a little bit extra toxic if you know what's going on behind the scenes.
It runs deep. A few years ago, I played in Epic LAN, and we had a group stage match against these guys that like we kind of had like a friendly rivalry with. And when they were on map point, we used all of our technical pause time. we just we went to the bar and we were just continuing technical pause, and going like, what is going on? Like, what's the technical pause? And one of my friends typed with his fully working keyboard, "Sorry, my keyboard is broken." And we were like, "Oh, okay." And
okay, yeah, that checks out.
yeah, it checks out, man. And we killed it.
It's kind of like
it's
kind of like someone going to the doctor and just like kicking the ground and saying, "I can't put any weight on this foot."
yeah.
I just can't seem to stand on it.
While standing on one leg. The bad leg.
The bad leg. Yes.
The bad leg.
The bad leg would be a cool name for a team.
That actually
If,
would.
if TNL was TBL instead. The naughty leg.
I think I've told you this before, but there used to be a mixed team in like UKTS, played like a couple of like Insomnia lands and stuff. And they had a player that only had one arm, and he would
yeah, like the team was called Nine Arms, right?
It was called Nine Arms. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. That's very cool. I like it when people embrace stuff like that.
And they were good as well. I think they made it out of groups. They were a decent team. But no excuses, guys. If you're sat, hard stuck level 7, you need to lock in. It's not your teammates. I'm telling you.
Josh actively looking in the mirror as he useless.
But they're looking at me and going, "This guy's too old."
Yeah, it's just. I mean, to a Team Spirit Academy scout, you're like ancient. You're 60 years old.
For real. I'm getting there.
I mean, we
What does
are
that make
kind of
you?
old, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a dinosaur.
What's your favorite dinosaur?
I'm only like 3 years away from being used for fossil fuels. My favorite dinosaur is, wait, hang on, this one's a really hard one. Okay, my favorite dinosaur is a T-Rex. I like T-Rexes.
Right, yeah. Cool, yeah, me too.
I had to bail on that one. Oh wait, I have another one. Potero, but what's the long one again?
One of the flies.
Yeah, the
You don't
Flyosaur, yeah.
pronounce- you don't, yeah, Flyosaurus, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Oh, or the one that still exists, Rhinoceros.
Yeah, I like those as well.
Pretty crazy that rhinos actually exist, huh?
Yeah, it is. They're like African unicorns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they're more impressive than unicorns.
Yeah, weirdly, because they're like jacked, right?
Yeah, because rhinos are naturally occurring while unicorns are created by some sweaty nerds in Silicon Valley.
Oh yeah, and there's that. Do we actually have any word on what the technical issue is?
No, I'm just having a good time with you, buddy.
Yeah, me too.
I think you and I need to go on a little 1v1 adventure.
What, against
I-
against each other, or where we just go around and try and find shopping mall 1v1 tournaments and just
Yeah, that's the
destroy
move.
kids?
That's the move, isn't it? I mean,
We can
like
make
it's
a
interesting.
series
Like
out of that.
you talked about like bullying little Danish kids, at a 1v1 tournament, but I also had a 1v1 when I was 10 years old. It was at school. I lost.
That's where the gym
Oh, and there,
started.
yeah, and then there's the one I had when I was 11.
Uh-huh.
My brother beat my ass.
Ah. You won any fights yet?
I mean, I'm hoping you and I get into one soon.
Iron Mans.
And try and clean up the record a little.
This feels like YouTuber boxing. This feels like was it Jake or Logan Paul that fought yeah, one of the players was missing, and yeah, we ended up with yeah, just tech reasons actually. But either way, it's ironed out now, and we are good to go once again. Just the pistols here for TNL, so low expectations for this round, but a very nice shot, and maybe I underestimate the ability when it comes to these hand cannons. Because Nork has been taken out, as will Cypher follow suit. And a 5v3. This gets dangerous.
Okay, Prime Tap's trying to recover it though. Nexa takes down Flareax, so although it was a really good start with a couple of shots, unfortunately it's not going to convert much for TNL yet. But there's still a chance. Got 3 Deagles still distributed among 3 very heavy hitters. Knife, having recovered an M4, actually could be doing some heavy lifting here. Snuck all the way into B. Now he's going to try and usher his teammate in as well. Should have an idea that Prime Taps is in the back, but does Prime Taps expose? No, he's going to let his teammate die. And with Karen away, it's still a 2v2 as Knife has stayed alive. Dawi, his position's going to be of the essence. Do they kill the first flare quickly enough for them to be able to check the flank? That is my question, and I think it's going to be answered soon, Josh.
Bomb's going to be tapped. Oh, that's a huge whiff from Davi. That could have won him the round right there. Prime Taps on the bomb. Nife realizes surely he's got a kit. And we'll call his bluff, but it's the wrong call to make. Peeks out at the end as well. Felt a little unnecessary. He'll go down to Kakanito's M4. That was a very good attempt for a pistol buy like that, but one that they absolutely could have converted if it wasn't for Davi's whiff there towards Connector. That would have gone a 2v1 in their favor, and they could have just crunched down on the last. Oh, look at it. Hard to watch. But 3-0.
Oh, wow. Karen doesn't even know what he's shooting at, but just the intuition of a pro player carries him. 4v5 now. TNL not off to the best start, but with an entry frag like that, maybe we can see something more.
What's good team?
Already a much better start to train than we expected, but yeah, Knock willing to return the favor to Cairn.
Just peeking before that flash pops. If you're against a rifle there, there's a decent chance he's already turned away against the AWP. You'd be pretty confident he's going to stay scoped in on that angle. Still go for a pot shot, catch you out on the peak. Next up, tucked in behind the bomb site. They've lost the numbers. Amount of advantage leans in the favour of TNL as it has since the start. We saw that opening duel won by Can. Knock scoped in. Deep angle. If they emerge out of Ivy, he'll have the advantage. He's bouncing between the two. On it coming out from the red train. It's going to be a bit of a double peak, but oh, the timing's a little bit off. And Norca Nexa are able to pull this back.
Oh, look at this. They're circling around the bomb side. Flareax will be the one to draw first blood, but it's still a 2-on-2. AWP forced off the angle. Now Knock needs to take a completely different route. Or just wait out the Molotov. He's got Prime Taps right next to him as well. I mean, it's kind of doable in a 2v2. He's going to wait for his teammate to come through from Long Dog, which is going to take a while, but still, I'm not even halfway taken down by the time they can start to negotiate. They previously had a decent idea that Prime Taps was playing all the way from Connector. They get a little blindsided by the rotation. Not ready, and how does Prime Taps get away with it?
Wow.
Even though he fumbled around with just moving poorly, he's still able to connect shots onto both. And BC Game are up 4-0 now, regardless of how it started.
Jeez, yeah, that felt like a round in the bag for TNL, to be honest. I thought it was a slight mistake after Norca found those 2 kills. To let that plant go down, to fall back and play the 2v2. As soon as Nexa died. Thought they'd kind of try and re-establish a bit of space, try and support him on the bomb site. They play the gamble, it pays off. Onic already out. Deep towards the red train. In the chaos of it all, Can's going to bomb it up Ivy.
Oh, wow.
And another mega entry. Back-to-back rounds now where he's drawn first blood. But they've got to convert here.
Yeah, but this time Dowie's adding to the tally as well. Wow,
Ooh.
Prime Taps found through the smoke. And surely, even though BC Game have been making great recoveries, this might be too tall of an order. Missed shot will mean that Dowie, although he sloppily pushes through the smoke, will still be able to win that engagement. Kakanito, the heavy hitter of yesterday, will he carry today? Unfortunately, not in this round. He's got to fork this one over, forfeit this round. No reason to throw that weapon away. In fact, I'd have to fight for it. Oh, good shot from Knife.
Yeah, 1v5, a little too ambitious there. So, first on the board for TNL, it comes off of the back of Can just saying, I'm fed up with this. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Massive entries and, yeah, really, really good showing. Perhaps the start of more to come. An expensive round in the last for BC Game. Remember the one that they won prior, they only kept 2 players alive. So, Buy actually isn't great here despite winning 4 in a row early. Got Nexa and Cypher down to the pistols. Rest with the rifles, they're trying to get aggressive here. And Ken again pops 2. Gets traded, but swings the numbers, tips the scales. Rotation desperately coming over. Nork's got to go big here.
Oh, look at this Dowie. He tries to get a double. Intercepted by Prime Taps, so nade to try and pop the smoke. But dealing with this one defender will be really difficult. Onyx has the most mobility with the weapon he has, but he just doesn't have the HP to come out of low way. Your feet show first, and you can quickly go down. In the meantime, though, Flareaxe has been taken care of. Prime Tap's going for a little peek off the ladder. With just being 1 bullet away, Nexo will switch to the sidearm to finish the job. So a much better, much more composed showing from BC Game today.
Definitely, yeah. To be honest, I think both of their matches yesterday looked a little bit frantic. This is a team that we haven't really seen play very much at all in the last few months. So maybe just having some of those teething issues, but finding their form and consistency now, recognizing that yesterday was a little bit scrappy. Show that level of consistency today. It's beautiful footwork from Prime Taps in that last round to maneuver his way around the blue train on B and find 2 kills. And it's a sick entry from Nork. Had the spawn. Doesn't let go of that W key. As he flies up the ramp, draws first blood. It's got to be said right now, we were talking about some of the harder hitters for this BC Game team, saying the pressure's on for Kakanito to deliver, for Cypher to deliver. What I was not expecting was an 11-1 start from Prime Taps. And perhaps a 6th round here for BC Game as they have a 2-man advantage already.
This is definitely a case of Prime Taps playing out of his mind. Hitting every single shot, finding really good timings, and even when he seems to fumble, he's able to quickly recover. Just the chaotic nature of Drain, every round can still be swung back in your favor. For Knife, missing a big opportunity here to find a bit of a freebie. Molly to the back of the site, poking around, unable to connect anything on the second engagement. In the meantime, BC Game recognized that there might be a little bit more attention towards B. Onyx trying to create enough space for himself to start getting this bomb down, and Knife will be joining him soon. Waiting behind the smoke. CT's ready and waiting! No! There's no way they're getting away with so much! Onyx and Knife, they clean house! How have they gotten away with this?
Just ridiculous. A bit of an unforgivable round to lose here if you're BC Game. A sniper activating beautifully early on. A little bit of luck on the side from Nifty there, no doubt about that, but missed shots that cannot be afforded. And a second on the board from TNL. They'll call a tactical pause off of the back of it just to cool off, I think. That was a chaotic round. Try and work out what the money's going to be looking like for the CTs here as well. We already saw after the 1 round loss, they were down to a couple of pistols alongside the rifles. For this second, it's even worse. 357s, an MP9, and a FAMAS. Lacking on the util. Only 1 helmet. It's on Kakanito. Not going to matter too much against the AKs, but optimistic. to expect a 6th round out of this. So if TNL can win here, then they're pretty much able to claw this right back. We'll go 5-4.
Akanito still providing some resistance though. MP9 making quick work of one. How far does this go? Probably not at all. Tawi trying to keep things clean. Unfortunately, Kakanito doesn't really have quite the long-range weapon. Knock distance from the action too. So TNL should be able to get away with one more. And this is just such a huge blunder from BC Game. Now, the chance of bolstering the CT side even further being given up, and that too to like a 2v4, you can hardly blame them with how good Onyx was looking, with how good Knifey was, with his little prediction that there would be a player waiting behind the smoke for it to fade. But at some point, you just have to bank on your numbers advantage working out, even if your enemy team is hitting some really good shots. So TNL right back in the picture. In fact, they could also be in the director's chair with 4 rounds being teed up for them, and that too on the disadvantageous side that they haven't picked into.
Yeah, it's just a really good example of the knife's edge that Counter-Strike balances on so often, right? What should have been a 6-1 scoreline, a round that was as good as sealed for BC Game, ends up going the other way. It breaks their economy. They lose the following round. And as a result, there's still no money. So instead of this going 6-1, we'll see this go 5-4. This butterfly effect that causes some major issues. A half buy back into this round. There's actually a little bit more money than anticipated, but either way. It is just that sort of FAMAS that was pulled over from Nork that could maybe do some extra damage here. Another buy up in the next. Minute burnt on this Kakanito. Ooh. A little bit of a drive-by, hits the dink, insta-traded back. TNL are going to work their way out,
Oh, some team damage. But it's still just a comfortable position for TNL. All they've got to do is dot their I's, cross their T's. And a 4th guaranteed now. BC Game should be able to start fighting back soon, but I can't help but just look back at the missed opportunity of maybe coasting to 6 rounds, right, Josh?
Yeah, would have put him in a strong position. Instead, now...
Also, I think TNL's money after that would have been weird, so I wasn't quite keeping track of the economy, so maybe it wouldn't have been, but I think the prospect of having 7 rounds without having to fight against, like, full guns, that's been a big opportunity that's been given up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the time, TNL were on a buy. So, yeah, whilst they definitely had the loss bonus, I think it would have been one of those sort of max loss bonus rounds where everyone's on, like, sort of like 35, 3,600, but it's not really enough to go for a full buy. So it probably would have just been like half investment or Galils or something like that. But, yeah, as you say, that opportunity missed. We now go into a tactical pause for BC Game. And yeah, an important one, to be honest. They've got to work out how to convert these last few rounds of the half. Otherwise, TNL might be able to take the lead here. And that would be pretty painful, all things considered. Here we go, back onto the buy. Prime taps went from 11-1 to 11-4. And a couple of those bigger pieces still quite quiet. They need to get loud again.
Oh yeah, at some point you can't really just keep blaming the one round that slipped by you, right? Swing rounds are always going to be a thing in CS, so now that they fumbled it, they still need to show that they are better on those gun rounds. They still have the chance to get an 8-4 half finish. Does it start now is my question. And Kakanito looking to answer it soon. He's got a little wallbang lineup, I think. Or he's just waiting for the flashbang.
I'm not sure. I guess he's just playing anti, but just a coincidence. The crosshair is on the money. Onyx and Davi. Mega entries out, though. And expecting Kakanito so close. It seems like they've worked out the BC game recipe. They just toss it in the trash oh so quickly. Onyx pressing for more, won't get it, but it's not going to matter. Even that kill shouldn't incentivize Prime Taps to go for this round. And, well, that false sense of hope that it gives him ushers him into a overly aggressive peak that loses him his life. Oh, God. There we go. Second time's the charm. Flareax will tie things up.
Flareax actually gets away with that. I mean, Knock already knows he's coming and still allowed to go for a second repeat. And now everything is even Steven for TNL. BC game will be trying to claw back. They'll be playing that uphill fight. They don't even have too many resources to do it with. Buying down to around $1,000 a pop, and with the resurgence that TNL have had, obviously the loss bonus is now starting to look good for BC game. And not too many rounds available to take advantage of what should have been favorable for you. Swing round turning into so much more for TNL.
They'll clear out
There
one.
we go.
Yeah, they'll hear that. Second set of flames going onto the back of the bomb site will send Kakanito right out into the open as well. This is still a fairly hefty buy. I mean, they'll have the loss bonus and another in the next, but a round that you're expected to do a bit of damage in, BC game don't. They fall very, very short of that. The one kill onto Nifa, and that is it. Prime Taps are next. They'll look to just survive. TNL have no real reason to allow this. They'll be going into the final of the half in the next, and plenty of money to reinvest. Again, should have a freebie here. Not quite a freebie, still a kill. Looks like they'll let Nexa survive.
No, they won't. And at this point, you've got to wonder what has been going wrong, because TNL, so many times, they're just winning out on those duels. Their utility's looking outstanding outside. And even when BC Game are trying to find specific solutions to what TNL are doing outside, it just doesn't seem to work. You were right earlier. The anti-flash position was being played by Kakanito. They were still able to overwhelm him. And BC Game going for a tactical pause. I wouldn't have hated it even if it came in a little bit sooner, because things have not been the same after the swing round from TNL. BC Game, they need to make this a little bit better. They need to at least get even rounds by the time halftime swings around. They've already beaten one of the Goliaths of the tournament, Big, obviously a very highly ranked team. But TNL is kind of a similar prospect, right? We've already had the conversation about how, based on their VRS points, they're now getting into the convo about being invited into the bigger tournaments. So they'll have their spot in the limelight. A couple months ago, within the last month, they've also had a bit of a stint in Tier 1 BC games, so it's not like they didn't get to experience that. Shots from Cypher, though. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Needs a little bit more here. As the flames are at his feet. Oh, wow. Davi says no. Good trade back by Kakanito. He's played this position in the past. Flashbang goes out. It'll be turned. Brilliant footwork from the man that we called upon at the start of this game to stand and deliver. And it takes him a while to get into his groove, but now he has. Looking to add more to his tally. Solidify this multi-kill on Inferno with his knife out. Oh, does switch to the gun just in the nick of time. Kakanito over-presses a little bit there, but it shouldn't matter. Still going to be a BC game round through and through, surely. Nifu will have a go at this. Clark just got the bomb on his back, but 40 seconds. 3 to find. And Nexa locked in on his angles. So BC Game shouldn't be completely plagued. As there you go. Nork will finish it off, and 6-6. I mean, they're going to be feeling really frustrated that they had a major advantage to go 6-1. They end up choking the round, and they basically choked the rest of the half off of the back of it. But yeah, tying it up at the end there was important, and they've got to take that as a silver lining and try and roll with it.
Is that silver lining going to be enough, though, Josh? I just feel like so much. I just feel like so much of what we saw from BC Game came off the back of just Prime Taps disallowing anything in the first few rounds of the first half. But since then, he's been completely quiet. He was going, what, 11-1? And as soon as we mention it, he's only able to muster up 1 kill after that. This pistol round is going to be oh so important for BC Game. I expect the NLCT side to be a little bit stronger, but look at this. Cypher overwhelming the double dragons. Cairn goes for a quick dip into Long Dog to find Kakanito, but is still even. Based on where the bomb's positioned, A might be on their agenda soon.
Yeah, only 1-for-1 puts us in a 4v4. Nork waiting for some B aggression that just isn't going to come. Still time to tick. And a heavy commitment from TNL, actually. They've stacked 3 over towards this B site. Especially on a pistol round, it's easy enough to just bounce between the two. So it's not a major risk. As the contact's made, it's all a bit of a ruse from Nork. He's just trying to sell some presents. He's got his teammates down in Londog, ready to try and breach their way out off of that contact. They're going to wait for him to come and rejoin them. Smoke will go over. And here we go. Full execution. Davy cut off, but just gets there in the nick of time to find the first head.
Oh, wow, Knock. Good shots. Nexa coming in to help out. The bomb plan is a little labored, but Nexa's shots will connect. Flareaxe coming in from Long Dog has brought it down to just 1 member. He needs to find Prime Taps. But does Prime Taps get phased by this quick defuse? Knows that Flareaxe isn't on the bomb anymore. Trying to create a bit of a distraction with U-Tilt. Always trying to keep a finger on the pulse. Knows that Flareaxe is closing in, and Prime Taps connects. BC Game within an inch of their life, but are still able to get the 7th round and disallow TNL from getting a decisive lead.
Perfect time to lock in there and make that one work. I can't believe that Nexa actually gets away with 2. Some slow comms, I think, from the TNL side. But a pistol round nonetheless. 7-6. A force buyout from TNL in this next. They've got to just throw themselves at this, see what they can do with it. But again, it's another one of those rounds with low expectations. We've seen the Desert Eagles hit some monster shots throughout this map so far. We need to see it again. Onyx, aggressive in A main, tucked in the angle. This has been granted to them. BC Game allowing this space. And if they do eventually decide to execute A, they will retake it with the util, with the hard clears. There isn't a world where they just walk in blind. Don't face that corner. Onyx, yeah, not allowed to escape. They say it will bait you in. You can take that room, but we'll snatch it right back off you and we'll find a kill in the process. Good start.
Uh-oh. Got a bit of a technical hiccup, but in the meantime, the chaos won't stop. BC Game, A-side contested, and TNL recognized that saving these weapons is a much better option. They know that they have no chance coming back onto A, so knowing that there's going to be another save coming up, might as well save these. Give yourself another honest shot at putting that scout to good use. Make those MP9s pop. Absolutely the start that BC Game needed, though. They needed that pistol round. If they didn't find that early confidence, I think they would have just had to forego this map against TNL, but now it's competitive once again. And you know what? I'm really liking the fact that this is how we're starting the day, because previously, in most of the days, we've ended up seeing, although the scorelines have often been like all the way to 3 maps, right? We've seen so many one-sided maps, right? We've seen quite the 13-4s, 13-3s in there, but to start off today, to start off this map, as contested as it is, maybe it was a little expected as we're coming closer to the finals, but it's a nice sight to see. Interestingly enough, I think most people would have expected Big to be the ones in the semifinals here, but BC Game made short work of them.
I'm not sure I'd call it short work, but
An
work.
ambitious guy.
Yeah, work at least. Got to remember, we've got Mirage up next as well. A map that historically BC Game have struggled on, but in recent history, they looked fantastic there against Big yesterday, didn't they? We saw Kakanito, Cypher, and Prime Taps really popping off. That's why they pick into it, despite it being a map that they rarely pick into. It's also a real stronghold for TNL. Not going to be an easy task, however. A 2-round lead here. A good chance for a third as well. As Nifo's fallen early, it is just that low buy from the last carry through. Scout trying to connect, has a tiny angle to work with. HG should do a decent chunk of damage here. Prime Taps. We'll take that. Doesn't realise there's two, so just over aggressors.
BC Game slowly chipping through the duels, and all of them outside of Kakanito coming out on top. In fact, Kakanito gets 2 kills before he dies, so he's done his fair share of the heavy lifting to be at peace before he goes into the graveyard. Now he's been looking really good this game, right? 14-9, sure. But does that reflect on the grand scoreboard for TNL? I think not. Will be a gun round soon for TNL, though. This one's just a chance for Abby to maybe get a consolation prize or two. Have something built up for his highlight reel that suspiciously cuts off before the round ends.
Prime Taps. Looking to add another to his tally. It won't be him, it'll be Nork here, who eventually catches him up. I said it a while ago, I will say it again. Prime Taps was 11-1 after about 4 or 5 rounds. He's really slowed down here. The last 10 only yielding 3 extra frags. However, they've got that 3-round gap, but they're looking good. 4 away from the finish line. TNL back on with a buy, but no AWP available. They got the 1 kit. The util's lacking a little bit as well. They went for the upgraded pistols, and then that force buy in the second, which they then saved and somewhat reinvested around. So it's not quite the perfect buy here. I'll have to come to terms with that. For BC Game playing a little bit of a bonus. They're in the same boat. They've actually still got 4 Galils out. More than enough money to reinvest around it, but they'll save it for a rainy day. Much slower stuff. Waiting for TNL to get aggressive. Waiting for them to show their hand and perhaps make a mistake. For now, that's not going to happen. They'll just use their util to run down this clock.
Duels are going to be of the essence here. They've got to delay BC Game's entrance into either bomb site. Onic allowed an individual duel. And Nock will be taking his sweet time creeping up. Doesn't even get the liberty of finding a free 1v1 there. Prime Taps, though, comes around the corner, finds Dowie and Olaf. So we'll be creeping in soon. Now, this A side entirely abandoned by TNL. Coming back into it will be a very difficult task. But Flareax needs to try and get a head start. There it is. Headshot found. Nexa to return the favor. Nock in the meantime, trimming the hedges in the back lines. It's Cairn, the heavy lifter of yesterday, with big responsibilities once again. Nock, though, up around the corner. We'll be putting him down. Cypher do the same, and BC Game now on double digits with a very weak looking TNL.
A shell of what we saw towards the tail end of that first half, to be honest. TNL looking fantastic. That has started to slip away. Oh, so quickly. A half buy back. Desperate to try and make something happen with it, but it's 4 MP9s. That one upgraded pistol for the other side, BCK. No longer with the Galils. They've upgraded the lion's share of them to those A1Ss. Not had to spend all too much money in the process either. A clean round in the last does them a lot of favours. Good stuff from Prime Zaps.
Oh. Good response from Knife. One of the heavier hitters of BC game for today, taken out. And I've got to remind you that it was a swing round that put TNL back on their feet earlier. And they're going to need something like that again, and they'll need it very, very soon. 50 seconds to go. BC game certainly feeling the pressure of having to make a move soon. They're bringing all their resources closer towards B. Long Dog is still an option, but not a very potent one. Up against the MP9. The duel's really difficult, though, so Kakanito's going to have to watch out as he comes out of Highway.
Smoke will go down. Nif is actually going to play in front of it, knowing that Kakanito may be fumbling around with Util. And he'll catch him in the process. The triple up. Makes this very plausible. 15 seconds. Nexa's got to commit to a plant. And I love that. The realization, the flank is a very real possibility. And he reads it like a book. Onic down from the ramp. Head torn off his shoulders. And what a read from Nexa. Just saying, it's been a little too quiet. And I bet the last is coming in from behind. The gamble pays off, and it's 11 rounds for BC game.
The best thing that Nexa does there is the fact that he doesn't go for a default plan. He plants a little bit towards the right side because he needs coverage from connector, but he also can't risk dying immediately to ramp. Just that extra 2 seconds you get by planning on the right side of the train is what saved Nexa and allowed him to check for the flank. Look at this though, Karen now wanting to get super aggressive. TNL, they're not playing any games anymore. They're getting aggro. Dowie does the same. And one of the first few times we see TNL with their heads screwed on in the first few seconds of the round. Swinging out though, Prime Taps gets away with murder. But a response is swift and a response is kind.
Is it too little too late? I'm not sure, but it's something. Nexa.
Nexa's gonna get more here.
Yeah, he's looking to turn that something into nothing. Oh, God.
4v2, man.
Making the noise as well. I'm not sure that sound cue would have been heard from Nexa. I think he was just outside of range, but we've got a little bit of space to get this bomb down. That incendiary will confirm that as well. I don't know where the last is. They've got a good idea for the first. And Nork tears him apart. Last man standing, Flareax. Going to try and maneuver around this smoke. He's got an AWP. That's the switch to the USP for the close range fight. Now shotgun mode activated. Big shot for the first on the flick. And Nexa can just dance around the bomb site. Missed shot at close range. Not going to happen. Upgrades into the AWP. It's back-to-back rounds where Nexa holds his nerve in the 1v1s. And it's that experience, that tenure as the former Tier 1 IGL to not break a sweat in those situations.
Yeah, and you can't really fault Flareax for that, right? He hit such a difficult shot, but he's falling off the train as he tries to find Nexa. Just cannot expect the shotgun sniper to be reliable.
Yeah, that was a true gamble shot there. One that does not pay off. A couple of rounds now, but really felt like they did everything they could. Absolutely could have taken it their way, but 4 versus 2. A path carved by Nexa and set in stone. As BC Game are on to 12. 6 map points to close out their opponent's pick here in the semi-finals. And bag themselves a spot against Fnatic a little bit later on today. Kakanito, Prime Taps.
Oh, dude, this
Putting
is
their
so
foot
dumb.
down. This one's surely done.
Yeah. Beginning of the end here for TNL. Almost a recurring theme now for BC Game as they take the big dogs map pick and end it in a very convincing fashion, unfazed by the swing rounds that were fought for by TNL. The half might have looked close, but this game didn't.
Yeah, especially when they moved over to that second side, right? Just when you think TNL's defense would give us a little bit more, it really didn't. Prime Taps woke up again, started putting some big numbers on the board, and yeah, still solidifies himself as your MVP. 19 kills, 93 ADR, putting up some mega numbers. And for BC Game, I did have my worries after choking that round in the seventh, that would be sort of the mental blockade that they then weren't able to get back over. However, they locked in that second half, take it their way, and with their opponent's map pick win, you've got to favour them here to take the series.
Yeah, I feel like BC Game have done all the groundwork necessary to take this best of 3, but I can't help but feel like this has been a recurring storyline. Like, we've constantly seen map picks be traded and teams performing on maps where you wouldn't expect them to. but a result that BC Game are going to be super happy with. The TNL put in the dirt on Train, and now they've got to fight uphill.
They really do. I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's like wildly outrageous, but yeah, I really did think that we'd probably go to 3 maps here and that TNL would at least be winning their map pick. And once again, it's a bit of a flop from them on their pick a Train. As we were saying in the pre-game, they picked it against Apogee. It didn't look great. They've picked it again today, and it's let them down. BC Game, it was fairly convincing stuff there, to be honest. A little hiccup in the middle. But outside of that, they definitely look like the better team on that first map through and through. Now we go on to the second. It's Mirage. It's one that they had a fantastic result on yesterday against Big. But prior to that, they've had their struggles. And for TNL, it's one of the staples of their pool. But we're on the way with a pistol. BC Game stacked up into the apartments. And looking like they want to go for a faster B hit here.
Faster might be a bit of an overstatement, but they're certainly teeing up for one. Nade in the hands of Fnatic. He can very quickly shut everything down with a molly as well. Quickly popped onto the front of apartments. Trying to creep through. Cypher is going to drop. And has he dropped the bomb on the bomb site? Oh my goodness. This completely shuts down their push. Gives them ample time to rotate. And it's a huge oversight, which TNL will take full advantage of.
That is a horrible pistol round from BC Game.
He saw the molly coming.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it does take one, but yeah. So bizarre. Be jumping around in it and let that bomb fall out.
The molly is thrown so far in advance that you can actually back off at that point. In fact, the other 4 players haven't even committed to coming out of the apartments just yet. So even if it's telegraphed, you don't want to run into a disadvantageous duel. Bomb gets so awkwardly placed. And yeah, TNL off to a great start, a swimming start that they desperately need after what we saw on the previous map. Now, I did say yesterday that BC Game have a bit of an understated win-loss history on this map, because it's kind of like they were put in the hyperbolic time chamber, are the words I used, because they got to practice against so many good teams back in their little tier 1 stint. But against Big, they were looking really nicely primed and ready. TNL should be able to make short work of this round, though. Tap's hoping for a bit of a scuffle that gives him a consolation prize, but that should be the extent of what he gets. TNL, a couple rounds on the board, and BC Game should be back to the swing of things.
Comfortable stuff again. Through the end of March and all the way through to the end of May, BC Game were not able to win a single match here on Mirage. Now, again, you're right, caliber context is important. They played against some good sides, but they also had a couple in there that felt winnable. Rush B, Passion UA, for example. Then they took a 3.5 week hiatus. They didn't touch the map. And since then, they have technically gone unbeaten. They beat Big on it yesterday. They beat X-Saber here quite comfortably too. And, well, looking to keep up that streak today. TNL 2-0 up, however. They will now be against the Rifles. Nife, good spam. Timing on it's perfect. And the angle is even better. Nexa taken down without too much to say. And this one is just falling flat again. This has been such a convincing start from TNL.
One-sided as it comes, but also I can't help but feel like this is a bit disjointed from BC Game as well. Obviously, you can't do anything about a kill like that. Nexa just gets killed for free. But everybody able to pull their weight here.
Got to be an effective eco here. There are some upgraded pistols and armor, but only as a result of having that loss bonus. Will be to the max in the next round. Remember, starts off at 1900 when you lose the pistol. Deep HG do a lot of damage. BC Game, honestly, just hoping to inflict some damage themselves here. TNL have been relatively unscathed in these opening rounds. So a couple of kills and forcing a couple of reinvestments would go a long way. But it is another flawless affair out of the Ukrainians. They go 4-0 up. They've got a couple of players that haven't died yet. You've got Davi 8-1. They're all sat above $5,000 in the bank post-buy. BC Game have got to start chipping away at this now.
So far, so good for TNL, yes. But you're absolutely right. PC Game need to start making their mark very soon. Oh, really good pick from Dowie. Dude, these individual duels from TNL are so non-negotiable. Dowie just swings out. Probably looks like the Flash on the other side of the screen. I'd love to be able to see it from the recipient's perspective.
Davy specifically has been very consistent with these early
That's
entries.
unnecessary.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of an over-aggression on the peak. Davy's at 9-1 though. They've still got a man advantage. Fleerax limping, low on health, but Davy on a fantastic boost. It will be cleared. It doesn't matter. Davy still popping heads. Ends up with another. As Next aligns himself up. A third to the tally. A 4K in the round for Davy, who's now sat 12-1. And they make such light work of the BC Game buy round. Only the slight overextension from Nife that gives them any equity there whatsoever. And outside of it, BC Game just stagnant in mid.
You say stagnant in mid, but they're also stagnant on the scoreboard. 0 rounds collected so far, and remember, this is what BC Game were able to very comfortably best big on. TNL, of course, will be able to furnish weapons, no problem. The CT side's been flawless so far. Not even looking like the CT side when you've got 3 players holding on to AK-47s. But if you recall, Train, it was a swing round from TNL that at least gave them a fighting chance in the first half. So maybe we can see something similar from BC Game. Pistols across the board. A couple of Tech 9s in there too. Kakanito wanting to beat the heat as he goes past the molly, but he's been spotted. Everybody's right behind him. No, they really dropped the ball in the pistol round as they drop the bomb. Oh my goodness. Onyx just holds down Mouse 1. Finds 3. Has faith in his crosshair to do the hard work. Muscle memory takes care of the rest. And Nock is left limping in apartments, looking around in trauma. His comrades have fallen.
There's an eagle. Yeah, can't get anything more out of this. So another flawless round out of TNL. Another multi-kill from Davy. But of course, the highlight of that one was Onyx spray, even while blinded. Absolutely beautiful. And the fact that he stays alive there as well. Insane. Just up against unarmored pistols. So, you know, it's not too crazy, but you've got to give the credit where it's due. Some really crisp mechanics there. 6-0 TNL. I've gone from having a good start to something a little bit special here. Double push into the lower tunnel. Cypher is expecting it. Does he anticipate a second? The answer's no. Insta trade back. Nife has got his work cut out for him to get out here, but Kakanito just gives him the dry swing. There's flashes on his teammates top mid. There's no reason for them not to have given him a pop flash there, and that oversight cost him his life. Prime taps out onto the site, but he needs more. Oh, and he doesn't get it.
Oh, doesn't even get the right player. Kills someone all the way in the back lines. Knock. 1v2. Bomb under control. And the responsibility of stopping TNL at 6 rounds on his shoulders. He's got his weapon of choice. Let's make it work. Oh yeah, there it is. He spots one, but issue is now that his op's been spotted, they might take their time. No, they don't group up as a team. And this oversight could be exactly what leads to BC Game's first round. But is Nock overcooking here? Takes his sweet time to get this bomb down, and now the clock's been flipped in the favor of Nock. He's got to look for so many angles here, Josh.
I understand the idea of Nifo worrying about Nork walking up towards market. The whole idea of taking the contact from short and then wrapping around was that you'd have that element of surprise. Now enough time has passed. Nork is dead set on the fact that Nifo has wrapped around through jungle. He'll start to entertain the idea that maybe he's gone through the apartments, but that's ambitious. We're running out of time on this clock. Nife's just going to drop the smoke. He's going to jump straight on this diffuse and slashing away with a knife. Nork will not only get the kill, but he'll do it with style. 1,500 bucks in the bank. A massive clutch with the green glove and AWB combo. Lights up green in the scoreboard as well. This was a really good start to the round from TNL. And one that you can't help but throw away a little bit there at the end.
And Nox at least gotten them a start. It's also an oversight from TNL to not just play the 2v1 by the books, not play it together. They didn't wait for the bomb plant. That is going to cost them a round, but it's not a dire situation just yet. Is Cypher going to expect that there's a player pushed up? They're not even popping the smoke. Now we could have an incredible timing.
Needs a flash here.
Molotov starts to flush them out. But it could give up his position. They're not going to check for him. Refract should be soon. But at least he's found so much information and a lot of damage on top. Nexa down to next to nothing. Perfect weapon for Onyx to be holding B apartments with. PC game scattered. Low. No real control established. They've lost control of mid. They have no one in ramp. They have no one in palace. Now they're going to start to retake some control, but by the time they get close enough to a bomb site, there's only going to be about 35 seconds on the clock.
I like that aggressive pincer from Davi, just getting up close to that smoke. But it was just the one. Finds to wait it out, but as soon as he starts hearing 3 towards top middle, I thought that was where he'd sort of call from his teammates. Someone get a flash over the top. I think I might need a little bit of extra assistance here. But 1-for-1, not too bad. Does the extra damage onto Nexa as well. So with 30 seconds left, BC Game will limp their way to a bomb site. Flareax in the jiggle, doesn't catch the timing in Con, but does find the kill in the palace. Kakanito will be able to trade it back. Smoke dropped, so there's no pincer from short. But that's not the case anyway. Ken's underneath the balcony, and he's looking to line up too. He'll do exactly that. Nork's got to try and clutch up again. To be fair, some massive shots, but he won't expect the third. They were dead set on it being the B rotator, and if it is already sat there waiting towards Tetris for a 7th round. TNL back to winning ways.
What Nock was able to start for them ended up only being a speed bump for TNL. And right now, this drag race to the finish line of 13 rounds on the board is being won in waves by TNL. No real response from BC Game just yet. Tactical pause might help them gather the ingredients necessary to get something a little bit more serviceable before they go on to the advantageous side. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get that the T side is unfavorable, but to this degree, absolutely not. They need to give themselves some breathing room, some margin of error, or TNL will eclipse them in this best-of-3 series. So weird to say that when BC Game are the ones that absolutely bested TNL on their own map pick.
Struggling on this T side. Talked about their poor results in the past. They actually have very poor results on this T side specifically in the past as well. But having not played it for a few weeks, I thought maybe they'd gone back to the drawing board, reworked some new things. So far, not yielding anything. Davi once again, he's 16-3. And on short, he has been such a problem. It's such a brilliant position for a star to shine, right? He's able to be so dynamic, have that relevance in mid, where BC Game have often been poking and prodding. But then also be on the fast rotation for B. Always with a finger on the pulse into the A site as well.
They're just fumbling about.
From Ken.
You could tell that they were super desperate to just get anything done. They're fumbling about with the booze. They drop down, info given, connector player peeks and gets them. case of BC Game just playing this mishmash Counter-Strike where they're trying to forcefully get onto a site. But nothing's been working out for them so far, and TNL, at the end of this half, even if they do everything wrong, they will have a monstrous lead to work with. Weapons, of course, back in the hands of BC Game, though, so all is not lost yet. Get that fourth, get those 4 rounds, get yourself enough of a cushion. Maybe we can still have a convo.
We certainly could be seeing that 3-mapper that we were hoping for at the start. BC Game, best case scenario, a 4-round half hit. And that is wishful thinking in itself. They're only 3 in a row. Prime taps Molly in hand. He lines it up before going into the smoke, so he knows exactly where to deploy. But it, well, will eventually clear out under. They're still just sat there, though. Maybe it doesn't spread enough. Cypher and Prime Tap still end up with the double entries nonetheless. He's going to keep pressing here into CT. The smoke will impede his progress. Spams through. Do a bit of damage. TNL, this round they'll definitely go for. And they've still got one below the bout. Look at this, Davy.
Oh, Dawi, he should get a double here. No, he doesn't. Cypher, quick to stop him. And Carrot is still fighting for dear life. Onyx, good on that second kill. Knock is in an awkward position.
Oh, wow.
The smoke baits him out. The vertical angle from Onyx will be there to do the work.
Can't find the bomb.
What? Oh, he's standing right on it. Not gonna lie, King, that kind of confused me too.
Hey, lucky for him, the time pressure's not there, but imagine that actually made the difference. That would have been painful. A beautiful retake nonetheless, and yeah, Davy just that snake in the grass. I'm very surprised that he doesn't play the trigger discipline and actually secure himself to that. But either way, his teammates bail him out. 9-1, TNL will give up the bomb plant. They'll give BC Game another opportunity for a buy here with the max loss, plus the extra $600. 4K in the bank. Yeah, why not? No time to eco anymore. Just got to try and brute force your way in. Through the flames, Kakanito will go. Sound cue's heard by Davy. It's Flareax to draw first blood.
Again, it's TNL dominating the right top side of your screen. Kill feed flooded with BC Games bodies. Peek from Dowie, successful. Last player, Palace, buried right there. And TNL on double digits before BC Game came in, even put on those blue uniforms. And the half isn't even over yet. There's still a chance for TNL to make this worse.
This is dire. This is absolutely dire. Surely no way back in for BC Game. Davi's played a massive, massive part in that. Right now, sat 19-4. There has truly been no solution to the problems he's been causing. And BC Game, you know, even if they're able to take 2 here, we will not see them break a smile at the halfway point. This has been an incredibly disappointing showing on their map pick. A lovely little boost up from Cypher. It should be traded back. Oh, Orpa misses by a millimeter. Deagle still follows up. Back into a 4v4. That shouldn't last long. I think Ken knows that one's crept into Sandwich, and there you go. Back the other way.
Karen, the Titan of the previous games. Opens things up on A as well. Dude, this nade is perfect. Knifey puts Nexa down. Knocking Kakanito. Still desperate to get back into the game. But Kakanito, who ended Mirage with, or was it Inferno, with 26 kills against Big, has 3 kills on the board on Mirage against TNL. The game is almost looking like it's over in the first half. From Cairn. There it is. That's just further salt to the wounds. Call this one off, Josh. I don't see BC Game doing anything here.
Now waving a white flag as we go into what could be just the final couple of rounds of this game. Felt like such a great start with Cypher boosting up taking out the short player. It kind of surprises me that he then commits to going into window. If he doesn't take contact with short, then going into window means that he still sort of has that element of surprise. The second he takes contact with short, you can almost guarantee that your man in jungle or window is going to be very, very ready for that engagement. And even when the shot is missed, they follow it up with a deagle. Cypher's just taking a knife to the back from his teammate. Things just go from bad to worse. It seems insignificant, but if a Glock dinks him from range now, it's a one hit.
Okay, there it is. At least some resistance. Cacanito, good work from him. Nexa makes himself relevant, and BC Game will extend play. For BC Game, you just have to take this one at a time now. Just think about the next round. Don't sweat yourself over the results. Focus on what's coming to you.
Yeah, you've got to just crop out the top of the screen when you're in a scenario like this, right? Forget about the numbers above. A big start from Prime Taps. It's of course against the full eco, but third round on the horizon, a chance to sort of build up a little bit of confidence before inevitably going into this third map as well with 2-0. Feels like an impossibility here. Desert Eagle could take one. Cypher take down low, but doesn't feed the opportunity. He is actually going to double dip here. He wants the money this MP9 could bring. I'm going to feed the pistols. Tidy stuff. 11-3. Slowly but surely, BC Game stay relevant here in this map, at least for now. With Anubis coming up next.
Surely's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, well, okay. Maybe just slowly then.
Yeah, slowly and so far is how I'd put it. 8 rounds to go before they can tie things up. And with the performance we've seen from TNL, if I'm a betting man, I'm not counting on it. P Apartments is what they're leaning towards. Couple players coming out of underpass to start creating a ruckus on mid. Make sure those rotations can't be swift enough. Aaron tosses out the molly. They're actually going to speed things up. Look at this. Flareax has a perfect timing and finds the shot on the back of Knock as he turns around. Now they've got to deal with Market as well. Nexa trying to play around the smoke. Heron is looking for the snake in the grass, and he's going to find him. Nexa, head on a swivel, finds a double, but is that going to be enough? Flareax still hunting for the Market player. Headshot on the Cypher. Nexa, the anchor here, is still somehow alive. He's got 3 bodies to find. Needs to be perfect. No, 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 Nexa! How are you doing this?
Ooh.
But he gets shot in the side of the head and he is stopped just short of an ace clutch.
Incredible stuff being done there by Nexa. Just not expected. As that third man on the bomb site. The switch up, the elevation on the angles. So sick. But honestly, I got to give the credit to Flareax. Watching that round through his eyes was unbelievable. So well played. Getting in from the back lines. And actually, in a scenario where he'd ordinarily shift, I think we see so many teams and players make this mistake when they're going for the flank and then their teammates take contact on the site and they're still lurking behind. Teammates then lose the initial contact and, like, you know, you've still got a great position, but you're in a 1v4. Whereas Flareax just starts stomping. And he works on the basis that he's probably still going to win this gunfight, even if he does alert them of his position. And if he doesn't, then at least he pulls that attention away and his teammates can get out of the apartments and trade him. And it's that kind of selfless behavior on the flank that I think really, really helps them out there and just adds to the chaos of that B execution. TNL 12-3 up. They've got 9 chances to close this one out. And Onyx leading the charge with a Mac 10. Takes a lot of damage early, but oh, they're finding room.
Oh,
that's brilliant.
Perfect. I don't think they're going to need all those chances, but Cypher is certainly making sure that they have to sweat a bit for their work. Lyrax, 1-on-3, found by Knock, and play will be extended by PC Game. But you know that TNL is breathing down their neck. At any point in time, one slip of the mouse, one misinput will mean that you're pushed on to map 3.
Oh, yeah. I have very low hopes for BC Game to pull this one back, but that little lifeline there will force TNL back onto pistols and give them a chance to, you know, take a few more rounds here maybe, or at least a couple. Not working his way up mid. Deep around the corner. AK. Pops his head. No trouble. Yeah, 9 chances to close becomes 8 and soon to be 7. Lose control quite quickly. For now, they still hold all the cards.
This is just the calm before the inevitable storm, Josh. TNL know that just one slip up from BC Game is all it's going to take. From here on out, it literally just has to be a flawless CT side. Tactical pause coming out from TNL. I think it might be because their money's looking a little bit weird, but honestly, I don't hate the fact that TNL are preemptively going for a tactical pause before things get bad. This is something that teams do really poorly. They'll let that scoreline creep up to like double digits before they take a think about it.
Yeah, I'm right here with you. I think just taking that extra little break for the breathing room. They haven't had to use any of the timeouts so far because things have been so convincing throughout this map. They've still got a fair few of them to work with. Save a couple for a rainy day if needed. Nork, he's got aggressive in mid against the pistols in the past. Against the big guns here, he'll try it again. Kakanito takes contact, sticks around, ends up getting traded. We see the same out of Nork. 2 gunfights where BC Game win the initial duel, have the opportunity to pull away and maintain those numbers, and instead they double dip and end up giving TNL the opportunity to pull it back into a 3-on-3. Next up, the solo anchor here on this B-bomb site. He's been a menace in the past, but the MP9's got to get it done here.
Do they check for Nexa? They do, but it's just so hard to clear the MP9. Now we knocked down half as well, but it's a 2v2. Flames nipping at the feet of the bomb planter. This could be the end for BC Game. Flareax, there's the first nail in their coffin, but Prime Taps, who was leading the charge on map 1, needs to do it again. Needs to provide CPR to keep his team alive, but Dowie's looking to end it. He's got his crosshair ready, and TNL are taking us to map 3 in a convincing fashion.
We follow the theme of yesterday. 2 convincing maps, but a traded map pick. Just bizarre stuff. BC Games schooling TNL on their choice of train. And TNL doing the same on Mirage. So a 13-5 here. Just completely wild. And we're going to a third. It's exactly what we both wanted. I wouldn't have it any other way. But yeah, 13-5 and a 13-6 to start things off. actually looks very similar to what we saw between NIP and Fnatic earlier on. I hope, though, that this Decider map brings us some competitive play. I hope that it's consensus and we don't just see a stomp like we did at a Fnatic earlier. Davy, your MVP, 23 kills, 107 ADR. But yeah, when you put into the context of the KD that he was rocking there, I think that's where it really starts to get special. He only died 10 times and just looked unbelievable in the process. He was absolutely fantastic there in that game and ended the half with like 19 kills. He was just so sick. That was an awesome performance.
Yeah, honestly, TNL just looked like a completely different team compared to what we saw on Train. Like, you look back, yes, Train might have looked comfortable for BC game. Yes, they've toppled big, all that, but all of that goes out the window when you see the TNL were able to maintain their composure, come right back, and now it is all down to Anubis, Josh. We're not going to be seeing anyone go unscathed 2-0 in map to decide the second semi-finalist. The second finalist that will go through to try and take Fnatic on, who's already waiting for them at the end of a dark alley. Josh, you got to give me a prediction right now. BC Game, TNL, who are we thinking?
Oh God, don't put me on the spot like that. I don't know. I'm gonna be completely honest. I really don't know. This hasn't followed much of a theme. I think as we go into Anubis, knife round is gonna have a bit of a bearing. I'll throw a shot in the dark and say TNL, but I think that this could really be a close one. But yeah, go on, TNL.
Yeah, TNL does look like the better team on paper. I mean, there is every reason for them to be winning, but when we watched BC Game yesterday, there was also every reason for them to, for every reason for Big to win. But that didn't happen. I feel like BC Game just has that little bit of aura that activates towards the end of games to give themselves life. And I think that is especially true when they are pushed up against a wall, when they're on the ropes, that's when it activates. So I want to see how this one unfolds. I think map 3 is going to be very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, it certainly should be. We saw that sort of those signs of life, I guess, a little bit from Kakanito towards the end of Mirage. Remember, he had a crazy performance on it yesterday against Big. He had a wildly disappointing start in the first half here, but he did have a couple of good rounds towards the end. Sort of bolster up those numbers a little bit and maybe warm up a tad. But as we go from one dusty map to another, we stay in the desert environment. This time, it's Anubis and, of course, TNL. With that T-side start, I said before, it would give a little bit of an advantage. Both teams do favour their T-side, and TNL especially, actually, really, really liking it. They've had some really good wins recently against some strong teams, and they're looking to add BC Game to that long list. Can't cracking open another head as On It goes 1 for 1, but a 3v3, and the bomb's going to go down.
BC Game. Oh my god, why is Dowie giving him the option? Kakanito allowed to get an uncontested duel there, but it's still a 2-on-2. P2000 fumbling, and Cairn out on a swivel as he finds the final shot on Kakanito. I need to see that in the replay, Josh. How does he get that second shot?
It's just Cairn things, isn't it? Another day at the office from the superstar. And I said earlier that there'd be pressure on him to shine today, but he thrives under that pressure, especially here in the third map. We'll see on the replay just how he gets away with this. Wide swing, bang, unbelievable flick. A sick adjustment. As we go into round number 2, BC Game, a full eco. Nothing more that they can buy up into this one. Up on the A side.
Dive in we go. Is TNL going to make this as quick as they did before? I mean, they've got the side for it. E-side is exactly where you want to be, but it's a prime taps and knock. They're still being problematic, and it's a fair chunk of damage that certainly put TNL on their toes.
A big old chunk of damage for a second round there, given the fact that they were just on the starter pistols. Forces TNL onto the reinvestment. Ordinarily, you'd say, gives them an opportunity to upgrade and get some of those rifles out. But actually, we still see Davi on the Mac 10. Onic stuck with the Tech 9. So they are the ones slacking behind economically going into round number 3, despite the early start. A good lead. All 5 here towards B main. No presence elsewhere, so they're hoping the BC Game don't get too exploratory towards mid or A just yet. And the crunch is brilliant. Kakanito runs out of bullets. And Davi, well, that Mac 10 isn't a problem at all, is it? He makes it work nicely.
BC Game just got dismantled by a Mac 10 and a Dream. TNL's ferocity to power them through onto the bomb site, and now BC Game, they've got one limping Nexo trying to save his weapon, and they've also zeroed in on his position. Surely they go for the hunt. You can see the shark fins around him. You'll soon unveil themselves from the water, and Onyx to take a jump. Oh, they've gone past him. So might survive. Completely glossed over, but why do you pull the trigger? That kill's not worth it. M4 lost. And BC game on the back burner.
Okay. An awkward round to lose, definitely. Saying how they sort of had those economic advantages. A very good position. They find themselves here with a low buy once again. Max loss bonus coming in the next, so they can afford to go down to the $1,000 mark. There'll still be cash to work with. The TNL giving us a very similar start to what we saw on Mirage. Just confidence, pace, and all the shots being hit. Kakanito up close with the MP9, ready for contact from Onyx. Does take the first, but knows there is no way he gets out of this alive. He's got his teammates here to provide the support. The spams, oh yeah, just can't stay concealed. And it's easy entries from Davi Khan and Nifit.
Yeah, the opening kill for BC Game's not going to matter. TNL are making this look like a rerun of the previous map. Oh, knifey. Easy collection. And now, with a 4 and no star from TNL, this is where BC Game really need to pump the brakes on this scoreline. There needs to be an immediate response. I'm going to throw it back to when we saw that first gun round come in. TNL just ran them over with a MAC-10. Not sure if BC Game is ready for the smoke that this pacing is providing.
Again, man, look at this. It's not always the same player either. It's just whoever's got the spawn for it. First few seconds of the round, bang, man advantage. Fluax goes down to 4 HP, doesn't really matter. The numbers in their favour once again. TNL hungry for a 5th. Now reconvene, grab the bomb. Looks like they want to lean over towards the A side of things now, as Khan has been sat patiently waiting for some main aggression that hasn't come. Now they'll start to take control. BC Game, how trigger happy will they be on the rotations? They've already started to pull one over.
A bit of damage short. And BC Game have the right idea on the rotations. Problem is, so many times TNL are just so much better on the duels. And the AWP player is all the way on B. Fnatic started to create a bit of a distraction, and now they're going to start moving in. Karen first one in. Utility's perfect, and it's a double kill from him with a little bit of help from Knifey. But they still have to clear out Nexa. Tries to switch targets, but 2 is more than he bargained for. Onyx, Towie, Flarex limping by as well. Nock is wondering how the hell he's the one that stays alive when he was alone on the bomb site. They made the right read. They just couldn't win the fight.
A no-brainer call for Nork to stay away, hold on to this AWP. There's such little time left on that clock. Next up, you couldn't ask anything more of him than to take 2 kills there, but BC Game kicking themselves again. Another painful round loss as they'll go 5-0 down. You can somewhat shrug it off when you're losing rounds on your CT side here, but you can't lose too many. You can't have a start like this. There isn't really the cash to buy around Nork Sniper either. Seems like it's going to be a half buy with a max loss. So yeah, some MP9s to accompany it. but likely a 6th to go the way of TNL as long as they play their cards right here.
I'm not even sure what they're supposed to do right now. BC Game looked like a shell of the team they were when they won a map here. And if TNL can continue to pile on the pressure in the fashion that they are, then they would be the rightful contenders to face the final boss that awaits on the other side of that door. And we go to A. One spray down from Karen is all it takes.
I mean, a no-brainer for North to just hold on to this AWP again, but at what point did the TNL start hunting here? You know, they've got so much money. I think this is going to be the point that they start hunting. Nif is already in the T-Sport. He wants to try and apply the pressure. Kakanito around this corner. Contact made, and the MP9 will now get an opportunity to upgrade. And this sort of gets a little bit awkward because you go from entertaining the idea of a hunt to now we kind of really want to, because now they're not just saving the AWP, they've got an AK as well. There's a little bit of util. Flurex could flash one in. They'll play through main, but yeah. MP9 tucked away. They will eventually trade it, but the AK and the AWP will survive. So TNL unsuccessful on the hunts, but it doesn't really matter. It's 6-0. The double entries on the A site were perfect, and BC Game were just treading on each other's toes again, you know? The setup was all wrong. And they're punished for it. Tactical pause before we go into the next round. They've got to work out the answer now. This is getting really problematic.
Problematic's a bit of an understatement, right? I mean, ignore the MVP graphic. I think the 0 rounds from BC Game have overpowered the HUD as well, and now it's just all zeros next to the MVP. TNL already solidifying a decent half at the halfway mark. BC Game have nothing to show. I'd like to remind you that even the previous game, BC Game only got like 1 round, and the only reason it ended up being like a kind of... Okay, it wasn't an okay looking scoreline, but it didn't look as bad as it should have, because of the pistol round that went their way. What was it, like an 11-1 start?
yeah, it was, yeah. Almost as one-sided as it gets. Finally, the opening kill going the way of BC Game. Cypher is the one to deliver it. Kakanito around this corner. AK in hand. Leg spotted. Can't. Dropped. Now with 50 seconds left to take, TNL have finally got a bit of pressure on them. This would be ridiculous if they're able to recover this round now, but they're going to have a go at it. Of course, the money's there to accompany. A wide swing. One spotted on the pillar. No, he's here. They heard him take a tick from the molly. They isolate that first. No trade. Flicked up from the AWP, but he follows up. 2v2.
Wow.
Make that a 2v1. And this is just ridiculous. TNL a 5 versus 3. And it's Nifbait pulling off a monster triple as Flurex is there as his sideline support. An ace between the two of them. And how do you play against this?
You can't. And BC Gamer showing that with the scoreline, Josh. It is 0 rounds for them, while TNL are coasting by the finish line. It is high time that BC Game diagnose whatever is going wrong. If they can start to put a break on this soon, then maybe we can still have a real conversation. But so far, this is a shell of BC Game's previous performances. This is not the version that beat big.
Yeah.
This is certainly not the version that will carry them through to the finals or even have a chance at the finals. TNL, two-pronged approach, 2 in A main, couple coming through from connector. They're actually going to be sprawled out quite evenly, making sure that there's going to be no pushes from the extremities from BC Game, because it is likely that BC Game try to cook up the game plan a bit now that nothing has been working for them.
This is just a ruse on B as well. Onyx will take the contact, but the bomb actually towards Carpet. If he loses this fight, it's not going to matter. Trey's there, Nife ends up with another.
Oh.
Even the fake finds the advantage. North does take one back.
No, that ends up looking like a fake, right? They start rotating their numbers back. This might have given the impression that the solo player that Nock killed had no support behind him, but now it becomes a little bit more telegraphed. A smoke deployed gives Nock the impression that they're getting ready to cross over, but in the meantime, they're cooking something up for connector. And I'm afraid there might not be enough time on the rotation. Knifey careful with his footsteps as they start rotating towards B. 3 players about to bunker down on the solo anchor player. He knows that he needs to make himself scarce. Cypher needs to play to perfection. Now he's going to get support soon. Cypher tucked in, headshot found, low HP on Knifey, so that makes things a little bit easier. Next comes out, finds the player behind the pillar, Flareax gone. And BC Game might finally be making a mark on the board. A little late, but they had to get the engine going.
Finally. That 3v3, a little bit of support. When you compare it to the round prior, it's so problematic, right? The fact that TNL in that 3v5 were able to just walk up, isolate the pillar man. There was no trade from the player on site or Temple. And they ended up just peeking out one by one and feeding Flareax on that AWP. But this time, yeah, Nexa's poking in. Keeping Cypher alive. He's actually the only one going positive right here. He's 8 and 7, despite the fact that they're 7-1 down. It's impressive in itself, but they've not had the solution here. And winning that one might fill them with a little bit of confidence, but they've still got to overcome another bye round and likely one more to come after that. TNL still foot fully on the gas pedal. Just back into their default here. Kakanito has got to deal with the AWP. They've actually got a double AWP set up here. Northwill's one as well. Zonic's going to try and play through the mid-smoke. Oh, it's a massive entry. Look at that. North doesn't know what's hit him.
This TNL just bringing us back to the script again.
This continues. It's almost a carbon copy of what we saw in the first semi-finals of the day as well. Trading map picks convincingly, going to the third, and Fnatic just making light work of it. On it. That is filth. BC Game kicked to the dirt again. Yeah, just as a little recap, right, earlier on, Fnatic beat NIP on the NIP map pick 13-3. NIP then beat Fnatic on the Fnatic map pick 13-5, and then Fnatic won the third map 13-5. So yeah, if things continue, we will see almost exactly the same here in our second semi-final as well, which I think would finally tee us up for something a little bit closer for the crown. Kakanito finding some good exit damage, but it's largely irrelevant when TNL are racking up the rounds and the money the way they are. Flareax doesn't really want to give up the AWP, so he will just tuck himself back, not take the fight. He'll allow Kakanito to carry through that sniper. The CT money is all right in itself anyway, so just kind of crossing their fingers. It won't have too much bearing going into the next, but another tactical pause here.
Is that their first tactical
no, it's
pause?
the second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, I was so focused on how quickly they're being destroyed. I glossed past the first tactical pause, and I mean, what do you even diagnose and do now? 4 rounds is okay. You know what? It's serviceable if they can get to 4. This is not out of their hands just yet in terms of the pure scoreline, but with how much better TNL are looking on every front, it might just be. Look at this from Onyx, just single-handedly destroying them, even when BC Games start to pull it back a little bit. A monstrous performance from Onic.
TNL have definitely looked better. It feels like we were saying this in the last map as well. Oh, if they can take 4, just didn't even come close, end up being 11-1. I think one of the key things here for TNL is not only have they been taking a lot of initiative and taking these early entries in the first few seconds of the round, but their grouping is so good and the spacing between the players that they're always so quick for the trade. Even in the last round when we saw that water aggression, it's just instantly traded back. M4's this time round giving us a bit more, but Davi takes back 2 and now teed up for the clutch. It's Flareax 1v1. But as he gets out onto the side, Prime taps. No, he's on it.
Oh.
Sees the head poke over the top. Second for BC game. That one again comes a little close for comfort. The M4s hold true on the fast rotate.
It comes all the way down to the wire because look, Flareax, I think Flareax actually hit him towards the end. Not sure if any damage was done to Prime Taps, but I mean, I'm sure that Flareax actually tried because he was preemptively waiting for somebody to come through the smoke. A tactical pause from TNL. Money gets a little bit awkward because they've just been going balls to the wall, and any interruptions there, and how close the rounds have been getting, means that their money is destroyed. They do have enough to furnish weapons across them, though. It also makes sense to immediately go for the buy rather than letting BC Game just reserve the 3rd round and try and go for the 9th because, A, obviously you get the chance at 10 rounds in a row. 10 rounds on the T side. But also, winning immediately in this particular round means that BC Game's money won't even be good enough for the final one. You don't want to give them a chance at 2 gun rounds. Obviously, with the loss bonus, they're still going to have a hefty buy, but not all the bells and whistles in the world.
Take 9. Going forward, yeah, you think with this scoreline there'd be a little bit more money, but to be honest, it doesn't matter. When you can hit shots like that, Onic has been cracked this map so far. And he continues that with the Tech 9. Prime taps. Good spray. Somehow ends up with 2nd as well. Onic taken care of. Now the numbers lean back in favour of the CTs. This B defense holds up true. And Davi, whilst he does take a double, can't pull anything more. So BC Game make it a 3rd. And yeah, that 8-4 half now becoming real plausible. Maybe there's still something here.
8-4 is the minimum, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 9-3, and I don't think they can do it.
I will say that TNL are absolutely not in the clear. I'd like to remind you that BC Game were also behind by exactly this margin on Inferno when they came back against Big. Prime taps. First spraying away. You're just going to be thrown in the meat grinder. 2 players left within the first 25 seconds of the round. It's Karen and Flareax to try and do something with the pistols they've got on hand. Should just be the 4th round for BC Game. No problems involved. Cypher. Just the final couple of kills. Flareax will delay that progression. But next to have the last laugh. So BC Game, towards the end, they've at least gotten the bare minimum.
Yeah, I don't like how late it takes. How long it takes, I should say, to really activate and wake up into this map. But they do the bare minimum, right? Go from being 7-0 down to pulling this to an 8-4 half. Now, with the help of the pistol round and a decent T side, they could still make this happen. Definitely a chance to sort of close this gap if they're able to win the pistol as well. In terms of the kill disparity as the scoreboard comes up, it's actually dead close, isn't it? You sort of see some true parallels. TNL have just been getting away with the rounds at the end of the day. Trading nicely and often being the ones that come out on top. So pressing through middle. Kakanito. Spearheading with the Glock in hand. They're taking loads of room. This will be relayed by TNL. They've got good positions to deal with this.
You need to make this work if you're BC Game. Chaos coming through from Prime Taps. He knows that everything's on the line. He was carrying them on map number 1. Now BC actually giving themselves a fighting chance here, Josh. TNL not out of the woodworks.
Yeah, Prime Tap says, come on guys, hop on my shoulders. I'll carry us through this one. I love just the way he goes about this round as well. The very aggressive strategy to push all the way through mid. He gets into the CT spawn, and as soon as he identifies that they're rotating over, it just jumps down. Uses that movement accuracy and the close range spam ability of that Glock. Works very, very nicely for him. So Pistaran going their way. TNL full eco. They've got to stay locked in here. Anubis was theirs through and through. Had they have maintained that momentum, they could have just had a lights out half and be looking to close right now. Instead, still fairly dangerous waters. A full stack on the eco towards B, not going to pay off. It's the same strat as the pistol for BC Game. And in the next few moments, they'll realise that A is completely open. Good chance for some damage here. Yeah, a couple of kills. That's about it.
You could tell that Nexa was fighting for his life there for a second. Just entirely focused on the spray down.
Yeah, when you peek out and there's 4 on the other side, no matter what weapons they have, it's panic stations, right? He does well to stay composed there. 8-6 nonetheless. TNL back in with a strong buy, but on it, that contingency. He's down to the MP9. That's primarily to make sure that he's got a full belt of util and a kit, because everyone else is lacking in that department.
Come on, man. Is this how BC Game are going to bring themselves back in? T-side is the perfect grounds to do it. So far, TNL have been looking like the better team in every capacity. But off the pistol round, off the conversions, now that they're on the... Will we see BC Game's revival? They did it against Big. It was a comeback to close out Inferno. There's some big out from Kakani. Spearheads of this comeback are different this time. It's Nexa, it's Prime Taps. Cypher's, it hasn't quite recovered from yesterday. Already preemptively bringing the rotations in. Smoke to impede their progression. Knife playing right behind it.
Massive.
Lucky he doesn't die there.
Doesn't take all too much damage from it either, which is really important. Flareax will go down to the hands of the man in camera and push it in from both angles. Makes this really hard. If it does end up with one more, but a 3v2. A retake that's plausible, but certainly not favourable here for the CT side. And just being bombarded with util is on it with the MP9. There's a rifle at his feet, but he's not able to recover it. I think it was actually blown away by that nade. So it's exits on the menu. 7 rounds down here for BC Game. After taking the early disadvantage. They recover very well indeed. And now you start to feel at this point, especially if they're able to tie it up at 8 apiece, which they should be able to do, they're now your favourites. Because they're on the T side here of Anubis, and they've made up for that deficit.
Not only that, now there's also a financial deficit on the side of TNL, so they should be able to close another round out. And I want to bring us back to one of the conversations we had in the pregame. We talked about how they regain confidence once they're up against the ropes, once they're having a difficult game. We saw the resurgence against Big. We've seen it before. BC gameplay levels above when there is something on the line. And when it's your tournament life, when it's the chance at going all the way to the finals, it's a chance to get some juicy VRS points by taking down a big dog. They're all for it. And they'll probably feel like they blinked and they missed it. Their lead being taken away from them.
Can't afford to blink at times like this. keep your eyes on the prize. Should be aware of that, but it's easier said than done at times. Tough road ahead to claw this back with saved MP9 and an M4 in the last, and a little bit of money to go for the upgraded pistols. They'd love to cause an upset in a round like this, but once again, they've gambled wrong. They've stacked the wrong site. Smoke goes into main, but BC Game will show no respect towards it. They'll just blow it wide open. Realise they've got this bottom site for free, but to be fair, the retake's hot on their heels.
Is it though? They're chain smoking connector. Everyone locked out. And there's even a world where BC Game actually push forward and start taking some of these weapons away. I like the fact that Flareax sticks around just to make it as damaging as possible. They're trying to lock BC Game into the bomb site, and with this rifle recovered, things become a little bit more digestible on the next round. BC Game, recognizing that the only way out is towards CT spawn, they still have to leave a prong here. Otherwise, an ninja defuse could be in order. And yeah, job done from TNL. They waste enough time that one player will lose his rifle. That's not really a big deal for BC Game, who have just recovered after what seemed like an impossible to beat start from TNL.
Yeah, now we tie up at 8 apiece. TNL, the ones calling the pauses. It's now or never. Do or die. Have to lock in and get this one done. And I can't imagine the conversation that's being had here. Onyx trying to rally the troops and get everybody back to that locked-in position, that flow state that we saw at the start of the game. Remember, they were 7-0 up. And they've lost 8 of the last 9 rounds. Things looking a little bit bleak here. Here we go again. AWP on Nork, a luxury that the CTs cannot afford. Still a decent buy out of them. Rifles across the board, 3 kits, decent amount of util. A lot to do here. This is the shot. Oh, we can't find it through the smoke either. Onyx going to aggress. I kind of like this. Nork's aware. Nork's very aware. Oh no!
It? Oh, does he expect another? No way, dude. Nox awareness is on a whole another level. But Flareax doesn't peek out of the smoke. As soon as Nox realizes there's already a bullet in the side of his head. 3-on-3. Flareax looking for more. Finds it. Now we will be given a 1v1 that he ends up winning. Kakanito falls, and TNL will be able to disallow BC Game from immediately pushing ahead. Will they, though? There's 45 seconds on the clock. Cypher, 1-on-3. Possible, but denied by Dawi.
That is a very important round. And yeah, I was sort of saying before that, these guys are on boot camp. Sat together. Moments like this, when you call those pauses and you just look everybody in the eye and say, come on, guys. That grand final spot's got our name written all over it. Just got to stay focused for a few more moments here. Third and final tactical pause used out of BC Game. We've seen TNL use all 3 as well. They will buy down to effectively 0. And if they lose this round, they've got some serious problems because they won't have the loss bonus anymore either. So those economic woes flip-flop between the two teams. And TNL just being able to inflict damage in these rounds has been this sort of slow burner that could pay off for a massive yield. If they can convert here. BC Game would be on nothing. They'd have to eco. TNL have an opportunity at 11. Look how aggressive this is from Davi. Oh, doesn't stay on the angle. Needs to come over. Now he needs to be careful.
Not quite the steamrolling that BC game were continuing with in the past few rounds. TNL might be able to stop it. Oh, dude, Onyx push is so well timed. Dawi there to support him, but doesn't even have to pull the trigger. BC game on a big deficit. Prime Taps as low as he is. A 3v5 effectively, unless Prime Taps can make that Deagle pop with no HP. Cypher will be detected towards B, so less problematic. BC Gamer just trying to bring a two-pronged approach to the site. Cypher, good shot now. It should be incentivizing the rest of the team to start moving in.
Oh, damn it. Really important double kill there. That is huge. And a 4v4 breaks down monumentally here for BC Game. Norku had a decent position in mid. Starts to second guess whether he should play for it with 20 seconds. Next, big kill. He needs Onyx here. HG's right, but Onyx a little too quick. And Nifu will follow up and help out. Double digits hit here for TNL. No bomb plant for BC Game. Means money, as I said, is really awkward. They had a couple of players with a little bit of extra cash from before, but two that are double eco. So they might force into this, and if it doesn't work out, TNL could be hand-delivered match point. And serious.
And if BC Game end up losing this, they're going to be feeling like it was just a really bad start that cost them the whole game. They looked decent enough on the terrorist side, but TNL did allow them to come quite close. Pistols can often be swing rounds though, but will TNL allow it to happen? Onyx spraying them down, makes short work of them. The spray down will keep commencing, and it's an ace for Onyx to end things on a high note in the round. TNL with 11 rounds after BC Game nearly came back into the game.
Oh my, the man calling the shots as well, leading by example. Padding those stats a little bit, it is only against the Pistols, however. He'll be very happy with that. It wasn't 4, it was an ace. Did all the lifting there on the B-bomb site. TNL now start to feel the wind in their face a little bit. They poke above the trees. The canopy that BC Game had put over them. The comeback attempt towards the tail end of the first half. And a good start here to the second. Their T side now scrambling for 5 more rounds. If they lose this one, it's surely done. So much weight riding on the 20th hit.
Bit of a technical hiccup. Stream seems to have crashed for us. Yeah, I think it should be back in a little while.
Okay, so we're back. A 2v2. Sorry about that, folks. We completely lost the feed.
And TNL could have lost a round if they can't get a comeback.
For BC Game, they do deliver on that front. They're not in the clear just yet. There is still going to be money here for TNL. So they'll come back with rifles out. AWP on flare axe. Everybody rocking and rolling. Still a lot to be done. No time for mistakes. It's a close round in the last. It boiled down to the 1 versus 1. The round wins are all that is important here now. Tiny little tickles, a damage exchange. Prime Taps actually puts a bullet into Nexa. slow stuff here.
BC game, they've bought themselves some time. They need to buy themselves a win here. Look at how bad their money is. They don't have any more breathing room. They won't be able to keep their head above the water after this. This is an instrumental gun round to try and stop TNL at 11. Beautiful shot from Nock. Flareaxe responds. Ops taking out a troop each for good measure. Slowly moving in. Onyx even on the off angle. Nock's gonna expect him. Quickly scopes in through the wall, finds Onyx. And it's a 3v4 as BC Game starts sprawling onto the B-bomb site. Utility to push them back. And Ify has a window of opportunity where he can at least come closer. But they do not want any of this smoke. They'd rather forego this. They'd rather let BC Game comfortably get double digits, but keep their hands on weapons. We thought it could be one-sided, Josh. But there is still so much Counter-Strike to be played right here in the semifinals. I'm sure Fnatic are rubbing their hands knowing that they've got a great game on their hands, no matter who comes through.
I'm not sure they're rubbing their hands. I think they're maybe quaking in their boots a little bit here. Seeing the level that is on display between these two teams. Fearing for what's to come. I mean, they will have the luxury of being able to watch this game. I'm not sure if they are right now, or whether or not they're using this time to relax a little bit, warm up. Either way, we go the distance here on Anubis. 11-10. TNL running out of chances to close here, but saving 3 players in the last will give them that extra cash. So move into the 22nd. They'll have a 4-by once again. Fire at the feet of Cypher. He's going to extinguish and run right through. He's taking a lot of ground here.
Man, he has crapped all the way through, and he's going to be the difference maker here. Does not matter that they've saved up weapons.
They'll have to do it again.
And BC Game now have the equalizer. You know, we talked about how BC Game were suddenly looking like the more favorable team because they're on the advantageous side. But for a moment, they started to lose their grip. And TNL had the ball back in their court. Now, lots more to do. BC Game, blood in the water. They can smell it. They know TNL's around here. They want to thin the hedges before they go into the next round. Utility to go through. This could change everything for TNL's longevity. There's a player coming in from behind too, so they've got to watch out for him. Kakanito, Cypher, they light up the scoreboard, and there is no response from TNL. No chance at a retake, and they don't even get weapons for their troubles. The driver's seat formerly occupied by BC Game now.
Oh, man. Yeah, honestly, I think that hunt may just seal the deal. TNL will be thrown back into a bye here, but instead of having the rifles out again, some real contingencies at play. A FAMAS on Flareaxe, Onyx down to the MP9. Now, to be fair, this may encourage them to innovate a little bit, get aggressive. That might make a difference this time around if they're playing quite close into middle. Won't be allowing Cypher to get that flank going like he did in the last. That's what caused them all sorts of problems. Is it back to old ways? BC Game leaning here towards A main. Can on the other side of this needs to go big.
TNL must be sweating. Coming back in unlikely scenarios against bigger teams has been the trademark for BC Game so far. An incredibly important round we're about to witness as we head into A. Prime Taps, opening frag against the heaviest hitter. Dawi's gonna fall soon. Two of the biggest carries of TNL already out of commission. As TNL prop themselves up for another save, Josh, I'm sure you're getting flashbacks of the previous round where they tried to super glue these weapons onto them. They couldn't come away with it. BC Game already on an advanced hunt. Molotov into A main makes sure that no late round shenanigans are going to happen. No chance at a ninja defuse. Knifey, bit labored on the spray, but that's okay.
Okay, not sure what Onyx was doing there. I thought he'd maybe be encouraged to try and wrap around to mid and actually get that AK. Better than saving the MP9 into the next. Either way, two players staying alive. Give them a little bit to work with in the next, but a massive double entry out of Prime Taps. I sort of contextualized this game for TNL at the start of this one as a team that are currently ranked 31st in the world on the VRS system. And a win in this map and, you know, a win in the tournament as a whole would really bolster them up. It would put them within the top 30 and they would start getting some big tier 1 invitations. That may happen anyway. But this would have been a huge opportunity for them, and it seems like BC Game are about to squash it. One more fly on the wall to swat away. It's the 24th round, and Davi's aggression. Oof, that's fine one, insta-traded. I'd have liked to have seen a few prods like this earlier. I don't think Nexa does.
He's going to back off, though. That could have been prime time to do it. You can tell the TNL go for something a little bit more antsy because they know the bare basics aren't working. Can FlareX take care of the offer? Molotov makes it harder to push forward and find him in an individual duel. Cypher in the meantime going exploring on middle, and he's found a great timing. Onyx gonna go down. Knock pulls the trigger. And is TNL being destroyed in a comeback right now? BC Game up on the ropes twice against better opposition. First against Big, now against TNL, ranked 31st in the VRS system. They've been the Grim Reaper that's been doing it all. And the worst part is, they've been giving people false hope. They've been letting teams think that they're about to win before they bring out the scythe. Knifey, though, wants to try and defy it. In the meantime, BC Game cooking something up on A. They've gained access to it. It has to be the 2v3 retake, which is seeming nigh impossible. They're playing for overtime now.
Somebody needs to be the hero here and strap on their cape. Nifty wants to be that man as he lines up to Nexa all by himself. Off the 2v1 and from the top, Ken finds it. TNL extend play and take us to OT, and Nifty does do what's required. He puts that cape on and he swoops down and saves the day. The hero emerges, and now, well, it'd be anticlimactic if they can't take it the distance, but they get another shot at this. And BC Game, you could see on the cam there from Nexa at the end, head in hands. They'd come so far. They had such an advantage in that round. And to choke it has got to be heartbreaking.
Death defied. 2v4. Facepalms. Warranted. And I wouldn't want this semifinal to go any other way.
Tech balls. Nothing yet. to be said here. You got to stay quiet, but you just sit in this if you're BC game, don't you? You just sit in silence and mold at a time like this. A round that they could not afford to lose. A 4 versus 2 to close it out and breeze on to the grand finals. They throw it away. Lucky for them, their T sides look good. I think they should be able to continue this momentum, but lifeline adrenaline.
I honestly don't know about that, Josh. I feel like they put so much energy into that. And I know I'm talking about the intangible, almost the arcane, but I just feel like it matters. When you've already
been a little bit of a quiet day at the office. A disappointing performance from Nork. Next is Nade. Oh, does big damage. Follows up with a headshot as well.
Is there another comeback in the tank for BC game? That's the burning question. TNL. Will they be delayed again? Nexa doing quick one and knifey. Both down. Onyx hanging on to this round by a thread. And a 1v5 is actually doable as he's offered up 2 duels on a plate. He has the bomb. It's good, but Prime Taps turns it and puts him in the graveyard. BC game. He'll have a chance.
A sort of showcase of mechanics again at the end there from the in-game leader, but that's another good round back from BC game. Both teams now having lost series points. And TNL going to use their tactical pause before going into the final round of OT1. Double OT or bust for BC game. TNL potentially 2 minutes away from banging themselves a spot in the top 2 in the grand finals shortly after this against Fnatic. All or nothing here, boys. AK's out on all 5. They don't want to opt for that sniper. BC game had a double AWP in the last. Don't carry it into this one either. They're actually going to leave it on the floor in spawn. Stick to the rifles. Here we go.
BC game are trying to take control once again. They feel like it's been defied since TNL got that 2v4 to kick things off. It's gonna get real chaotic on B as TNL try to push it forward.
Oh, it's huge.
Lyrac to kill. 4 and through the smoke he finds Cypher. 2v4, TNL. BC game are gonna have to replicate what TNL did just to keep themselves afloat, but it's not gonna happen. Karen finds another, and Dowie has the final kill, walking away from the monitors as TNL have gotten it done despite limping for life.
It would have been so poetic, wouldn't it, if BC game had taken that one out in the 2v4 fashion and extended play, but not to be. My God, what a series. A 16-14 overtime win after the recovery in regulation from TNL. And yeah, the energy levels, the aura in that room right now, the boot camp must be through the roof, as they will be your second grand finalists, joining Fnatic a little bit later on today. And Davi, absolutely your deserved MVP. 25 kills, 9 assists, 88 ADR. And yeah, to maintain that level throughout a 30-round game is impressive stuff. So heads held high. They've got to do it again now. But yeah, they will be very, very happy with that victory. And the BC game, that one is nightmare fuel, isn't it? Especially that 24th round.
I have to take a breather here. It is so unbelievable that TNL starts off in a super convincing game. BC game bring it back. TNL make it convincing again. BC game nearly get it done in a 4v2 on that last round. It almost feels like they've thrown up their hands. But look at what ended up happening, man. TNL, by the skin of their teeth, kept themselves alive. And now they are going to be in the finals against the guard that awaits. It is Fnatic. It wants to defend that trophy.
Oh, they absolutely do. And we're just hours away from crowning our Proving Grounds champions, sending somebody home with $40,000 in prize money. And yeah, the bragging rights to win the tournament, a load of VRS points to go with it as well. I was stressing before, TNL, this would be a crazy win for them, would bolster them into some huge invites that are just worth so much to a team like this that, you know, none of the players on that side, a lot of teams at this tier of Counter-Strike have got at least one or two pieces that sort of formally played in tier 1 and have had the opportunity to play in some of those bigger competitions and at that level. Nobody here on TNL has that level of experience. So this would be a first for them, and it would be so sick. And obviously a massive tournament win if they're able to pull it off. But I think we've got two of the best teams here, probably the two best teams from either side of the bracket, battling it out, butting heads for this grand final. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, I do want to quickly look at the bracket though, because I feel like there were so many teams that could have made it through. I mean, we just saw an example of that. BC Game almost beat TNL in that final round. We also saw BC Game come back against Big earlier. So there was a very real chance that Big could have made it through. This could have been a position where Big and TNL were battling it out. And there were just many teams from either side of the bracket that would have been worthy contenders. I feel like on the left side of the bracket, we had NIP, that could have pushed through against Fnatic as well. That being said, though, Josh and I are going to have to freshen up a bit, take a little bit of
think we are going to have a banger grand finals on our hands. I don't think you can really ask for anything more, and I hope that it delivers. We've seen tons of 3-mappers throughout the playoff stage so far, but as we established earlier, sort of some superficial 3-mappers, right? Three map games that have still been quite one-sided. I would love this one to deliver some real contention across those maps.
Yeah, and I think it will. I feel like the fact that both teams have shown so much perseverance, Fnatic always being able to bounce back even when they're a leg down, TNL consistently being able to defy the odds, getting so close with BC game, having so many times where they could have faltered, just being able to recover and making sure that their spot in the VRS, their spot in the tournament isn't going to be compromised now. You can see a list of all the bodies in the playoff stage that have been packed up to be sent to the graveyard as Fnatic and Team TNL remain. I think this is going to be a banger of a matchup, and there is no way that I want to see this be done in 2 buys. This needs to be that extended series. I want to see it be the 3-mapper. I want to see Fnatic sweat. I want to see TNL sweat in a position where they never have that kind of margin that other teams have been giving them, because Fnatic is just better.
I think we might just get that, to be perfectly honest. However, both teams have been on really, really good form recently. But if you want to draw these sort of apples to oranges comparisons, yesterday, TNL lost to NIP in the CCT quarterfinals. And today, Fnatic beat NIP. And actually, TNL lost to NIP pretty badly as well. It was a bit of a stomp in the 2-0. So, you can kind of draw some lines there that are maybe a little bit wavy and are not too clear, but yeah, I think Fnatic should be teed up as your slight favourites going into this matchup, as we saw the bracket along the way. As you said earlier, we've waved goodbye to some formidable sides, but I think both of these teams have proven that they deserve to be here, right? Not that there's often too many scenarios when you play it all the way through a playoffs bracket where you end up sort of saying, oh, they had an easier run or they got lucky in this game or anything like that. I mean, there is a little bit of that there with TNL in terms of that final round of regulation they were able to win on Anubis. Felt like it was majorly choked by BC Game. Had they played that round properly, we would have seen BC Game here against Fnatic instead. So there maybe is a little bit of that in action. But yeah, both of these teams well deserved to be in here. They're super close in the rankings as well, 6 points away from each other. Haven't really seen them butt heads at all in recent history. In fact, this is a first for this matchup, despite being so close in the rankings. But I think it should still be one that delivers on all fronts. We'll take a look at the rosters and see who are the ones that were popping off earlier, who are the ones to look out for that might pop off again here.
And if you're looking at the side of TNL, there are so many pieces we can talk about, right? We had, in the previous game, Flareax bailed them out so many times. Knifey was doing great. Dawi had a superstar performance. Karen has always generally been a very top-tier performer for them. And even when he was having a bad game, so many times he was finding entries that are just unmatched for his team, just ushering them into bomb sites with a lot of ease compared to what you'd expect. And Onyx, on the other hand, time and time again, multi-frags, dominating, even though he's not even the player that you would expect to be coming out with the firepower, hasn't really had the highest of ratings, is actually the lowest rated player in the team, has bailed TNL out quite a few times. But if we're talking about superstar ratings, there is no better team to describe that with than Fnatic is. I mean, you've got BlameF on a 1.23. You've got Mattis trailing slowly behind. Jambo in the same light. You've got Fear, Crims. There's so much veterancy, so much experience, right? Like, obviously, you take a quick look, you're thinking about the veterancy of Crims and BlameF, who are just superstars. Crims, of course, in his own time has seen even much higher highs. BlameF, the same scenario. Fear, he is very well in a position where he can bring this team to newer heights. Jambo, amazing. Mattis, as crisp as ever. So I think it's very difficult to find a weak link within Fnatic that is going to buckle under the pressure of TNL. Other teams might have had some flaws, but I feel like Fnatic is the most formidable opponent that TNL have faced so far. We're, of course, going to be looking at the map veto as well to see where we're going to be headed. It's Ancient, Train, Mirage as your final few maps of this tournament.
Okay, Train did actually come up in the series earlier on for Fnatic. We saw BlameF and Matties have a really strong performance on it. They look pretty good, so I'm not surprised that they pick into it here, sort of fresh off of the press with that one. But a slight change of scenery. Obviously, TNL going for a different map pick in the form of Ancient, and then Mirage as that decider. Could definitely deliver on all fronts again. But yeah, this is shaping up to be a scary but quite exciting match for sure. I'm not going to call it a David and Goliath story because it just isn't that. But there is definitely something here that says, yeah, Fnatic are the hardest opponents that TNL I think have had to face in this competition. They're actually one of the hardest opponents that TNL have had to face in recent history. If it does go down to that third map, remember TNL looked very confident against BC Game earlier on Mirage, but they really did struggle on Train. So there's definitely sort of a bit of a flip-flop going on in terms of these two teams, and their very recent form, we're talking literally today, on each other's respective map picks. We touched upon the VRS points and sort of how that changes after a map in a tournament like this. And, well, for TNL, they really start to leapfrog. After that win against BC Game in the last, they've actually just surpassed Ents and Big. They're now ranked 30th. And a win here would shoot them right into 27th, where they would surpass Namiga, FlyQuest, and Navi Jr. For Fnatic, they're quite deep in terms of they got their heels in the sand, and win or loss, they stay 25th. But of course, they want that win and to just try and push a little bit further forward. Without further ado, though, folks, we are ready to get things going. Our first map of our grand finals, and TNL starting off on their CT side. Two pairs of Julies dropped over by the selfless IGL Onic to buff up his teammates, try and make this happen.
We'll see if those dualies pay off. Dividends already set up for it. Flareax has two players coming into his crosshairs, already making the dualies work. Madison Jambo, the first victims. A third falls in, and Fear will be chopped off in quick fashion. BlameF, though, still providing some resistance. Knifey falls. And Crimson BlameF, they're the veterans you want in a clutch. And we're already seeing it be hotly contested in the pistol round. BlameF might be able to find a timing here. Yeah, he does. Not sure if he hits his shots, though. Fumbles his words for a moment. And he does have the right weapon for this. But a big opportunity to potentially get a freebie has been given up. Crims, in the meantime, separated from BlameF. A kilometer away from each other. Crim should be able to get the bomb with ease, though. Onic. Easy kill. BlameF. The player with lower HP goes down. Crims. Now in a 1-on-3. And even crossover to get the bomb down, though. Oh, wow. Flareax just uses that like an M4, and TNL kicking off the grand finals with quite a bit of confidence.
And the Julie's always just packing a nasty punch, and we see it right there again. No opportunity for Crims to get away with any kind of plant or really anything out of that pistol. TNL putting their foot down hard, looking very good here. Into the second round, 3 MP9s for Mass, and that M4 on Flareax looking to get aggressive. They know they're going to be against nothing. So a chance to farm some cash to pad those stats, and can swing out. Ooh, the kill Matties.
Yeah, not a bad kill at all, but it's not going to be significant. Couple MP9 kills. Cash registers cha-chinging. BlameF might be able to get a consolation prize, but his spoils of war will be limited to just that. Nade doesn't even pop as BlameF receives some lead to the head. TNL, couple rounds of the board now. Fnatic should be bringing the weapons to the table immediately. AK-47s across the board. It's just Jambo on a Galil Fear as well, because he has to prioritize the util. But this is honestly a fantastic start if you're a TNL fan. It is their own map pick. Getting to start on the CT side as well, based on Fnatic's choice of picking the T. Wonderful little run boost. Too bad it doesn't catch anyone. But that is really good control. Oh no, Mattis expects it. Push through the smoke is punished.
Mattis ready. Sees the jump up. Big kill. Jumbo's going to be heard here. He's making a lot of noise. Onyx should just charge him down, but the MP9 runs out of bullets. And once the trade is there, could have really done with both and an opportunity to upgrade into an AK. Davy still makes it happen. As the head pokes over, he rips it off. Crim's now left by himself, but miles away from the action, miles away from the bomb. And surely, no chance. Davy's found 4 kills in this round.
Powered by individuals, TNL have been saved so many times. Is that going to be enough to power them through a victory against a Goliath like Fnatic? Well, they themselves are in the Goliath conversation, so perhaps if he's able to find Crims as the smoke blooms, and a 3-0 start for TNL is the perfect way to kick things off the CT side. It wasn't the cleanest to begin. It required Dowie to really bail them out. But he goes above and beyond.
Yeah, that was a special little sequence there from Dowie. Pushing TNL onto 3, maintaining that lead. They fought so hard for in the pistol. And the first buy round going their way as well. They should get a little bit of a freebie here in the 4th. It's just going to be Tech 9s coming their way. Fnatic would love to cause an upset, but realise that it's unlikely. The Desert Eagle will bop a few shots down. Crims just won't get anything out of it. Onyx. Deployed, spams through.
Some damage has been done by Fnatic, but nothing of material use just yet. Time ticking down. They're wanting to throw this straight into the B bomb site, and this is their opportunity to do just that. 2 coming in from Cave, 1 from Ramp. Trade for trade, but Knifey gets 2 for the price of 1. Fear has an M4 and will be able to take down the last defender as well. Bomb should be crossing over in just a moment. Kieran, Molotov at the ready to make sure that planting is not an easy affair. Buy so much time for TNL to have both of their pieces at the ready. Oh, good collection. Now it's just down to the 1.
Davy, the hero in the last round. He's got to strap that cape back on and be a hero here again. Blamef. He's on 2 HP. It just comes down to who's quicker to the trigger. Does Davy clear this hard right angle? Oh, timing on Blamef is absolutely perfect. Footwork, brilliant. He's able to swing out and finish it off. First on the board for Fnatic, but one that comes desperately close, literally down to a single bullet. And important that he was able to survive in the way that he did. The pistols do prevail here for round number 4.
Yeah, it really sucks for TNL because they could have elongated their presence here. If they just play better against the pistol, suddenly you've got a 4-0 start. You have the chance to keep building up your economy, but now it is going to be in shambles. Karen down to the shotgun. You got an MP9 thrown into the mix as well. A couple of them, actually. Dowie and Onyx both. Knifey on an M4. While Fnatic, a chance to stabilize.
Double MP9s. A shotgun on cam. No longer the full buy. Can't really call the last round a bonus either. That was one they really needed to win. Brims jumps up. Big kill onto Onyx. And it's just a freebie for Matties. If they're fumbling around on the site, trying to get the reload in, the 3-man stack on A will pay no dividend. As Ken starts to get aggressive. He's got the shotgun, so swaps to the USP for the deeper fight, but shouldn't be able to get away with anything here. And maybe he does, actually. Got on to blame. Yeah, single kill. Will be traded out. Davy and Flurex just looking to hold on to their weapons.
The issue is now Fnatic are allowed to be wound up and let go. As they start building up that momentum, you never know when it's going to stop. And this was a pretty big financial commitment from TNL, so this next round will be one that they just have to fork over. Maybe they can do something with pistols, I don't know. Fnatic were able to pull things off. Replicating that success will be very difficult. They also don't have enough money to buy any upgraded pistols either, so just down to 2,000. Intermittent fasting is what I like to call this type of purchase. Have a window in the next round to buy soon.
Yeah. At that point, they'll definitely be looking to prevent the Fnatic boys from taking the lead here. Not onto the A site for free. Fnatic will realise that no one will be stopping them for now. All of the space, no trouble. They get that bomb plant. They haven't got any SMGs to really justify a major hunt here, but as the USPs fly out, just trying to do a bit of damage. Davy and Ken will take 2. And Ken's got himself a rifle as well, so either could save or could do some extra damage. Blamer works his way around and of course wins that fight. So tied up 3-3. 2 kills is, that break-even point for a Felico like that. They'll be reasonably happy with the outcome. As the buy comes in the next, that's where they want to put their foot back down and give us some of that TNL magic that we were seeing at the start of this map.
Fnatic have a much faster approach this time. Just going to be booking it straight to the A bomb site. There's also just one defender with barely a finger on the pulse. Fleerax creeping in through the smoke. And he's got enough time for their setup. Definitely shouldn't have expected anything after you forfeited the bomb site like that. But this position from BlameF is going to be so decisive for the fate of TNL.
wow.
Coming in from behind, never mind. Pulls out a nade. And he's going to get caught with his elbow sticking out. Wowie suddenly swings it in the favor. No, Mattis! The instant turnaround. 2-man spray down. Has brought it to just 2 players from TNL.
Going gets tough now. At a good position. As you say, time had been bought on the site to allow for the retake, but now that retake's looking like a bit of an impossibility. Ken and Davy take down low. They've got a smoke and a flash and no kits. The man disadvantage, no option but to just pull away from this one. They'll allow Fnatic onto 4 to take the lead. It's no trouble. Maybe it is a little bit, but prioritizing the rifles here. They want to fight another day. Ken will catch Maddie's on the exit. Press for it. Yeah, there you go. Handed another.
beautiful sequences, honestly. And a timely tactical pause from TNL. They know that they are fumbling the bag right now. And for anyone that has not been following, a quick reminder to the viewers that the difference between first and second place is almost $20,000. Well, closer to 15, but it's a big ask, you know? Big paycheck awaits anyone who can get past this final hurdle.
Bragging
Oh, look at this from
with it.
TNL. I like the fact that they're getting super aggressive, but Blame F is at the ready. Now that just leaves one defender out on middle. Knifey gets tagged up quite heavily, chased down, but Mattis will fall. Jambo quick to clean up the mess, however, and Blame F and Jambo are doing so much. Onic and Fleerax, whatever they do now will be a desperate ploy to make this even. No, Fleerax just can't afford to miss so much, but he's still getting killed. Onic, oh no, he swept past! He should be able to bargain for a little bit more, but Blame F through the wall. The recognition there is perfect, but Fleerax is still being a problem. Blame F, he's brought them this far, and he carries them through. Fnatic with a 5th round courtesy of Blame F's recognition.
That is so sick, right? The ability for Blame F to just hone in and find that trade instantly. No stress, no trouble. Knows exactly on the minimap where Onic is and pulls the trigger without wasting any time. Fnatic on to 5. And yeah, no complications caused there. Comfortable stuff. Maddie's okay. Here's him coming. Oh, only 1 for 1. Good damage, though.
Yeah, runs into... What?
That's gross.
What a collection there from Karen. Yeah, Fear doesn't even know what hit him. A 3v4 now. He does the pistols, yes, but the numbers can always be a little overwhelming. Onic trying to make that 5-7 pop. Blame F knows that he needs to chase him down. Another beautiful shot through the wall. Blame F just making it look like Ancient's walls are transparent. Tucks himself in, sees the shadow of Fleerax, and he's got them wrapped around his little finger. Pistols might have looked good for a second, but no more. As long as Blame F is on the case.
Doesn't feel like a lot that Davi can do for this one. 5-7. Be looking to carry that Kevlar into the next, but well aware that Fnatic have just taken control. This is the TNL map pick as well. They sort of had a few options here when it came to the veto. They went for a different pick as to what we saw earlier.
I mean, of course, TNL try and play Ancient as much as possible, right? It has been their bread and butter. It's a map that they have an 87% win rate on. The problem is, even when their individuals are shining, sometimes they're just dropping the ball. That was, honestly, an insane start for Cairn. Just making that AK-47 war, gets a double kill, starting with just a 5-7. And a tactical pause from TNL makes perfect sense. I know that these teams are only 6 points away from each other, but it's always felt like Fnatic are still on a different caliber, right? The highs that these players have experienced are completely different. Obviously, the likes of Jambo, Crims, Blame F, Fear, like they have experienced the highest of highs. So we know what their ceiling is capable of.
Fluirax on the AWP this time round. There's no AWP on the other side to contest with it. BlameF boosts over the smoke. I quite like this. Trying to find a bit of room. Nobody from TNL getting aggressive this time around. Onyx just sat on the other side. Mattis in the meantime. So the molly into cave. Nobody home. They'll keep pressing. Just taking that space. Fnatic have done a really good job of that. This T side so far. Meticulous at clearing the angles. A little bit of a spam. Good HEs. Oh, wow. It's actually going to finish off, Ken. That's huge.
Yeah, because they go for a 2 nade stack. Making sure that they finish their meal. Problem is, TNL, elsewhere on the map, they've been doing some work of their own. Yes, in the meantime, it's quite a bit of footing on B. Onyx eliminated. And Knifey could have their number. He's right behind him. Is he going to be there just in time? Yes, he is. Crims, not quite ready for him just yet. A smoke is going to make it harder to defend the bomb. Knifey sees the wide swing, ready for Mattis. There's just fear remaining. He's got to watch out for 2 different angles, and he will quickly be caught by the first one. TNL, not fizzling out yet.
That's a massive round to win. Especially after Ken got nade stacked there in the red room. It did feel like things were sort of rocking against them again, but retake was really good. They found the answer, how to crack back open this B site, and it did them a lot of favors that they were already in position for it. Rifles out again. Fnatic, of course. No issues with the cash just yet. If they lose this round, then there will be, but for now, more than enough money. 4 AKs and AWP on Jambo. Something that we've seen infrequently here. Trying to put on a bit of pressure again. Onyx up close, but the molly will send him back.
Just has to take a pot shot and back off. Doesn't want to be clipped by the sniper. Fnatic have already done quite some work here on the terrorist side. It's also the side that they've picked into, though, so gotta take that CT side with a grain of salt. Fnatic on the angle. Fear down. Might be another victim on the chopping block as Karen sees Jambo coming. Bolt pulled as he gets eliminated. Mattis, however, is trying to still be a part of this little tug of war. Before it's possible, but the time against Fnatic as they don't really have too much space anywhere on the map.
Ooh. A shot Crims. Puts it back into a 3-on-3, and more importantly, gives them a load of space here towards A. So Ken's going to rock up, a flashbang into CT. Nothing he can do to deny the plant. As he tiptoes forward. AK on the right-hand side. It's going to take a lot to break Pyjamas. And of course he won't. Smashes the head. Niffa and Fluirax left with it all to do. Mattis denies, and Fluirax just with that AWP has to fall away. Fnatic right back to winning ways after the round loss in the last. We see that AI winner prediction gives him a whole 1%. I'll give him less than that. There is no chance. Fnatic will take 7.
This is such a bad round from TNL, though. I mean, they had the 4v3 advantage, but instead of sort of receding into the bomb sites and forcing Fnatic to play their hand, they instead went from multiple individual peaks. Like that one fed to Mattis, and then the second one in Donut fed to Crims. There's no reason to be contesting for information there. A shoulder peek would have been good enough. Very surprised when teams don't go for shoulder peeks and jump spots late into the round. In fact, I feel like it's even more useful then to try and bring those early rotations in. But Fnatic, this has been an outstanding T side already. End of the first half of the grand finals underway. Just one round remaining. And TNL thanking their lucky stars that enough money has dropped into their bank accounts just to still be furnished decent weaponry.
Minute on this clock. Deep Molly goes in again. This time, there's a smoke in place. Niffer's going to catch the timing as he works through and he hears Matt is creeping his way up. He wasn't really creeping. He was making a lot of noise. That's what got him killed. 50 seconds now. Bomb starting to work its way back over towards A. Contact. Can needed to win that fight, and he doesn't. Crims, who's been really good so far this half, finds himself another. The timing here for Jambo is impeccable. Does take the single. The double may be wishful thinking, but for the final round, they've surely done enough. Ooh, Flareax. Maybe he has more to say. And he's still alive here.
Yeah, somehow. I mean, with barely any HP. Look at this. Crim's just trying to hunt for him. Knows that there is a player with very low HP. And blame F. My, oh my. You don't want to take fights against him. And Crims turns up with the recovered op to do some heavy work. Look at that scoreboard. Lined with Mattis and Blame F. Not quite the CT side that TNL would have wanted.
I just want to highlight the chaos of that round. Yeah, just how completely ridiculous that was. In terms of everybody by themselves. There was no cohesion until this final moment where we actually saw swing off of the contact in a trade. Prior to that, it was just individual fights taking place left, right, and center. All over the map. Fnatic really kept TNL guessing. Catching them in rotation time and time again. A bloodbath about to commence here in mid. There's a 3-for-3 fight.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
ends
no.
up with Fnatic on top.
This is not what TNL would have wanted in the grand finals. I mean, we've seen quite a few teams struggle on their own map picks. Yes, it's always been the script for the proving grounds, right? Everyone having to prove themselves on their opponent's map pick. But I'm not sure if Fnatic want to follow that. Really worried for the longevity of TNL right now. I'd like to remind you that Train was such a struggle for TNL. Just a little while ago against BC Game. Much faster play from TNL, though. Utility damage is going to pepper them in red. Fear caught. 2 trades. But Flareax and Onyx are so damn low. Couple pistols to try and dredge through the troubled waters against rifles and an MP9 thrown in there. Onyx knows that a sneeze would be enough to take him out.
First couple of seconds, this round looked like a lost cause, but actually done remarkably well to get the bomb plant out of it, find a couple of kills. Onyx recognizing that whilst he's not saving a lot, they're not going to have a lot in the next round. So with 1 HP, throwing himself into the bomb site is undoubtedly suicide. They'll allow Fnatic onto 10 as they would have taken anyway, but you know, Kevlar helmet, a Mac 10 into this next is better than nothing. As his teammates will half buy around him, maybe. Oh, Ken jumped into an AK and then sold it again. He's having a think first. It's another good hold from Fnatic.
TNL are just thankful that they can even get the bomb plant out. You're right. If I was the prediction, I'd give them a 1% chance of even getting the bomb down. But a desperate effort to come onto A is about to ensue. Only one real defender immediately available. As soon as Jambo gets a whiff of this, he should be calling in the rotations. Here they come. Jambo doesn't want to fight this without help. He's going to wait it out, but they're chasing him down. I love this. They get super aggressive. They want to thin the hedges before they get this bomb down. And TNL, Flareax's position is amazing. Defined to Knifey with another, and Fnatic have been dismantled.
Oh, Blamer won't even be allowed to escape, and yeah, as you say, dismantled is the right word for it. TNL on an awkward buy like that, of all things, as well. Really make that work. The second they breach the A bomb site, the retake is just a mess.
TNL's mindset going into the A site was so rock solid. They're like, we do not want to play any of those little tug of war games in Donut. You know, it gets super annoying. You're just trying to get the bomb down. You constantly hear bullets coming your way. They're not going to play any of that. They go out and find Jambo before they even want to punch those digits in. And look at this from TNL. Once again, fast pace, A site on the target. They already have it marked out. It's just a matter of bringing the bomb there. Dowie, 2 kills with the Mac 10. MP9s and an M4 in hot pursuit, trying to come back onto the site. But the range from Knifey will eliminate Blame's chances of finding anything. They're in Mattis. Damage is the most they can do.
Ooh.
They're hopeful.
There's a lot of damage inflicted there by Fear. It's unconfirmed damages through the smoke, but it's another round. This is a buy round from Fnatic, right? And TNL just breezed through. There is no friction whatsoever. At the end, Mattis will catch out the 2 low HP men. They threw themselves in first, and I'm not sure why. But look at this. Yeah, just breezing through with the Mac 10 of all weapons as well. TNL will take 6, a 7th to come for free, surely. There won't be the money for another buy. There you go. A flashbang and a HE, and that is all we will see invested going into round number 17. TNL have tied their laces. And they're looking to make a little bit of a sprint to tie things up. Recognizing the importance of their map pick and swinging it their way. Building up momentum and an economy in the meantime. Can flashbang? Can. We'll only go 1 for 1. That's probably all we'll see out of the CT side.
Damage isn't the worst. This is a good little resurgence from TNL, though. If you were starting to think that TNL were done for, you got another thing coming. But back to the weapons we go. Bring out the briefcases, bring out the weapons. Fnatic are 3 rounds away from the finish line. TNL, the same to make it a tie-up. But by the time TNL tie things up, it's going to be much worse economy for Fnatic. Look at this, though! Aggression's been working out so well for them, so they stick to the plan. They keep applying pressure, and that pressure will choke out Fnatic. Onyx responding, a 2v4. But so little HP on 2 players. Crims, can he find anything? No, he misses his opportunity. He gets peppered with bullets. They will choose to bow this one out. It's not happening. Not today.
TNL will make it 8 then. Felt like a little bit of a must-win from Fnatic. In order to maintain this hefty lead that they've been working with, and choking it is going to mean TNL should be good for 9 here, to be honest. It adds a spanner to the works that Crimson Blamef are able to hold on to rifles. Maybe we'll see a half buy around them and a little bit of an opportunity for some success, but feels unlikely. Tactical pause. Second one called here for Fnatic. I think it's the right call at the right time, to be honest.
If you're in Fnatic's shoes, certainly you're feeling a bit shaken up. Where is this new energy coming from for TNL? don't know why we've just ended up seeing so many comebacks here in the Proving Grounds. We've constantly seen teams come back when they're up against the ropes. Fnatic this time, though, they're not taking any funny business. Oh no, they're not ready for knife feet. Only good for one. Protected. Lots of control on middle from Fnatic actually ends up working out quite nicely for them. Ambo, pushed all the way through main, knows there's another peek coming, but can't do anything.
Fit.
This can fall apart.
Yeah, certainly could. He's got an opportunity to pick up a rifle here too, and with the 2 in elbow. Don't want to stay on the angle and try and deny that as he takes contact. Oh. In hindsight, would have done some big damage if he'd just thrown that nade. The information valuable. He'll start to work his way around. Maybe could deploy it from the red room instead. Just sat put. They've got the man advantage. And it feels like they're very split up here. So given the opportunities for TNL to isolate these fights, with 40 seconds left, they're the ones that need to make the move. With the bomb on Fleerax's back, it's got to find its way to a site.
So much time has to be spent just to find information. I like the fact that Onyx is taking the liberty to go forward, try and clear things out a bit more. But issue is, he's going to walk right into the trap of fear. Mattis, waiting for the second prong, and will catch Fleerax trying to flee with the bomb towards A. That's a weak buy.
Yeah, that's a wild round to win.
Money is no longer an issue for TNL. Just about getting those rounds, Josh.
Yeah, it absolutely is. AWP out on Jambo, the rest with the buy, and yeah, they'll be feeling really good that however they got it done, they win that last round, they're on to 11. It's not going to be breathing room just yet. They won't hit that point until reaching 12. But an opportunity here to push themselves onto that scoreline. As you said before, TNL have kind of got enough to buy until the end. They either keep winning rounds and keep building to that economy, or they lose 2 and the game's over anyway. Very difficult to break the money right now. Fear. Let's spam through the wood, won't connect. There is one on the other side of it. In fact, there's 3 lingering towards the B slope. And 2 more to join them. This should be an execution. He's the anchor by himself. Entertains the idea of playing in front of the short smoke. Then realizes, I'm by myself, and I've got to wait for my teammates to get into position. But the rest of the boys on Fnatic are very slow to react to this.
Yeah, it's become a little too telegraphed, so kind of surprised that Fnatic aren't a little faster on the trigger there, but they're going to try and go for a full 5-on-5 retake. I like this. I want to see the chaos. But let's see if they're going to be able to thrive in it. The first player to slip up will be the issue. You never want to be the first one to die in a 5v5. Time taking down, bomb halfway take down, knifey, first contact, flash is good, Mattis responds, and they're still trying to fight back from Cave. Flarex finds a little gap to try and fight back, Flamex and Mattis both, a kill, a piece, just here remaining. He's trying to find them through the smoke, he's gonna come out, gets him off the bomb in time, and as he's fading away, Flamef has been popped as well. Fnatic shut down in the messiest round we've seen in the tournament.
We wanted a contentious grand finals. We wanted these close maps, and we're certainly getting them. Look at this from Cairn. Flamef had one job, which was to be the bodyguard and make sure that there was no chance Crims could be taken off of that bomb. He was worried that they'd go for the wood spam. So ends up joining the party in the cave smoke, and Cairn, full W right through it, gets Crims off the bomb. And an unbelievable flick for the reaction on the second as well. Not that it was needed. He bought enough time. The C4 would have gone boom regardless. But just rubbing salt in the wound. Maybe a little bit of luck on his side. I feel like he stepped backwards. The bullet hopped up and looked a little bit crispier than it should have been. Either way, it's 11-9. Fnatic strapped for cash. They'll go for another buy here. If they don't win it, this one is going the distance.
Perfect time, perfect conditions for it to be going the distance. But can Jambo still give them a chance in this one? At least he's able to thin the numbers before the plant goes down. And TNL knows that this will be a hard retake to fight against. Fnatic aren't ones to bow out of a challenge. They've done it before. They tried the 5-on-5 retake. Of course they're going to go for it.
The problem they face now, they're taking a while. They've got no kits. There's no kits, and there's hardly any util with 2 smokes and an incendiary, and a very short fuse left on this round. I don't think this is all too doable, but they've got the numbers. They need someone to get on the defuse right now. And as well, we see Fear throw himself at it. He's the only player that has any potential. They'll find all the kills, but the round goes with it. I don't know why Fnatic are so slow on that retake. 2 end up dying to the bomb as well. That is disastrous.
Because that doesn't affect the money of TNL. It doesn't matter. They have the financial fortitude to keep fighting. Nobody's there to try and get Kieran away from the bomb planter. And I get it. They want to try and play a little bit more composed. They want to give themselves maximum chances of finding the kills, but they've got to make some sacrifices. They have to be a little speedier than that.
And this level of awareness, I think that no one had really clocked that they didn't have any kits, because you can't take as long as that if you don't have any kits, right? So it's this, you can kind of imagine the comms getting a little bit cluttered, and, you know, it's hectic in the server, so I imagine it's hectic in the TeamSpeak as well. And you just sort of pop in, and you go, oh, no one's got a kit. There's zero chance. You know, when Fear throws a smoke on the bomb and just jumps in for a 10-second defuse, there is zero chance that that's not getting denied. Fnatic. Yeah, had they have just pulled the plug and gone for the save, they would have been on a good buy hit. Had they have been a little bit quicker, they'd have won the round. Instead...
I mean, I appreciate the cojones on Fnatic for wanting to go for those disadvantageous fights, right? But how quickly is it going to pay off? Oh, what a way for Jambo to clip Onyx. There's been a response already.
Oh, Blameth.
Blameth creeping up. Yeah, they're not going to expect him. And allow some space for the pistol player as well. Matt is coming through to try and recover a weapon.
Yeah, that's really important.
3v4.
Mattis has got a chance to upgrade into an AK. He's got Kevlar, as does Jambo. These pistols and armor very quickly upgrade into a round with rifles and a man advantage. This would be a bad one for TNL to lose after being given a bit of a lifeline in the last. A minute on the clock. The bomb still in the T's hands, but Fnatic applying the pressure, sticking around on B slope. As that cube smoke starts to fade, they realise they've got to pull it back a little bit. Still, numbers in their favour, 45 seconds left.
This time, the time pressure will be in reverse. We've gotten used to seeing Fnatic try and scramble for the time as the bomb is ticking down, but TNL need to get on a site. 25 seconds. Both kills found. And what seemed doable? Not anymore.
Wow. Brutal. Once again.
Insane.
Yeah.
I would...
The level of composure here for TNL. To in a round like this, you know, take those early disadvantages to find themselves in a really awkward spot and still just stay locked in and win it and not drop a single casualty after the initial 2. These guys are winners.
The biggest, most impressive thing they've done is that they have completely shifted stylistically after they were getting battered by Fnatic. They realized that playing the slow burn style is exactly what Fnatic are made for, right? They play the slow T side. They're happy to play a slow CT side. And they like playing away from the bomb sites. They like going exploring towards cave, maybe want to go towards ramp, right? They'll have one player single-handedly try and defend A. Maybe they'll even have a passive opera. And those things will quickly be shut down if you just turn up the speed.
Again. Right on the other side of this smoke, another one deployed next to him. He starts to worry a little bit that Fear may be using that as an opportunity to creep through and isolate one of these fights without the crossfire. He's definitely broken up Ken and Davi. He's not going to go for it. Crim's aggressive in main. The shadow will betray Onyx and give Crims a very early warning sign. The early numbers.
TNL aren't playing to their strengths again.
Back to old ways.
Overwhelm, overpower, outgun. Those should be the 3 words that are going through TNL's minds right now. Because this waiting game, they're not cut out for it. Let's see something a little bit faster. Here comes the util. Blame F waiting. He's not going to have support for a little while. Jambo already on the case. They don't have any utility. It's going to be so hard to get onto the site. Fear is there to find the refrag. And another kill to the tally. TNL might be running out of gas just a little too late in the game. Knifey, a 1v3, 15 seconds. Chances next to nothing. If he commits to the bomb, there will be a wallbang with his name written on it waiting for him. And Fear doesn't even have to do anything elaborate. Just swing out, find the kill, and Fnatic now at least guarantee overtime even if they succumb to TNL's speed.
The one saving grace is at least they'll have money to buy back into this next round, but yeah, you're right. A painful CT side from Fnatic, a great resurgence from TNL. It feels like they just stumble at that final hurdle. They'll now have one more chance to stay afloat here on Ancient, otherwise they will be giving up their map pick. And they'll have to get it done on Train, where they have not looked good. Falling into dark. Control taken out in middle here. Onyx tiptoeing forward. Mac 10 in hand. Does he clear the corner? Crims was in an aggressive position in main last round as well. It pays off once again here. Could just be 13. No further complications. We've seen a real theme of teams trading each other's map picks. This one feels a little bit different.
I have faith. We've seen TNL come back to allow themselves a chance at the finals by getting a 2v4 done. Maybe this is still doable. Flareaxe and Knifey. I want to see what you're made of.
Deja vu. 2v4 again for us. It's now or never. You've got to start manifesting. Lock in.
Needs to be flawless. You can't make any mistakes. You can't even take damage as you're going in. 3v3. Okay, let's see it happen. Opera's going to be the one to commit to the bomb, so they can have the Galil focused on defending. Flame F waiting in cave. Here's the audio cue, so it's going to be easier to narrow down that there's a player right behind the big box. Timing is perfect. He's going to find Knifey in the side, and a spray down onto the second will mean that Fnatic, although they slow down, they'll be besting TNL on TNL's map pick. This is a disaster for TNL.
Who else but Blame F as well to get the perfect timing in there and just creep forward for both. I could see it happening. It would have been poetic. It would have been beautiful for TNL to take us to OT again in such a fashion. It was a very, very fast reaction shot from Nife. But nothing more. 13-11, Fnatic. Let it get close, but they close it out at the end. A stinker of a performance from Onyx. Good stuff from Nife and Kern, but as we said in the pre-game, right, and as we were kind of a little bit worried about, Blame F and Matties are the two mega hitters, right? And if they don't deliver, then Fnatic have problems. But they're here today, they're stepping up, they're putting on big numbers, and arguably, I guess it doesn't matter as long as they're shining. They've got to keep shining throughout the series. They had an unbelievable map 1, and that is going to be Fnatic taking the TNL pick of Ancient. Train up next.
And the fact that it's Train, which has not been the best for TNL. I mean, we've already seen an example of it today, right? BC game, 13-6. TNL's chances right now are not looking good. It's Fnatic's map pick. We've seen TNL be bad on it, and now they've also lost their own map pick. As close as they were, a 13-11 is still a victory for Fnatic, even if it comes down to the wire. And now, the team that has always been the best when it's up The rotation's dumbfounded. Fnatic, just so aware. Always with a finger on the pulse. And Dowie has no idea how he ends up in this 1v4. Mattis sneaks through the smoke. And Fnatic have shown us a masterclass in playing the pistol round.
Yeah, that was so sick. Felt like the one man that doesn't want to evacuate the plane there when they tried to entry into B. They were all just sort of blocked. It looked really stagnant and a bit strange. And then, yeah, they just turn around, take care of the flanking. And as you say, play off the sound cues, bounce between the sites. And as soon as they do lose a man and Fear dies, they're just instant on the trade. They don't allow that one to get messy at all. So TNL, their CT side, forced by some upgraded pistols, a bit of Kevlar back and forth, and a helmet for Ken. Crim's on the other side of this. AK in hand. Nice shot. Sorry, that's a Galil, but still, deals the damage. Looking to break TNL early here.
Ivy control established. There's found. And you can already, I mean, it feels like Fnatic are already looking quite well drilled on it. And obviously I say that and they immediately lose 2 players, but that's off to some really good shooting. Knifey finds Jambo. And now Fear and Mattis have some work to do. Also quite split apart, so there is a chance that 2 1v1s might be isolated. This would be prime real estate for Knifey to be acting upon.
1v2. Bomb's going to go down. He's kind of miles away. A hell of a lot to do here. But he's kind of got the right tool. A Galil in hand. He'll tiptoe forward. Timing just kind of gets the better of him here. Mattis is going to cross into CT. I think he has the right idea. In fact, he really has the right idea. He's going to hear Mattis. I can't believe Mattis is aware of it. This is ridiculous.
What?
What is that level of awareness?
Dude, I'm telling you, the walls are transparent today.
That is truly ridiculous, because there wasn't a sound cue given off. For a second, I thought maybe Fear had seen like the back of the leg as he was coming out of connector, but by the way he was moving on the minimap, that didn't appear to be the case. Wow, just unbelievable awareness there from Mattis. And a second round for Fnatic, no complications, a few kills out of TNL, but that's to be expected when you're on a full force. 2 staying alive, bomb going down, and a third surely to come here. Mac 10 drawing first blood. A lot of extra damage dealt through that smoke as well.
There should be a walk in the park for them. 1 player remaining, head spotted, Fear makes quick work. They want a drag race to the finish line. TNL's response certainly has to be a lot better than whatever the hell we saw against BC Game. This has been a tournament that has been littered with fully played out, full-scale best-of-3s, going all the way to 3 maps time and time again. And to end it in 2 bites wouldn't be the outcome that the people are waiting for. I will say that I feel like Fnatic probably looked like the most robust team in the entire tournament. Least likely fall when they're just expected to win. The most linear progression we've seen in this tournament has been from Fnatic, dominating the left side of the bracket. A slow cook from Fnatic. A solitary player on B. As the utility comes in, it is going to incentivize rotations.
Behind the oil train. Iffy. Tucked away. Fear should clear him, but he'll have the advantage as he knows the second that one jumps up. The aim gets a little tricky. They're not even committing to the plant here. They just keep pressing forward and 1 by 1 feeding the frags to the CT side. That was a poor round from Fnatic. And of course, TNL will take full advantage
And just look at that from Mattis. He's got the bomb and he's going forward to fight. Like, I get that you can do that if you have multiple players to help you out, right? You try and go as a unit, you clear the back of the site, then sure, maybe there's something you can do off of that, but just going out solo, already knowing there's a player on Ultron, obviously there's going to be a couple rotations coming in as well after the bomb has already been spotted. So you're right, this was a poor showing from Fnatic. Cracks like this could be exactly what TNL want to exploit. Some damage on a Dowie, courtesy of the utility. Fnatic. How? Crims finds Dowie at the end of his barrel. Wanting to come through long dog. Crims knows that there's a flank cooking. The awareness has just been criminal from Fnatic. Karen pushed off to the angle, plays right behind the molly. His ability's hard there, so it works out for him. But in return, Mattis is going to come out of main and finds two different players as he's mid-flash.
Wow.
And Crims will put his fangs into FlareX.
Wow, wow, wow. Right back to winning ways of Fnatic after that weird round in the last, to be honest. They don't allow it to plague them for long. A fourth round taken, a fifth surely on the horizon here. As the buy from TNL is just so low. Be that one rifle. A couple of upgraded pistols, Ken on an MP9. They have kind of got the loss bonus, but it does feel like Niffy's a tad over-invested into this. He's reliant on either saving or finding a couple of kills or winning the round. They could be in trouble. Slow stuff from Fnatic.
We need to rush it. Take it slow. Got the advantage. Matt is spotted on the jump spotted, but it's not really going to matter. What he's chasing down is a scout rifle, which certainly can't find him. Presence maintained on the A site. Flank spotted by Crims. Another round that should have no business from TNL. And deep utility is also going to stop them entirely from wanting to push forward. And they do have a little bit of equipment to work with. No reason to lose it. FlameF gets a tiny shadow on his screen, which allows him to preemptively be ready for Karen. They're going to lose the weapon. They lose the armor. And yeah, I agree with you, Mr. AI winner prediction. 0% is right.
Yeah, no chance again, Fnatic. All five stand alive here too, by the looks of things. FlareX won't be able to do a whole lot about that. And we haven't really contextualized the potential grand final win here for Fnatic alongside some of their recent results. A team that, you know, prior to the last couple of weeks have had a bit of a rough year. In fact, a very, very quiet year. Some poor results, you know, bowing out of CCTs in very early stages and things like that. Then this month specifically, a strong performance at the Conquest of Prague. They went to the LAN, they won it against Ents in the grand finals. They played the Glitch Masters LAN, they came second. They just lost to Passion UA in the grand finals, but beat some good teams along the way, the likes of Nine and Ninjas in Pyjamas, along the path. And yeah, this would be a massive, massive result for them. Just this resurgence as a team. Trying to propel their way back into some tier 1 competition. Trades decent here from the CTs, but FlareX, it felt a little unnecessary. He'd been given a lifeline and an opportunity to just back off and maintain the numbers for his team. Instead, he repeaks. And now back into a 3-on-3.
Fnatic. They've got a huge advantage already. Fear wants to give himself a better chance at multiple duels. Picks up the AK-47, and that AWP has been tossed out of the map. Molotov gives up his position. Now they're starting to close up. Knifey's got the right weapon to take care of Ivy. Swings out. Wide swing is perfect. And Fear's going to start to chase him down. Should be able to catch him quite soon. He does. 2v2 again. 30 seconds. Do something quick. Fear. Oh, he's being peppered with bullets. Might die. Never mind. Karen is good to take care of him. And knows where the final player is. And with 20 seconds on the clock, knows that Fear's options are limited. It needs to be a perfect headshot to get it done. But Onyx, an oversight will mean that Fear puts him into the ground. TNL needed this.
Can't afford to be making mistakes like that at a time like this. I can't help but feel that that third dip from Fleerax was a mistake in itself. That was the first one made. And yeah, right here, Onyx had a real opportunity. Fear can catch him from the side. Tactical pause here for TNL. They are realizing they are losing control. This grand final is slipping away from them at some serious pace.
This is pretty much a repeat of what we saw towards the start of Ancient. It was a complete bloodbath from Fnatic until it wasn't. Then we started to see TNL come back. They got oh so close. But I feel like they got spooked out towards the end of the game, right? TNL was starting to play a super fast pace, which was completely taking Fnatic by surprise. And then when they started playing to Fnatic's strengths again, they just fell apart. TNL just the pistols. MP9 is the only upgraded weapon they've got.
Right now, unsustainable. They could really do with a round like this, to be honest. Just to rock the boat a little bit. The 5-7's absolutely capable. I like the boost up from the MP9 as well. Crims, I was going to say, he shouldn't really expect this, but he does. Really smart. And you can just see the cogs turning, the brain power on a team like this, especially for a player like Crims with so much experience. Recognizing the economy, knowing what kind of buy they'll be up against and how to approach it accordingly. We'll see Onyx here on Ivy trade another back, and with an AK recovered in a 3v3, maybe there's some wheels on this wagon. Fleerax coming in from behind as well. This would be massive for TNL. Look at that. Awareness again for the boost.
Oh, wow. Yeah, issue is now they've got to deal with two angles though because Fleerax is in the back line. Swing out's good. Jambo down. Fear. Let's see if you can find two. On the 1v1 for them before, and he quickly, expertly repositions himself to the back of the E-box. Minimizing the number of angles he's got to deal with. Knows they haven't committed to the bomb yet.
Oh no.
Taking his sweet time before he starts firing off, and it's just a little out of reach. No way you can get him off of it. And although Fleerax is going to have to pay with his life for it, Karen's able to defuse the bomb, and it is not an issue. TNL, at least a scratch on the board now.
Ugh, what a nasty round that was. Commended Crims on his awareness for the boost in the brown halls. He anticipated the boost over the smoke into Ivy as well. But yeah, just a bit of a bad plant, to be honest. A bad angle for such plant position. If he was around the other side of the red train, could have had a bit of an angle to spam, but yeah, no opportunity there. 6-2. Fnatic will call a little pause. They'll be up against a bye once again. They've definitely looked like the better team here, but as I said before, TNL will be very, very glad to accept a round like that. Chips away at that Fnatic money, chips away at that Fnatic confidence that's been building as well. Jambo. Fire in front of him. What a start from Fleerax. That's a sick shot.
Crims is going to be able to respond, though. Each team forfeiting a player. Fleerax has had to lose some HP for his endeavors. Fnatic making a ruckus on A. That's where the bomb is as well, but they've got to watch out for this flank coming in from Monic. I've talked about how good he's been at saving his team time and time again. And this time, he'll get a crucial kill, a lot of information, and he'll be able to back off safely as well. Tucks himself from the corner, and this 3v4 is going to be difficult.
It's perhaps an understatement. Timing important though. Oh, thought for a second there, Crims maybe had it. Matties should have a bit of a freebie here. Does take a lot of damage from Onic before finding that kill. So a 2 versus 3, about 45 seconds on this clock. Fleerax is going to come and join the party. AWP posts on the angle, just about crossing before he gets there. So won't see anything, but we'll be aware that that timing's a possibility as the nades come over. Ken on the back of the site will peek out. Poke another kill. Blame F on the trade. 73 HP, 2 versus 1. With 20 seconds left, he'll face right back into the orb. But Fleerax finds the head, and you can see, yeah, a little turnaround, a little fist bump. Smiles on the faces. They're starting to pick up a bit of pace here.
And the good thing for TNL, at least this time, is that they're starting to do it soon enough that they might be able to recover. It's not like they've waited for Fnatic to just get away with the score, get to 8, 9 rounds, then you start manufacturing a comeback. No. A much better showing this time around. And Fnatic are also down to pistols. A bit better of a chance this time around. Some breathing room. Let the air clear out for a little bit. Would love to see something that's much faster from Fnatic, because we've mostly been seeing that slow roast, right? Where they poke around bomb sites, they try and draw rotations, then we see maybe 1, 2, or 3 pushes.
Bit of contact. Spams through this box, which is incredibly wallbangable. Flashbang goes in. Jambo used that as a little bit of a cue to maybe get on out of there. Still a 5v5, less than a minute on this clock. Seems like they're going to group up and hit towards B. Just that single rifle. Some upgraded pistols, boost over the top. Yeah, nothing being seen there. Fleerax is not far off with the AWP. It's not often you see this boost. It's not often you see it work. If someone does want to get on top of that train, there is a possibility. You can be seen. Ken. Love that. Big kill onto Matties.
Mattis might have been down, but they've given quite the space here on B. Knife has been really good playing off the back of the oil train. Most of the time, whenever they've been funneled to him, he's been very successful, but this time overwhelmed after a single kill. Onic, great weapon to have in these long-range engagements, and he makes really good use of it. Dowie, next one up, play Meth, the Eagle. Can it work out for more? Onic starts spraying him down, and unfortunately not gonna get to see a 1v3 with the Eagle, but TNL, that is quite the damage to be taking. It's not a very potent buy.
I liked it up until we saw Blame F last alive. It was like a very deliberate trading game, wasn't it? You could see sort of one wide swing out and then a close swing from the second on the pistol. You see it again here. Wide swing from Jambo. Fear swings out for the trade. Just trying to, one by one, chip away at that defense until it boils down to a 2v2. And then they can try and swing it their way. But doesn't quite end up happening. And, well, we'll see TNL pull it back even further. 3 on the bounce now. Fnatic stagnant on 6. Now, to be honest, for the T-side of train, 6 rounds isn't bad at all. But given the fact that it was 6-1, they're definitely going to be looking for a little bit more here. And as we push to the halfway mark, these next 2 would be greatly appreciated for the Fnatic side. Whether or not TNL will be serving them up on the menu is another question. Fleerax on the AWP. He's been hitting some great shots in these last few rounds. For a very consistent Fnatic side. I said at the end of that last map, the scoreboard looked very top-heavy, didn't it? It was Blamer for Matties doing a lot of the lifting. Right here, everybody is between 7 and 9 kills. We're bang on an average of 8. They look to keep that going. Spear will take first contact. Big kill.
Oh yeah, they're doing a great job this time. Fear off the vertical angle on top of the train is really difficult to deal with. Oh, Firax being peppered with damage. Nade meant to pop the smoke, but does some extra damage on Fear. Nearly lost his life to it. Oh, what? They're not checking for him, and now the bomb's in peril.
No.
Second player spotted as well. Fear still quite low, but he's still getting up to some funny business. Rim's the last healthy player alive here. And a 1v2 that can be salvaged by Flareax. Expecting it, however, and waiting with the tripwire to get Fnatic to 7.
Massive round there from Fear. Breaks that consistency I was talking about. He flies out with 3 kills. More importantly, getting that entry. And then just his timing and positioning, absolutely perfect for more. Onyx really should have put 1 bullet into him there. I think if he had an M4 instead of the AUG, that would have done so. Just a little bit slower to the trigger, that weapon. I think it's a little bit slower to fire. 7-5 then, Fnatic. Good chance for 8 here as TNL don't have a lot of money to work with. Matisse burns down to 3 HP to kick things off. And Cam's going to follow up with a double on the MP9. And that smoke got blown open. I was worried he'd be caught with his pants at his ankles. Instead, he triples down. And what a statement there from TNL. A flawless round. And let's look at this again. That is ridiculous.
What did I just watch? Murder there with the MP9. I have a stinking feeling that this one's not over yet, Josh. After the side switch. Want to see if that energy's still going to be kept up. Fnatic now playing the CT side. TNL. They're going to have to show us a monstrous performance if they want to bring it back on the T. Oh, wow. Crims gets super aggressive. Glock's doing some lifting, though. Mattis stops it in its tracks. 3v4 on towards A. That's where TNL have decided to go. Bombs out as well. Fear, great connection. As he barely sees ahead. And TNL's chances are looking slim here, I'm not going to lie, Josh.
This looks bleak. After a great resurgence towards the end of that first half, it is all going wrong once again. Very, very awkward. Nice shot, Ken. P250. Looking for a little bit more here. Any kind of damage is good damage in a situation like this.
Oh,
and there
what?
you go. Hang on a minute. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. He's got a bit of time to work with as well. And a 2 versus 1. P250 lines up another. Don't feed the beast like this. This is ridiculous.
Not like this. Just one more kill. One headshot is all it takes. And Cairn will flip the script. Mattis might have the timing, though. That's the issue. Cairn won't expect it, and with the audio cues now being given up, Mattis knows exactly where Cairn is, but Cairn's taking the long way around, and we still have a longer round on our hands. 8 seconds. Needs to commit to the bomb soon. Takes a sweet time to get to default. Just takes that extra bit of time. And now might be ready for Mattis. Come on, Cairn. This could be the play of the tournament if you can get it right, but he's looking away, jumping, avoids Mattis. But still spotted, and it gets really messy, but Mattis is able to save Fnatic to get them the pistol and the ace.
One hell of an attempt, and it has to be said. What a ridiculous 1 versus 4. We just counted him out of, you know, we were already singing the praises and saying, yeah, this one's done. What a terrible round, and then I'm not really sure what Fnatic are doing in that 1v4. You see, Fear give him a free fight. Okay, Jambo gets a little unlucky, but the fact that in the 2v1, Blame actually goes solo hunting there is just nuts. They almost end up throwing away such a freebie round in such a crucial moment in the game, right? Now back on the gas pedal. And a big kill onto the man that caused them so many problems in that last round.
Swing round could have been crack in the window that allows TNL to get back into the game. Obviously not down and out just yet. Still the scoreline's quite close. Are we going to see another attempt at cosplaying as Cairn? Sonic. Tech9 in a dream. That's the fun thing about training. You can always be a problem. Uh-oh.
Oh, nice shot there. Okay. Crisis averted. Again, no chance. He's sort of getting deja vu a little bit there, you know, the 1v4. Comes up again, but... yeah, 9-5 Fnatic. Sort of pulling away. Should be a 10th on the horizon. Very little money to go for much of a buy here, TNL. It's awkward, isn't it? Come in with that. Yeah, just the pistols. If they... oh, lovely shot. Maybe I underestimate the pistols.
Might be another one coming up. 4v2. With just the sidearms, TNL have carved themselves a more than likely round. And Mattis has the heaviest hitting rifle at the moment. We'll have to get most of the work done. Can't make any mistakes now. Chance for Fnatic to get to double digits without much of a scratch in the second half. But with both Cairn and Flareaxe having a rifle of their own, it's looking more likely like a TNL round. Oh, that's spotted. He doesn't have armor. It's easy to start ripping them apart with the MP9. If anything, BlameF is glad he's got an SMG.
Running left by himself, then. Not going to happen. So, okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. A good recovery after a bit of an awkward start to the round with the Desert Eagles popping heads. And whilst TNL will be somewhat happy with the amount of damage they were able to inflict in a round like that, they'll be feeling a little bit sore that they weren't able to close it out when they had the two-man advantage. So, into the next we go. Tactical pause first. Fnatic talking things over, realizing they are just 3 rounds away from being your champions. And they want to make sure they stay locked in and focused. Make sure they get there.
Unless TNL can do something soon, this will be the beginning of their end. They fought tooth and nail. They barely looked like they were going to make it through the semis. But they might have finally met their match with Fnatic, or have they? Opening kill from Cairn.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hold the phone for a second. Flareaxe still popping heads. It's going to be the bomb down. Seems like TNL have still got some life left in them. Unrelenting here. As Matties will take one back. Fear catches another. This comes back to a 2v2. And a round that it seemed like the primary goal was just to try and hold on to some weapons. But now, as a bit of a secondary objective, maybe they could entertain going for this, but they opt against it. Fear will grab the sniper. They'll get on out of there. They'll let it go the other way. rough round to lose if you're Fnatic, but they'll have multiple chances. They don't have to worry just yet.
Quite the lifeline that Fnatic have on their hands. TNL. Don't have that much of a margin. A couple of mistakes can still be afforded. Are they gonna bring up the pace like they did in the previous game? I think they might. Jambo, hoping that someone comes his way, anticipates Flare Axe, but a double molly's gonna lock him out the rest of the round. Dowie in hot pursuit comes up right behind him, and Jambo tries to get cheeky but is punished. And a B-side retake, it's hot, it's heavy, and a Mac-10 starts ripping through them. Cairn being looked for by Fear. Double kill from him, but eventually goes down. Onyx, and on a swivel, he's looking at 2 angles for the 1v2. First spray down successful. Can he find the second player to keep this engine of TNL going? That's a decent idea that Fear is coming up. Fear
Oh,
around the
huge.
corner, headshot connects, and Onyx cannot stop Fnatic.
Absolutely ridiculous. Again, a massive multi-kill. Out of the key pieces, Fear with a triple in that round. It's another surprising one that we see Jambo sort of double dip the way that he does. Plays through that smoke up in towards the heaven, but either way, they still prevail. It's 11 rounds here for Fnatic. 2 away now. And TNL have no interest in ecoing and playing for OT. It is all about the here and now. Get out what you can and show us what you're made of. A Galil and a Mac-10 in the midst, but they've found a little bit of space as they drop down through the slope. And catch out Crims, actually. He's solo heaven. They've got the B site for free. And a good chance at this round, to be honest.
More than a chance. I don't even
Yeah,
think
they don't want to
Fnatic are
touch it.
Gonna want to go for this.
They've got no money, to be fair. It's a weird one to give up.
There's no reason to. Oh no, another weapon gone. The problem is if they lose one more rifle, they forego the next round as well.
Yeah.
If you've got 3 players alive, you can still drop over a couple rifles. You'll still be okay. And TNL have plenty of time to still keep on going for the hunt. I'm still about 12 seconds left on it.
And TNL pressing hard for
Closing
them
in
here.
on Mattis.
I mean, TNL don't have a lot of money either, so they do kind of need to be careful here. They can't press too hard for these hunts, but as you say, if they're able to kill one more rifle there, then they secure themselves the next round too. Even so, with such minimal loss bonus, Fnatic aren't going to have too much to work with here either. So, in terms of the drops, we might see a FAMAS from Jambo, and then the other will be on a pistol, or maybe an MP9. It's not going to be great. But it certainly could suffice. Tactical pause first.
And where have we seen this scoreline before?
Last map. We know what happened, but we also know what almost happened, right? So,
Kind of cool to see that TNL are Mongol supporters, though.
I've seen so many recently.
That graffiti in the
yeah,
spawn?
Yeah, yeah. I've seen so many recently.
Yeah.
Everybody wants them to win later. Me included.
TNL, they will satisfy their need for speed as they move in with Mac-10s. Fleerax first to draw blood. And are we seeing Fnatic forego another round? They're not even looking like they're going to try for it. They lose B, they let it go.
There's something fundamentally wrong with playing a solo anchor on B, and then when he gets rushed, just calling a 4-man save, isn't there? I don't disagree with the call now to save. Like, they're not in position to get this retake at all.
How do you think they got their rounds on H? They kept rushing to A with one anchor, either playing from Donut that they would overpower, or they'd just be in... It would just be Jambo holding all the way from the back lines in CT spawn, trying to take control, trying to make sure that nobody enters A. But one smoke or a wide swing and he's gone. That's how TNL did it before. They've just been trying to match Fnatic's Freak with just more and more speed.
Surely there's going to be a different solution here. I mean, I can't imagine TNL just rush B again, right? They'll switch it up now. Now that Fnatic have got somewhat of an answer, they put 2 there early. TNL still keeping up the tempo, this time towards Ivy. Ivy gets off the first bullet, but it is only a single connected from the AK onto Jambo. That AWP will just take a step back, 74 HP.
I just feel like this is one of the rounds that Fnatic actually wins.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise
Because
me.
when they have less, they do more.
It's a good read, though. Look at that. I've never heard something there, or if that was just intuition, but
Nice nade.
should be. Big kill.
Well, Mattis is going to pop out of the smoke. Yeah. Hins the numbers. 2 players already quite low. I mean, Knifey and Karen being as low as they are, this furthers the potential of the solitary pistol that they've got. Everybody else has the rifles that they would want. A big advantage for Fnatic. And TNL, I think the bane of their existence on Ancient was when they slowed down, when they tried to play that slow row style that Fnatic are known for. Fear, great headshot. And add 1 more kill to the tally. TNL might be bowing out of this one. Fnatic inches away from securing at least overtime. Let's see if Karen is going to allow that. Moves in, headshot. Getting ready to plant the bomb. Blamef slowly creeping up from highway. He's ahead, but he's been spotted as well. Now he's going to have to wait for reinforcements. Cannot afford to make any mistakes. Wide swing to collect Karen. And Dowie, even such a heavy hitter before. A 1v2 would be the perfect way to cement his importance. Sees him, gets dinked, and is getting super messy, but he somehow lands the final shot. Jambo falls, and Fnatic disallowed the security of overtime.
That is ridiculous. Again, the AWP, just the wrong tool for that 2 versus 1. When the first man fell, and you want the rifle to just swing and trade it. He's not able to do it. Jambo just up on top with the scope rifle. The pistol at the end couldn't find the head it was looking for. 11-9. TNL still snapping at the heels of Fnatic, who, to be fair, weren't really supposed to win that last round. There'll still be money for this one. By no means a walk in the park.
This is the same TNL that got bested 13-6 against BC Game hours ago. And now they're giving such a tough time to Fnatic. Deep into the bomb site we go. Onyx down. Cairn response is great. But they're losing quite a bit of HP. They're losing blood on the battlefield. They might have gotten control of the site, but they need a bit more. Matt is starting to crunch. Fear dishing out the damage. Even more damage being inflicted as Cairn will be falling. And now the bomb is out of Fleerax's reach. Overtime, again, within arm's reach for Fnatic.
Surely not again. Fleerax 1v2. Oh, gets handed the first. What a flick. Straight into the skull of Crims, and Mattis is low. I don't think Fleerax is aware, because otherwise he'd have this pistol out, but he's staying scoped in. He's dead set on this. This is his all day long.
Wow.
Oh, bad timing. That is ridiculous. He now knows where the last resides.
No,
I don't know why he's not swapping to the rifle here. Pistol out. All gets chaotic, but 1 bullet to the chest is all that's needed. And TNL stay afloat again. Back-to-back rounds where a 1v2 clutch denies Fnatic map, series, and championship point as TNL continue to bite their nails in fear, but stay on. And Fnatic, economically broken. We're going to see this tie up, surely.
Shoes on the other foot now. TNL might be leading soon. Execute out onto A. This is a round that they should have no trouble with any day of the week. Should be just another Tuesday for them. Onyx and Knifey a kill apiece. Pistols completely disabled. Waiting behind the smokes, waiting for a chance at a morsel of a kill. But TNL are looking exceptionally clean here.
Yeah, don't even want to be losing rifles. These last couple of rounds, even though they've gone their way, have been really expensive, actually. So, just prioritizing.
Why is it that TNL need to be at death's door before they start fighting? We saw it against BC Game. We've seen it against other teams. We've seen it on multiple maps. We've seen it even on Ancient in the previous one. And now, it comes down to multiple 1v2s. Keep them alive. And remember when I said the scoreline was reminiscent of Ancient? Well, this little recovery is as well. The issue is, you don't want this to end up with the same fate as Ancient.
Wow, okay. Third and final tactical pause being called here by Fnatic. And whilst I don't have an answer for how and why TNL only step up when they're on death's door, this is what makes them such an exciting team to watch and a true contender every time, right? Even when they're down and out of a series, even when they're the underdogs, they have this sort of group resilience as a team. Just allows them to pull out all the stops when the odds are stacked against them. They'll go into this one again. Rifles in play, AWP on either side. Both teams stacked to the max, but TNL are the ones with the money behind them. That margin for error if they lose this round. If Fnatic drop it, they're in serious trouble. They would absolutely start sinking. With no life raft on it. Big headshot. Can't find another. Fear's going to follow up. The trades are still here. And we'll go down to a 3v3 very quickly.
The micro players are all that matters here. Crims, great flashbang comes out. Bomb spotted and collected. Now they need to group up. Flareax's op is coming around the corner. Flareax doesn't expect Crims to have already rotated off the E-box. And Knifey has a 1v3 in his hands. They came so close on Ancient before Fnatic closed it out. And I'd hate to see that same script be used again. Another kill for Crims. And my, oh my, does he kick in when Fnatic need him most.
Yeah, he stepped up in a big way here on this second map. And as you say, just delivering in these key moments where he has to. It's been a brilliant showing from the former IGL and the legendary player on this side. 12-11. This would be heartbreak for TNL. If this follows the same fashion as Ancient. Massive entry from Davi, though. Ooh!
Yeah, balls to the wall of pros. Dowie sends it out swinging. He says, we're not done yet. We're team next level. And they want to take it to at least overtime. But will BlameF allow this transgression upon his land? Talking to the back of the site. As long as two players are alive, there is still a fighting chance. Coming around, Karen finds one, Knifey finds a second, and Ancient's outcome won't be the same as Train as we go all the way to overtime as Team Next Level want to play more.
Okay, yeah, I'm very happy. I think this is the only outcome that does this justice. This would be painful to watch if we just saw another 13-11. And TNL scared once again of that 12th round, but right here, further opportunities with the momentum that they've got and the pace that we've been seeing out of their T side. They've had all the answers for the past sort of 6 or 7 rounds. They just got to keep that up. Full buy again. Fnatic will have no worries with the money. There have been a few of those in these previous rounds, but it's Flareax again. to pop the first shot. That's Jambo dead. A little switcheroo with the AWP just to make sure it's unrecoverable. I don't think Fnatic could really want it for later in this round. But yeah, maybe if things go wrong and they decide to play for the save, that AWP could be a key piece. Money whittles quite quickly on your defense in OT. A good entry. Good man advantage here for TNL.
Yeah, they're just going to be playing the long game. And they've got to build themselves a bit of a buffer because once Fnatic come back onto T, I feel like it'll be really hard for TNL to hold. Let's see how many rounds they can get. They need to make that margin happen. Mattis reads the push through the smoke. Onyx falls. As they're coming into A side, they're going to lose yet another member. Here burns to a crisp in the process, though, and it's still a 3v3. Dowie trying to push forward to the flames. Quickly refragged by Mattis. And the scales have been even for as long as possible. Oh no, Blame F from behind. There's no way Flareax expects it. It's too long-winded of an approach, and now Knifey's gonna have to find two different fights. He's doing a great job at isolating them, though. Goes deep into connector. He's ready to swing out onto the final player, but Blame F just has a tad bit more HP to endure the fight. Fnatic, the first ones to make a mark in overtime.
I want to point out a little crazy micro there. Blameoff actually doesn't have a kit. So if that went a few seconds longer and he ends up winning the 1v1 but doesn't have time to defuse the bomb, that would have just been ridiculous, right? To not have that defuse kit or sort of keep in one handy in overtime. But either way, yeah, they make it happen. Desperately close. It was a great start from TNL. It all goes wrong. They're not able to keep up that momentum. Fnatic back in the driver's seat as they're the first to hit 13. But that's not the magic number anymore. 16 is what you need to win. TNL, once again with the pace here towards the brown halls. Crims, the solo anchor. This is what we saw previously, where he was getting overrun and they just call the saves. That won't be the case now, as Blame S fast on the rotate. And they'll put up a solid wall.
Oh.
A line of defense that TNL just can't breach.
If this kind of performance keeps coming through from Fnatic, TNL might have pushed it all the way to overtime. But I'm not sure if they have the gas to convert. From Cairn. We've seen some balls to the wall clutches from TNL for the sake of their longevity. Do we see another one, Josh?
This would be absolutely nuts. Cairn's 11 HP. Jambo coming in from behind, AWP in hand. He's got a bit of util. There is only one kit on Mattis. They need to keep an eye on it. And bad timing will get the better of him 2v2. And I love the way that Cairn's playing this. He's just sat in the smoke. He's trying to stay incognito.
He's already on the palm with his knife.
He's ready for this. As soon as he hears the tap, he's just going to start slashing.
Yeah, I love it. He's missing.
There you go.
Oh, he feels the flesh at the edge of his blade. Now Mattis. Doesn't matter if he can get the kill. Just holds the bomb at the end, but they just can't hold their nerve. TNL, every time they've got a disadvantage, every time they're up against the wall, a new version of TNL emerges. Perfectly makes their name ring true. There's always the next level to this team.
That was nuts. I love the call there as well when the bomb starts beeping quick and he's like, well, you know, I'm low and they're going to start spamming. He just jumps on top of the C4. Mother hen approach and starts slashing the knife. Waiting for the sound cue. Lovely bit of aggression. Mattis, that is sick. A perfect innovation.
He's playing a pub.
Yeah, that is filth. You can't do that at a time like this. Well, he does, and he gets away with it. Blame F's there for the trade on the third. TNL. Unless they can pull off some heroics again here in the 2v4. We should see this lean the way of Fnatic at the halfway point.
I'm not ever counting out TNL. If they have a player limping with 1 HP and a Zeus, I've got faith.
Yeah, you know what? I've learnt my lesson. I'll stay optimistic. If they already out takes the contact, they've got B for free here. And Fnatic's B retakes have not looked too hot, so let's see what they can do. Big peek into Con. Nice kill, but I like that. Crim's just saying, we've got the numbers. There is no need for me to take this fight and allow them to isolate it. Instead, he's going to swing out for the trade. Onyx has the right idea, sees the fee, isolates now, Crims. Where's the peak for the trade? It's not here. Onyx kept guessing, reacts, flicks up, and TNL make it a 14th again for us. A 2 versus 4. And you can't say that Fnatic have not had their opportunities because they've had so many of them and they've thrown them in the trash.
What are they doing? More importantly, why? How does TNL hold their nerve every time they're in a clutch situation?
It takes a bit of something special, doesn't it? To consistently.
They're not write something that...
Yeah, consistently pull off these 2v4 situations. These 1v2s, these crazy clutches. Eventually, right, even if Fnatic keep edging this out and they keep going to OTs, eventually this starts to get the better of you, right? If you think about just sort of the morale on the Fnatic side right now, they've got to be feeling a little down in the dumps that they are somehow behind at the halfway point here. When every single round, they've been the ones to take the early advantages, to be in the stronger position. A third map is the only thing that does this justice. I won't accept anything else.
Fnatic have not shown that they deserve this map anymore. With so many fumbles, TNL have started to make an argument for themselves. Fnatic, though, starting off really strong on their terrorist side. Jambo finds one. Lyrax trying to tip the scales back in their favor. Fear finds a really nice timing as the smoke is fading. If Lyrax is scoped in, we can't see anything close up. Doesn't take long for Fnatic to bring the scoreline back. A 1v3, a dream. It's DNL after all. Ambo says no.
Okay, a sort of sigh of relief, I guess. A good round to go the way of Fnatic that just calms things out a little bit, mellows the last couple of rounds. So we're tied up at 14 once again. Ollie over the top. HG to come in as well. Lyrax. Oh, big flick. Great start. Mattis, nothing he can do about that. And a man advantage off the get-go.
The adrenaline must be coursing through the veins of TNL. Lower approach from Fnatic. Oh, Jambo's gonna find one, but immediately refragged. I like the fact that they have an insurance policy to follow. Scared, not spotted behind the boxes. They're gonna go right past him. But Fear is looking to find a quick response. Crims is there to help out. Dowie, you could quick spray down. Fear 1v2, but quickly evaporates. And we see TNL with an advantage, Josh.
Absolutely insane. A great start to the round from the AWP. And TNL actually have a map point here to bring us to a third, a round that they truly... Well, sorry, a map really that they had no business in winning, but after the comeback attempt was foiled on Ancient, it very much felt like we had to see something more out of them on train, and they do deliver, at least for now. Last hurrah for Fnatic. Double overtime or a third map. Both of these teams scare me on Mirage, but TNL have given us some strong performances as of recent. A deep smoke. TNL taking a lot of space early on. Fnatic for the most part, barely left the T spawn.
No options are being given to Fnatic. I really like the fact that TNL are playing this a bit more hands-off. Allowing Fnatic to run down the timer. You already know that this round is going to come down to the wire and that it's going to be super messy. The TNL, a couple flicks of the wrist and they could end this right here. Mattis opening frag. And the rest of TNL now have to watch out. Ivy in the backlines from Long Dog. Jambo.
Oh no!
Careful, doesn't allow.
What?
Oh, that's a team kill. But it's a 3v2 still. Can TNL capitalize on it? Maybe not. Fear takes Cairn down. And it's Knifey in a 1v2. These clutches are where these players have thrived. Navigating around the back of the site. Wants to isolate the duels and might have the option to do so. But Fnatic look like they're taking it to overtime. And the action on Train is not done yet.
The mic drop from Fear at the end. Then look at Jambo light up the scoreboard here. Bang! Collateral with his teammate, but a worthy sacrifice for the round at the end. Fear closing it out. 15 apiece. Double OT needed to separate these two sides. Fnatic just about hold on. Wow, wow, wow. A game that has truly delivered everything. And the fact that this may actually close out as a 2-0 just does not do this match justice at all, does it? 13-11 map 1. A double OT here, at least in map 2. Players starting to near the 30 frag mark as well. Fear, the man calling the shots, and now the one topping the scoreboard. He's had a massive step up after we saw Blamer for Matties just pull all the strings on map 1. It's been the leader that's desperate to get them their biggest win in quite some time. I was talking about sort of Fnatic's recent achievements. And yeah, this would be one of the biggest tournament wins they've had in a very long time, actually, in terms of prize pool, in almost an entire year. Big kill.
Fnatic T side is a completely different monster. And I know that TNL have been doing a great job with the clutches, but that's not sustainable at all. Give Fnatic long enough and they're going to end this show. A long creep up. Here finds a frag. And there is still a snake in the grass somewhere. The last player of the B site, Karen, has navigated around Oil Train and now he's just waiting for them. He's hoping and praying that he won't be checked, and he gets a double kill for his troubles. Back to a 3-on-3. And in classic Fnatic fashion, they have given up a big advantage. Fleerax posted up. Crim's history. But a 2v3 could still be in their cards. Mattis, good connection. Coordinate with Jambo, though. Jambo ready for the flank.
It's a big question here. Scoped in, big flick, but that is crucial. David doesn't pull the trigger before Jambo takes out his teammate, so instead of this being a 2v1 in their favour, Mattis knows exactly where the last resides. A 1v1, and a beautiful bit of footwork to dance around the blue train, smash the head of Davy, and put Fnatic ahead at the start of OT2. This was huge. And yeah, just the fact that Jambo is able to land that shot just before he takes the bullets to the back is absolutely key at the end there.
Yeah, I think if it's a 1v2 there, Mattis just has his work cut out for him, but I really like the footwork, as you mentioned, from Mattis. Instead of committing to the bomb, he gives the impression that he's getting ready to plant behind the train and just peeks out instead. And look at the speed from Fnatic. Now we're seeing a little bit of TNL action from Fnatic, but that's quickly going to be met with a swift response. Matt is trying to go through the Molotov. Kieran up on top of the train, finds a great angle. Dowie pumping them full of lead. And Fear suddenly finds himself surrounded with dead bodies. And it's a much faster round for TNL here than it was for Fnatic.
Better stuff. Better stuff. We've seen a lot of rounds go down to the absolute wire. These crazy 1v1s. Crazy clutch scenarios. That one just felt a little more consistent, a little more routine for TNL. 3 survive. Can's breached above the 30 mark now, and he wants to keep it going. Onic. The lovely bit of aggression through the smoke there, and Ivy playing through his own cloud, catching Maddie's off guard. Fleerax will do the same towards B Heaven. And an early 2-man advantage should allow them a 17th round here.
An unbelievable game of Train we're witnessing. But by the looks of things, it's starting to look like TNL are gaining momentum again. There was a point where Fnatic were inches away from closing it out right here. But TNL. I'm at a loss for words with how messy this game has been.
They might get another chance at a map and... Well, not quite series point here. But, yeah, you're right. This has been an absolute mess. This has truly, truly been a mess. If Fnatic win it, it'll be one that, I mean, you know, somewhat shrouded by just the overall victory itself, but breaking it down as, you know, the maps go, they're not going to be super happy with the way in which they had to do it. But if they don't, and this goes to a third, especially if TNL can take it out in that decider, Fnatic will be absolutely kicking themselves. 3 in a row needed here for Fnatic. 2 would secure double OT. For TNL, it's the same, but just 1 less. 2 would close out the game. 1 would secure further rounds. Jambo draws first blood. Here in round number 34. There's not a lot on it can do to trade it. He's on the angle, a tad too late, but here comes the molly and a B execute.
It's not a very long-winded execute either. It's just coming off the back of a couple pieces of utility. Fleerax will be able to find quite a bit of spacing, and Kieran's going to follow him. They want to make sure they have full control of the back of the bomb site before they start making any commitments happen. Mattis readied for the flank. There's going to be a bit of calm before the storm brews. Three players coming all in from the same angle. I don't think TNL is going to be ready for it. But even if they aren't, it's all about hitting those aim duels. There's no utility available to stop this bomb. Oh my goodness, Fnatic pummeled by TNL.
This becomes a problem now. As you say, absolutely pummeled, beaten to a pulp. And even when it boils down to the 3v3 and you're thinking, all right, maybe there's a world. It's sent to another dimension. Not the reality that'll be faced right now. The reality that they are faced with is 2 map points here for TNL. Triple OT, best case scenario here for the Fnatic boys. After having map points, series points, championship points long ago. Jambo draws first blood, wants a second, sees the leg, can't connect onto Davi. Drops an incendiary. I thought he'd fall away. Seemingly wants more here. Yeah, gives the opportunity.
Oh, they're going to chase after
him.
him.
Oh, what a flick.
Support to wow. Plucks him out of the air. Now we can expect it. Yeah, there's a player in the corner, and now he gets a double for his troubles. 3v3 still, time and time again, when Fnatic have the advantage, TNL are able to provide the pressure necessary to tip the scales back in their favor. And unfortunately for Fnatic, when it's coming down to just the gun duels, when it's even numbers, they cannot seem to close out rounds. TNL making a move towards A. Playmath swings out, wants to take the spite head on. There's the first kill. Fear wants to help out. Dowie takes care of Playmath. There's 2 to go, and Crims will stop him right in his tracks.
Wow. Ridiculous shots being hit from Jambo at the start there. Lovely bit of due diligence to throw that molly and clear out the second corner. Recognizing that, yeah, when the AWPer takes contact and he's falling away, there's surely someone that's going to rock up and provide a bit of support. Had the right idea. Couldn't close out the round off the back of it. 17 to 18. TNL going to call a pause. Hoping that this will be the last round they have to play on Train. But Fnatic may have a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, and I know the developers put a lot of thought into this map, but it's becoming a bit of an eyesore. I think either team just wants to close it out now. TNL wants to move on to better pastures. Can't be good for your heart to play overtime upon overtime. Ivy player is going to be responsible for keeping them at bay. Jambo pulls the trigger, and as he's falling off, they're starting to chase him down. But he wants to swing with the Molotov. He's got some support. It was difficult to really bunker down on him. He's trying to get out of there, but they hear the audio cue. Mattis, in the meantime, swings into Long Dog. Jambo's getting in a bit of trouble, and the flicks are good. He does damage. He gets a kill on top of that. Onic and Dowie lots to do 2v4. Clutches have been the bread and butter for TNL, so don't let yourself count them out.
This will be massive. Oh, lovely headshot. It's an instant trade, though. Still keeps things plausible in the 2v3. You just know less than 30 seconds, as much as we have been teeing up TNL for every single one of these clutches, because they've been pulling them off time and time again. This feels like an impossibility. Davi begs to differ, wants to prove me wrong. And Fleerax with the one-hit weapon is low HP negated. Sees one on the jiggle. There's not enough time for this, and Mattis isn't actually able to deny the plant. So whilst he'll catch out Fleerax, Davi's still got a doable 1v2 for an ace hit.
He's waiting for his teammate.
Oh, that's big. Perfect from Mattis. We're going to triple OT, folks. There is no closing yet for TNL, despite the 2 chances. And that's got to be a bit of a sore one.
A much-needed reset for Fnatic. And I've already said this before, and I'm going to say it again. The longer this game goes, the more likely it is that Fnatic win. Because when we're just talking about the bare basics of the game, I feel like Fnatic are coming out on top on those basic engagements. But TNL just a little bit better at working within the chaos. That's just not sustainable. Karen's already been pushed to 32 kills. Dowie in a similar light. Oh, a little push here from Ivy's punish. I'm not sure why he keeps sticking around. Mattis, he's already been spotted. No reason to try and pressure that. But I guess the fatigue of the game might be kicking in. Molotov's on a good timing, though. Flame F, perfect advantage of it. Karen falls. The flank about to be punished by Dowie, though. AWP doesn't pull the trigger quick enough. Crims waiting right next to the box. If they try to push in now, there is a defender waiting for them. But I think TNL might want to book it all the way back to B.
Pulling ahead in these moments is really
try
key,
alert.
isn't it? But he's closing it out when it counts. It's really costing TNL right now. Less than a minute on this clock. The man advantage, they are walking in to the stacked bomb site. There's 2 here ready and waiting. Crims will look to catch them as they come down the ramp. Won't be the case. Instead, all 3 will come out from heaven. And timing really important. Blamer further back. Crims tucked behind Blue. And I think he's just going to be looking for the timing to deny this plant. They'll do exactly that. Easy stuff for the burst. Blame F will come and join the party. And the man advantage dispatched of by TNL. Onic. Oh!
No.
What?
What am I watching?
How do you throw it away like that?
Fnatic keep getting the advantages and they're fumbling.
Pain again. Is really the only way to look at it.
This game needs to be studied.
Yeah. Something else, honestly. Something else. That is great opening start. It's going to be Onic down early. The fact that your bottom fragger's got 20 kills just shows how long this game is dragging.
Crims wants to take matters into his own hands, though. Pushes forward to try and find the kill. Lyrax, happy to provide some resistance. They try to go towards A. There's just 3 barrels that they're looking down at. Surely not this one, right? Dowie headshotted as he's getting the first kill to kickstart the potential of a clutch, so his chances are going to be slim now.
1v3. Fnatic have been so good in the early rounds and then just had so many scenarios where it just gets really messy and they drop the ball in the clutch situations. 1-man, 2-man, 3-man advantage. We've seen it all. Problem for Dowie right now is he doesn't have the bomb, and it's actually impossible. Look at where it is. It's miles away. It's not in enemy hands, but it's miles away. So, not possible for him to go and recover it. It is just about either holding on to this AK or trying to do a bit of extra damage. Both pretty irrelevant, to be honest. Yeah, good round back from Fnatic. No doubt about that. Tying things back up at 19. One thing Davi definitely doesn't want is to die after time. That would be awkward.
Yeah, even in overtime, your money can get weird. He actually upgrades, so that's interesting.
Fair enough.
Not bad. Right, so 19 to 19, and there is still no sign of a winner. I don't know what's going to run out first. Fnatic's patience, TNL's unsustainability. There's so much that can go wrong. The amount of moving parts this game has that can totally break down is infinite. Oh, what a shot from Onic.
He's been on the money.
Second AWP picked up.
He's opening jewels, and if they... Let's give him a 2-man advantage here, and he'll get it. Yeah, Crimson a little too deep. Trades are good, though. Matters pulls this back to a very, very recoverable position.
Instead of going back down long dog, he wants to find the shortcut to B, and that's good. It gives him a little bit of space to work with. Blame F has a nice timing. And if he can play it right, he might be able to find 2 players. He has a decent idea that another one's lurking around close. But Aaron's creeping up. Weapon pulled out. Headshot connects. And with all the clutches that TNL have been able to find, I want to see if Fnatic can do any of the same. Oh, they're getting ready. Getting ready for the plant. Mattis staying close to his enemy. Wants to try and get the first freebie. Immediately gets down. Oh, that's so cheeky, but why do you think that would work?
Okay, well, TNL pulling ahead at the halfway point again here for OT3. You just see the better start right with Onic finding that opening, and Crim's just in a little too deep there on the B ramp. I mean, it makes sense. He's desperate to try and be the hero, claw back something, but 20 rounds here for TNL, 22 for the victory, 21 would secure quad OT. This is where fatigue starts to set in, especially if we end up going to a third map. These two teams, you know, they've already had to play today. I will add to the context of this as well that TNL have got another playoffs game after this, right, in Galaxy Battle. So, yeah, just how stacked the calendar is for these sides. If this ends up, yeah, going to more OTs, going to a third map, you do start to run out of steam a little bit. So difficult to stay focused and continue to play a high-level, locked-in Counter-Strike for this period of time. Here we go. Execution again onto the A site. Ken's in a good position, and he will take that first.
Oh, bombs get
Oh, what a trade.
Jambo. Yeah, he gets it back. And Krim swings out, but not before Knifey can take out his teammate. A 3v3 that must be taken now by Fnatic. No negotiating here. Krim's touching the barrel on it, and company. Everyone falls. And the total round count keeps increasing without getting us any closer to a champion. We're 40 rounds in, Josh.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. One more apiece here for both of these sides, and we go to another overtime to settle the score. This has been absolutely relentless.
We're in an MR12 era. We are a few rounds away from having played 2 maps within 1. Look at the speed from Fnatic, though. 2-pronged approach to come through. Dawi expecting it. Even with 9 HP, he's still going to be problematic. Fleerax, Crims, down. Cairn. He's looking for the one player that is scurrying around Red Train. Fleerax has become a part of the convo. Cairn will have the last laugh. TNL, a swift round to get 21.
They will once again have map points to take us to the decider. I said earlier, 3 maps is the only thing that does this grand final justice, and I stand by my point. Fnatic. They've been good in these positions when their backs are against the wall and they need one more round to prolong play. They've somehow managed to pull it out of nowhere. They've got to do it again here. Onyx playing anti, calls for the flash, big swing, they're both blinded, and that's got to be it. That is such a huge call and such a massive play. Fear's going to go and recover that bomb, but would love an opportunity to try and claw back those numbers. They just don't give it to him. Of course they won't.
I've had so much faith in TNL's ability to clutch rounds. I'm not sure if I can say the same for Fnatic. We've not seen those big highlight individual moments. We've not seen the heroics. Fnatic are probably kicking themselves knowing they were up 11-7. 2 1v2 clutches being given up. A few mouse clicks away from map 3. First blood drawn? No. Crims still wanting to fight. Great one tap. Fear started to take control of bomb site B. And they might have a fighting chance here. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we might still prolong play on Train. The 42nd round is still hotly contested. But TNL, they want to push this to a decider as soon as possible. Fleerax has an awkward weapon for this position. Nobody wants to expose himself. Nobody wants to be the first to die, but one has to take the fall. Prince, quick to find a response. Cairn doesn't have HP, but he still dies. The Flames are making it hard, and there it is. Fleerax burns Blame F to a crisp. And after extended play, we will finally have a victor on Train, and we still have map 3 to go in this grand finals.
Wow, wow, wow. It's been Fnatic susceptible to the chokes, and it was almost TNL that gave us one there with a 2-man advantage to allow Fnatic a foot back in the door and an opportunity to take Train. Look at the scoreboard. I mean, that is ridiculous. multiple players, 5 of which above that 30 frag mark. The bottom end is Nife with 22 kills. That just shows how many rounds we truly played there. 42 rounds of play needed to separate those two sides. We essentially have already played 3 maps in this grand final, and we're about to play a 4th. Wow, wow, wow. Ken, your MVP. Yeah, no doubt about that. Pushing 4,000 damage. Just unbelievable.
I genuinely don't think I've seen this many unlikely clutches happen in one game ever. Nothing like it. I mean, clutches are fine, okay, but 2v4s, 1v2s, like I'd have to watch the demo back to even keep track of all of them. I don't even think I can count them on one hand. So it really took everything out of TNL to make that happen. And for Fnatic, We're about to go live with map 3, a map that, frankly, I didn't think I'd be seeing. It went the distance, I mean, saying the distance is almost an understatement. We ended up watching Train for 2 maps worth of content, and we didn't even think that TNL stood a chance on it, honestly. Like, BC Game were the ones to best them 13-6, and then to see Fnatic struggle to this degree, I never thought that would occur. But here we are, fresh slate. It's down to a best of 1 now.
It really is, and I don't know which way this best of 1's going to lean either. It has been such a bizarre series, isn't it? Such a bizarre series. Both teams trading each other's map picks, but we got what we asked for in terms of those contentious matches, the one that went the distance. And yeah, we saw a 13-11 map 1. We saw a triple OT map 2. Now for Mirage, it wouldn't surprise me if both of these teams are grinding it out until the end as well. I don't expect a one-sided affair. A map like Mirage, both teams have had some good results on it, to be honest. We did see it come up earlier on in TNL's game against BC Game. That was a BC Game pick. TNL absolutely wiped the floor with them. It was a 13-5. It was a really, really good showing. So, yeah, you know, some fresh ideas in the heads for them on Mirage. However, you have got to factor in that Fnatic possibly watched that map, bearing in mind they'd already played their early morning game and were then sat put waiting. They might have been able to sort of catch some of the game plan for TNL. We'll have to wait and see. Pissed around on the way, and they're stacked up outside of this A site.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be wasting any time as we head into the final map day and of the tournament. As A site is being targeted, Mattis, couple of collections before he goes down, and it's a 3 versus 2, and TNL's aura of always being able to get clutches stays true here. Oh no, they're being bogged down by the nades. Crims finds Dowie through the box. And Onyx, a 1 versus 3. Just a Glock to do it with. He's being fought and won't be able to hold off the onslaught.
Comfortable start. Big round win for Fnatic. 3 players staying alive as well. It shows to me that they are still optimistic after, you know, throwing so many championship points on that second map and so many opportunities in some of those closer rounds where they had the advantages, that they're not done yet. They're not down and out. I think there are a lot of teams on lower levels that would be super, super deflated at this stage in a game. And, well, Fnatic, they've still got all of the fight left in them. Second round underway. They've got the rifles, of course. TNL with a reasonable buy. Mac 10, Galileo, a few upgraded pistols, ready to try and leave a mark. The route through underpass. Slow stuff.
I've got to remind you that both teams have already played games. TNL also have another game to look forward to, so this is a marathon that this is a part of for TNL. And honestly, in endurance matches like this one, it often occurs that in the final map, one of the teams is going to fall completely flat. We might even see a case where they meet down the middle, though. Both teams are struggling to perform. Kind of what ended up happening on Train, honestly. So many clutches like that are happening, you already know that there's tons of oversight. So far, so good for Fnatic. 5v2. Shouldn't be hard to hold on to these weapons either. It's just a Galil in the hands of Dowie. So around the TNL financially committed to isn't going to really pay any serious dividends.
Yeah, easy stuff. 4 should be able to survive here as well. And if they... Oh, changes that. It's a nice shot through the smoke, through the box, sorry. You shouldn't be allowed anything more. So Phil will catch him off. Fnatic with a second, 2 casualties. You can sort of shrug off against the force buy like that. Yeah, holding their own quite nicely here. There's a big kill from Nifty. just to make sure that they get something out of that round, but it's definitely not enough. It's definitely not what they were hoping for. Into this one, he's got a Deagle, Kevlar, everybody else on the Eco. A couple of upgraded pistols, but no armor around it. The intention is not really to win this round. It's just about trying to hurt the money here for Fnatic. Right now, we'll be looking for a comfortable third, and Crims will draw first blood.
Yeah, this is just a case of TNL running into the meat grinder. Shouldn't expect anything special. But we've also, almost at this point, I feel like we've grown accustomed to Fnatic having a good start to the game, but kind of stopping short right before the finish line. It happened on Ancient, but they were just about able to save it. TNL totally clutched them in the second map. Although it was a very labored effort for TNL to get it across the line, we're able to bring us to all the way to map 3. 3-0 start for Fnatic. The money should now start flowing into TNL's bank accounts.
Enough money for a buy here now, of course. AKs on all 5. It's been a very sparse start in terms of kills. Onyx, Khan, and Fleerax yet to draw blood. They're all set 0 and 3. And this round, definitely looking to change that. Big HE into top mid. Onyx takes the brunt of it. Spams into the apartments. Khan's going to drop a smoke on the molly. Just barrel forward towards Jambo's AWP. No respect as the shots missed. Flash is good. And they're just going to isolate these fights. Khan will catch that first. They know that Jambo's around here somewhere. And yeah, those smokes will allow them a path to isolate. Matties catches one back. But this is a much better round from TNL.
Instantly bringing themselves back onto the scoreboard. I can't help but feel like Mirage will be a similar map to what we've seen so far. 2 incredibly close and contested maps. And the surprising thing is, like, although there's a pretty big disparity in between the teams, either of these teams could have won 2-0. If TNL wins that wins that first map on the little comeback they had going, this would have been a 2-0 for them. Fnatic could have totally closed out Train earlier as well. I will say, though, I feel like TNL have had to put a little bit more elbow grease into it. Their wins, their round wins have been a bit harder to come by. They've come off the back of contingencies, clutches, late round retake defenses. But honestly, this is anyone's game now.
Fleerax. Scoped in with the sniper. They are just against the eco though. Fnatic really hurt after the 1 round loss. Sort of expect them to have a little bit more money in the bank after how clean those following rounds were, but strapped for cash. Onyx draws first blood, and well, for Fnatic, stacked up 4 onto B. Surely no chance at the round. Very
oh wow,
nice
that's a good shot.
Crims. Yeah, that was preemptive. I think he was playing off the sound cues there more than anything else. Pulled the trigger as soon as Onyx emerged around the corner, but it is still going to be traded back. No doubt this is a TNL second round. It's just how many casualties do they take in the process?
Yeah, this is a round we can pretty much just expect Fnatic to throw away. Chance for them to talk about things as well. I really like the fact that we're starting things off on a high note for both teams. We've got TNL immediately being able to bounce back. Fnatic, who had a great streak to kick things off. If there's anything we've learned from Ancient and Train, it's that map 3 shouldn't disappoint. At least not in theory.
Right, well, nothing really to save there for Fnatic, but, you know, not giving your opponents the kill reward bonuses is something in itself. They will be on a buy in this next regardless. So, chance to bite back. 4 on the horizon, and that's what they're looking for. Try and maintain this lead, not allow any kind of in here for TNL to getting too much momentum on their T side early. Molly to the ramp, Fleerax.
This is also where the individuals can't really afford to make many mistakes. Like, you look at Jambo, he's going 0 and 5 right now. Now that he has an AWP in his hands, I really want to see him perform. Getting a little messy here on A. They try and sneak through connector. Mattis is already on the case, but there's a swift response from Dowie, who has opened up A.
Taking loads of damage from the Molly, though. Mattis is just going to hear this and say, well, yeah, I'll take the easy fight when you're low on health. Jambo pokes out from CT, ends up with one of his own as well. Good trades, looking to return the favor as can, but with the smoke established, realizing his best bet, tap in these digits, play the 2v2. They got the post plant. They have the info on 1. They don't know where Crims resides, but they can have a decent idea. Tucked behind default, Crims seems pretty aware of this. Molly into Firebox. They'll keep tiptoeing forward. Smoke goes down, but Fear peeks out before it blooms. They know that the second's here somewhere as well. And if they can, will make light work of that even spot at the end. They'll tie things up at 3 apiece and likely be able to take the lead here as well. The Fnatic economy still not looking great. This is a really good recovery.
And I'd like to remind you that it's a clutch once again from TNL. It starts off as a 2v3, and every time things get a little hairy for TNL, that's when they're going to start thriving. Back to pistols we go as the bank accounts look empty for Fnatic. You just want to push in with the pistols. Not allowed. Dowie. Just the doors right on Jambo's face. Shouldn't really be any issues taking care of this round. You know, I was thinking Fnatic and TNL, like specifically on Mirage, they've kind of had a similar. Oh. Okay. Ooh, crisis averted. Plutonic and Karen low, but I was just gonna say, both teams have been playing against similar calibers of opponent. Like, maybe that's not the case for other maps, but at least for Mirage, TNL have pretty much the same type of experience.
Decent chunk of damage taken by Davi. There's still 3 there stacked up in the apartments. Look at this call, though, from Fnatic. They've got 4 leaning towards A. It doesn't seem to be the destination of choice for TNL, so they've thrown all their eggs into one basket. They don't have the kits, they don't have the util, and they've got to get this retake going before that bomb gets planted. At least they've got the numbers leaning their way now. Fleerax should be able to change that. Big shot back into the 3v3.
Crims being tucked into the right side corner means that he's able to at least get 1, but quickly trade it out. Fleerax, he's been cooking up a storm here on middle. But BlameF in a 1v2. No, he thinks it's a short plant. Gets ready for default, but just can't get it off in time. He will be quite quick, though. A tap of the bomb might make Fleerax think that he's committing to it, and as he's coming forward, a desperate shot from Fleerax doesn't culminate, and BlameF, a solid 1v2 to find for Fnatic.
we've seen our fair share of these clutches. A lot of the time when, you know, it's truly on the wire. This one here, pressure's off a little bit. BlameF still delivering. It's a good round to pull together as well. You sort of saw from the Fnatic buy, they prioritised those rifles, but there were huge weaknesses with it. The lack of kits, the lack of utility. They lost that B site. It did look worrying, but very well played. Out of a superstar on this Fnatic roster. Quick tactical pause before going into the next. There is still going to be a full buy from TNL, so no economic woes just yet. But both of the AWPers going a little bit missing early doors. Jambo's on 1 kill. Fluorance just with 2. And number 9, a chance to change that. Jambo's got that big green out. TNL looking to regain control.
We've got 4 players heavily postured towards B, and Onyx wants to join them soon. Kind of a desperate play here from TNL. No real structure to it. They're going to toss out some util and try and take a crack at it. Onyx's position could be very instrumental, though. He manages to find BlameF all the way in the back of the site. That's cleared out. Cambo just pulled the trigger, and you get a freebie here. And Fear's going to creep up right behind them. Lyrax takes care. A 2v1 as Mattis, far removed from the action, wants to try an honest crack at it. 2 players to find. He might have the element of surprise as he moves in from aparts.
Surely not another 2v1 hit. I mean, it's being held. Watched like a hawk by Flareax. There's no way he lets him past. And yeah, pops the head. Easy stuff. TNL back in the lead. Back with that round advantage as they push for 5. It could have been so much more there from Jambo as we see it with the X-ray vision. There was 2 lined up, but a third almost. Could have been a crazy collateral.
Yeah, I'm also a bit surprised that Fear pulls the trigger as quickly as he does. I thought he'd try and get in a better position, maybe line up some more. And I can't believe I'm saying this, TNL, they might be able to inch out Fnatic here. Fnatic, of course, were the favorites going into this matchup. It was a masterful affair on train for TNL. I'd like to remind you that it's 20,000 smackaroonies waiting on the other side for the winner. $22K prize money for the second place. 38,500 for the winner.
It's a big old chunk of change, right? Nice little payday for a few days of CS. Crims. Oh, nice headshot. Won't get anything more. He's just about trying to do a little bit of exit damage for these pistols. As for BlameF, yeah, absolutely just wants to save.
Wow, that is annoying.
Does that actually then get the kill? Because Onyx dies to the bomb.
I think
wow,
so.
that is huge.
That's a rat-coded play.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. And it doesn't do it if he doesn't hit the dink as well. But the fact that it's the dink and it actually does a chunk of damage. Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Okay, so sort of silver lining, small victories for Fnatic. I think you'll have a little giggle about that. The final couple of rounds and a half, though. You've got to try and make something happen here. Flames at the top and bottom of middle. Onyx working his way out. So they will blow the smoke open. Flareax. A few shots through it. Oh, close to the con spam as well. BlameF This is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Only 1-for-1.
Yeah, and a play like that ends up not even being worth it, because if it's 1-for-1 and he gets, if it's a single kill and he gets back, then sure, but refrag is great from Dawi. Make control established by TNL. Oh, Dawi nearly gets caught out by the cons player. Couple players in A ramp want to try and press this further. Jambo's advanced position catches Dawi. In the meantime, though, A side's being opened up. First line of defense down. A jungle rotator coming through, and Mattis tucks himself behind triple. I'm sure they're not going to expect this. Sees a player in cons. Now his crosshairs all over the place as he focuses on 2 targets, and Fear gets a double. TNL bested by Fnatic.
Final of the half, and there's a chance to now tie this back up. Crims just jump straight in with a shotgun buy. I kind of like it. It's ambitious. But yeah, with this sort of slow burner play in the smoke through lower tunnels, I was a little bit worried about this round for Fnatic, I'll be honest. But it dealt with very nicely. And Fear at the end, just making sure that there's no weight put on the shoulders of his superstar Orpa and former teammate Jam. But in that 1v1, Fleerax right through the smoke. Massive opening onto Blameth. I said I wanted to see a little bit more out of these snipers. We've certainly seen that out of Fleerax's Orp in these last couple of rounds. And AWP, again, looking to do further damage. Angle posted over the top of the smoke. No one's going to give him the opportunity. On the other side, Jambo. Oh, easy pickings. Ken hands that up onto a silver platter. Nifty. Oh my god. Weird timing. Ends up dropping down still. A bit of luck on his side.
Egregious play.
It's not even like flickable at that point, right? Because if he's still up on the balcony, there's like a weird possibility that Jambo can flick up and hit that. But while he's falling down, it's just an impossibility. And off on the back of it, they're actually going to keep rolling forward into this B site. It leaves it all down to Mattis. Fleerax scoped in on the angle. Yeah, easy shot. No trouble. TNL pull ahead at the halfway point. 7-5. And considering how this map started, they should be very, very happy with that.
It's pretty crazy to think that just a moment ago, well, a moment's kind of an understatement, but towards the end of regulation on Train, it kind of felt like Fnatic were just rubbing their hands together, knowing they're about to get their payday. But stopped inches away from the finish line. Still be given yet another challenge. Now, Fnatic starting on the going to the T side. This is an instrumental pistol round. Carrot, even though he's being headshotted, even through the aim punch, he's able to find a body. And they'll haphazardly try and force it on to A, but they're being ripped to shreds.
Ooh. Okay, Crims. Won't be killed just yet. He's got the bomb on his back as well. So right now, the goal is to get it planted somewhere and give him a little bit of extra money. It goes a long way in a pistol round. An opportunity to buy into the second. Contact made. No! Doesn't expect one more. Oh, Crims, that could have been very, very impactful.
What a weird play to send 2 up underpass there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Crims doesn't expect it. I wouldn't have either. Lesson learned. TNL getting wacky, getting creative to try and close this one out. Fnatic have so many opportunities in that second map, and they might actually be able to choke this grand finals as a result. 3 rounds down, an awkward buy, but one that they're still going to force into despite not getting the bomb plant in the pistol. It's a big commitment.
This commitment also, yeah, it leaves them high and dry if they lose it, right? You give the 9th round to TNL, you're completely out of money. Even the one beyond that won't have enough cash flowing in, so you're essentially looking at 11 rounds on the horizon for TNL. hate to say it, but TNL is looking like the better team at the moment. There's a certain aura surrounding them. A kind of plot armor that protected them all the way throughout Train. It's the same plot armor that allowed them to get a 2v4 against BC Game in the last round of regulation on Anubis to bring them back, which they carried all the way through to pummel BC Game out of the tournament. 45 seconds on the clock. Fnatic ready to push through. Karen doesn't want to move a muscle. He's going to keep himself scarce until the very end. TNL trying to distract away from him. Trying to make sure that all the attention is on Knifey. There's still a player in Sandwich. They still have to watch out for him. And I'm not sure that Fnatic's going to be all too aware.
Oh, it's
Aaron
massive.
eventually exposes. There's one. Eventually collected by Blame F. But there is so much damage that has been inflicted. Dowie can take advantage of it. And Jambo has infinite work to do. First kill found. Down to the 1v1. Bomb planted. Onyx doesn't move yet. And now he's closing in.
Oh.
Just about one bullet onto Jambo. And Fnatic, a silver lining that they get the bomb plant, but TNL are much further ahead.
It's a low HP that just plagues Jambo there. He gives that as good a shot as he can, right? 3 kills with the MAC-10. Oh, sorry, the MP9, I mean. In Sandwich that tags him down to 25 off of this point of contact we see right here. Which leaves his options very, very limited. He gives that a really good go. But trying to take the off angle, trying to catch Onyx on the peak. Doesn't work in his favour. And off to the back of it, Fnatic are just going to force up again. They got the bomb plant. They found 4 kills. It makes sense, but it just means that, you know, we're several rounds into this half now. We're yet to see a proper buy out of the T side. It's another one that comes with Galil's. And if it doesn't work out, then maybe the same in the next. I don't know. We'll see how this one goes. So far, not so good. As the re-aggression out of the lower tunnels. Merits 3 into top mid. Matty's left for the 1v5. And these calls to go for the early buys, destroying the economy, might actually be what costs them here.
Fleeting money. Fnatic know that they've thrown their golden opportunity in the bin. That opportunity was back on Train. And truly, feels like TNL are the better team right now. With every swing, every clutch, every fight, Fnatic, they look like they're the ones that are the underdogs that are being punched down upon. For TNL to win this tournament would be cinema, to say the least. If you draw back how they even got here, with how close all their games have been, the fact that they've been beaten within an inch of their life so many times, the surprise they're still here.
I can't believe the resilience that we are seeing out of TNL right now. And as I said to you earlier on, right? Let's say they sweep this one under the rug. They take it in 3 maps. They've then got another playoffs game after this against Nexus for quarterfinals. This has been a hell of a day.
Yeah, they just want to stack trophies today.
A hell of a day of Counter-Strike. If they can get it over the line here. Nade falls a little bit short. Doesn't do the damage it could have onto Blame F. But just up against the pistols. They shouldn't be all too worried. Fnatic stacking up towards B. TNL have got 3 ready and waiting. The well-timed smoke. Oh, is it weird? No, okay. It's not a gap. It does expand.
Sparse buy from Fnatic. Does it pay off? Already a kill for Dawi. Long range Tech 9 somehow manages to find Flare Axe. Even Fear probably didn't expect that.
Okay. To be big. He gets handed a bit of a freebie, Crims. Looking the wrong way. Jambo should be good for the trade, and he is. So it pulls back into the 3-on-3.
There's just not much
Yeah,
time.
there isn't. There's not a lot of health on Fear here either. Davi, if he can catch the timing and kill them as they come up connector. This one's done. The bomb just can't find the space. Blamef does grant it to them. But there's no way they clear Nifty. Smoke down. No opportunity for the plant. Blamef's just going to shut it out. And Nifty takes both. 11 rounds. And yeah, even if Nifty doesn't find that second kill, I don't think there was time for that bomb to be recovered and planted. That was a very good round again from TNL. And it's just about suffocating Fnatic. They're doing a really good job of it.
I don't think we've seen Fnatic sweat to this degree in the entire tournament.
They haven't needed to.
After beating NIP, I'm sure they thought they could coast to the finish line. I mean, I'm not saying they're being egotistical, but if you looked at the right side of the bracket, you see the teams that are coming in. I'm sure that Fnatic, at the very least, had their chests puffed out, knowing that they would be the favorites. But 11-5, TNL running circles around them ever since the little OT scuffle started to happen on train. There is no one that is spearheading a change on Fnatic. Fear just doesn't clear long enough.
It's bad timing for the first and a monster flick to yield the second. Blamef looking for the opportunities. He's putting bullets into the bodies but can't land the heads. Mattis, in the meantime, has emerged out of Palace. He's got Jambo there with him, and the double kill does buy them a little bit of space. Cannon from the ramp, though. The flank, it's beautiful. The slow burner ends up with another. And Blamef is well out of position here. There is very little he can do to deny this defuse. In fact, there's nothing he will be able to do to prevent TNL from hitting 12 rounds and championship points. 7 chances to close this out. And I said to you before, if Fnatic drop the ball on Mirage, they're going to be kicking themselves. They weren't able to get it done on train. True nightmare fuel as you cast your mind back to all of the opportunities that they had and could not seize. True grit and determination out of the Ukrainian side, as we've seen so many times in the recent past from them. And this could be another trophy to add to their cabinet. Potentially 1 round away.
Fnatic, one last hurrah to extend play. Clear Axel, before they even enter the site, they're already losing members. Blood on their bodies, they're getting wiped off the face of the earth. Fear remaining. Of the proving grounds.
Wow. Having to beat some big competition to get here as well. And this is by far and away the biggest tournament that these boys have won as a roster. They've had some great successes recently. They won Level Upland. They had a couple of great results at Galaxy Battle events. But they are yet to pull together a result like this. Beating top-level competition. Pulling nearly 50k in prize money. I mean, unbelievable scenes. And yeah, massive kudos to them. 13-5. You can see what it means on the cams for them as well. TNL, your champions here of the Proving Ground Season 1. And maybe just the start of so much more to come from this roster. We were talking earlier about what this does for their rankings. Invitations to bigger events. I want to see these guys on the world stages because I think they're so capable. And the ability that they showed to come back from behind today and, take it to the OTs required, get it over the line on train, and then stay strong on that third map. Just incredible with the young and inexperienced individuals that are on that side. They've got a bright future.
I think they're going to be feeling an actual high off of the adrenaline that they have in their bodies after playing 2 games like that. In their semifinal, we almost thought they were done. BC Game were convinced that they'd gotten a number on him, right? That game would have just closed out, but no. In a 2v4, they brought back Anubis, and TNL once again, they took Ancient the distance. They ended up losing 13-11 against Fnatic. We saw almost 2 maps worth of content come out of Train. It was clutches upon clutches that kept them alive. And by the time we ended up seeing Mirage, their confidence was through the roof, and Fnatic had nothing to say about it.
Yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And as I say, I mean, you see teams put up those kind of performances, fine, but to do it in that fashion twice today, yeah, as you say, that 2v4 to bring Anubis to OT against BC Game and then end up winning that map, and then to see much of the same there for the second as well in map 2 to take it to overtime, to then even deny championship points for Fnatic in overtime and bring it to multiple OTs. Just unbelievable, incredible work out of TNL. And as I say, bright future for these boys. Enjoy the $40,000 and the bragging rights for their biggest event win as a roster so far. I think it's only the start and more to come. And I'm excited to see them in future seasons as well. We've already announced a couple more seasons here at the Proving Grounds that'll be starting very, very soon. So, yeah, it'd be great to see TNL back, see if they can defend their title.
Yeah, I mean, Team Next Level, they did a fantastic job, and I feel like their run is just so inspiring with what they've been able to achieve. They went up against so many big teams. They ended up having so many comebacks. It was clutches to power them through, and I think resilience is probably the word that highlights their performance here, Josh.
Yeah, very, very mentally resilient. It felt like Fnatic didn't have that resilience, right? They didn't have that resilience. Once they lost on Train, they looked deflated on Mirage. I commended them for their ability to actually come into Mirage and take the pist around and get off to a decent start. But then very quickly, they lost the ball. They couldn't pick it back up again. And TNL, yeah. Look at them on your screens right there. Your Proving Ground Season 1 champions, and so well deserved. They should be proud of themselves. They should be very, very proud of themselves. That was one hell of a tournament run.
A young team, a team that has had so much promise, and they have just been on this linear upwards trajectory. Just a few hours ago, we were talking about how they might be losing VRS points, how they might start to lose the potential of being invited to some bigger tournaments if they lose. But now I'm sure they've collected quite the points. They've collected quite the cash prize as well after becoming champions of the Proving Grounds. And yeah, I think that was just a fantastic way to be ending the season. I couldn't have asked for a better game, and I think Train was just the cherry on top of what we ended up seeing. That being said, though, that's going to be the end of the season. Of course, there's going to be another one. This was just season 1 of the Proving Grounds. I've had a wonderful time commentating this event alongside my dear friend and commentator, M&J. And of course, thanks to the production for putting on such an amazing show. And